Hey everyone, I'm Adam.
Oh, hi, I'm Debbie.
And me, I'm Sunny Justice, and this is how we works. Let's see. I don't know if I'm missing anywhere. Whoa, I'll tell you, it's been a day, hasn't it, folks? Anyone that was watching, go ahead, Sleuth Live today. I was like, and I've been being messaged all day, and I don't know. It's I had planned on showering, and I was like, screw this. I'm just trying to get things done with different things that we're gonna talk about today. But first and foremost, we want to thank everyone for joining the live tonight. Of course, Kelly, Aaron, Deb, and myself are all here. And Kelly, we know that we're having a little bit of issues with hearing you. Kind of like the same thing that happened when you were on a little bit for Sleuth's Live there today. Let's see how it goes. And but welcome, Kelly. How are you doing?
Thank you for having me. I hope you can hear me.
Oh, okay.
It's very, very fuzzy and very muted.
You guys might have to turn up your volume. Let's see. Let's try that again. Yeah, for some reason, Kelly's having issues like she was earlier. So, it does sound muffled, but we can't figure out what's going on. It's not to do with ours. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for having me tonight.
Absolutely. Typically, Kelly, of course, we always basically say hi to the guests as they're coming in here. Deb, do you want to do that, and then Kelly, and then
Sure.
We'll get back. And
all right,
start the show.
Yeah. Hey, everybody, glad to have you guys. Never silent, always. Our super duper mod. Lisa, hey girlfriend. D. Ashley, Frank Meister, hey buddy. Sorry about your brother. All our love and thoughts go out to you today. Purdue RN in the house. Sharon Parker, aka Radar, another great mod. Callie. Hey there, Marv, honey. She's here. Jill Mosier. SPF, SP74. I always want to say SPF, like sunscreen. SP74. Vanessa Marie, hey girl, WL22. We are ready to rock, aren't we? Willow Rain, welcome again. Stephanie Robertson. Let's see who else. Nona. I said Lisa, right? Yep, said Lisa. Who else do we have? Oh, Remy Stuff. Hey there. Kelt is in the house. And
yeah, I know we're not probably going to get to everybody, and that's okay because there's a lot of people in this live right now. There's 177 at the moment.
Yeah, CJK, Lucky Lady, Ben,
Anna Lassat, yeah, Purdue, all you guys.
Annie.
Let's see, Grizz, Kim Canuck, Kimmy.
Just Kimmy Connect. Kimmy Canuck.
Kimmy Canuck.
Sweet
Caroline.
Bum, bum, bum. Justice Angel. Ooh, Sunny. Yeah.
And Sloop, if you're around, hey Sloop, hey Tommy, straight from the horse's mouth, Marv, etc. Thank you guys all for stopping by with us tonight. Yeah.
Aussie,
yeah. Okay, so let's try this again. Let's see how you, Kelly, like I said, thank you so much again for joining the live with us today. I know that we're having issues with your sound. High support with Steffa. It's, let's just try to see how that goes, because sometimes we can hear you better than others. Okay, so let's see. I don't know. Let's see. Where do you want to start, Kelly? Anything that you want to start particularly with?
Oh, I know. Where do you even begin after today? You're right.
I feel like this is going to be hard because it's just, can you guys hear her okay?
It's almost like it's got a little bit of an echo. Maybe take it off. I don't know. Maybe it's not going to work on speakerphone. Maybe go back. I think it was better at the other way.
Hey, Sleuth.
Hey, Sleuth. Hey, Redbeard.
Yeah. Let's see.
Hey, Kelly, do you have headphones that like earbuds that have a mic on them, like that you can talk on your phone with?
Hey, Bean. I think she's trying to get her switched over to regular.
Yeah. Okay. Is anybody else out there why it would be muffled? Like,
yeah, it's never been muffled in our phone conversations. So
yeah.
So how about
kind of weird?
That's
better.
That's better.
Oh, that's way better. Yes.
So I was going to say, I don't know where you guys want to begin after today, but we still have a lot to talk about, you know. Kegan got his chirping device taken away. And I mean, there's so many things.
Hey, Kelly, try doing this. Turn your phone so that you're talking over the mic and not into it.
Like, and I don't know if you heard me, Kelly, but if you have earbuds that like have a mic on them, that might help.
Is this better? Is this better?
Keep talking.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
It's a little better. It's still fuzzy, but it's not as disjointed.
No, I don't believe she's on speaker. Okay. No. Let's see here. Okay. Deborah Adam, who, in a sense, because we know it's going to be a little bit hard to hear Kelly. Wife Lilith, someone's asking. I paid really no attention to this person. I heard that this was a girlfriend, that she was claiming to be the girlfriend of Kegan Kline. And again, I really paid no attention. You know, then someone showed me a few things, and then it was, I think it was that exposing as if Sunny, Frank, Arian, Alicia, whoever that is, whatever, had talked to Kegan Kline's phone. And so that's the first time I even paid attention to who this person even was. And I still could care less because I'm always about the truth. So if I was, let me put it this way, I wouldn't be desperate enough to sex text. Definitely with Kegan Kline when I have a gorgeous husband at home, but I am so willing to show my 5 texts that I did send. And now, not going to call you out here, but someone had given me that number, and I was like, whatever, YOLO. I'm going to sit there and why not? And I didn't even actually know that or believe that it was like, meaning I hadn't confirmed at the time that it was, but now we know that it was. So yeah. I have no problem showing my text. So this person, Wife Lilith, when did you guys even first hear about her?
To us?
Yeah, because I wasn't even actually aware of this person, but I know that you had mentioned that she had a YouTube channel and that something about eating.
Yeah, I had heard like rumblings that he had a girlfriend and that's what the YouTube channel's name was, but I didn't really pay that much attention to it. Kelli knows a lot.
Would this work better? Let me know. Kelli, try to talk.
She's not here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Absolutely.
Much better.
Much better.
Perfect.
Is that okay with you, Kelli, if we just do it this way where I'm on the phone with you?
I would love that. Yeah, so let's get started, and I think everything's going to be fine now.
Can everyone hear her better now?
Absolutely. Now, just to ask you guys, I do have a video that I made. Adam, remember the video that you made yesterday?
Yeah.
A little bit, and then I added to it. Do you want? So we should Kelli talk first, and then we'll play it after? How would you like to do that?
I think you should show that video. It is absolutely a masterpiece.
Well, unfortunately I had to take out that song because it got copyrighted no matter how much I tried to distort it or bring it to a different, put something underneath of it, another tune, just to try to, it didn't happen. But you know what? Let's do that. It's approximately 9 minutes long, I think, in whole, actually.
Can we let Kelli introduce herself really quickly for anyone in the chat that know who she is?
Kelli, exactly. So now that your name's been brought into light, and I'm so glad because I believe in transparency, and this is really a great time probably for this to happen, that stuff just comes to the light when it's time to happen. And so, yeah, exactly. Introduce yourself, who you are in a sense. Go, just introduce yourself, I guess, eh?
Well, I live in Phoenix, Arizona, and I've been on the case since July of 2017 when the first sketch came out. I've been there for every subtle nuance and every twist and turn in this case. And just like all of us here tonight, we want to know, what did Liberty German do that was so egregious that she had to die? There's just something very Stephen King novel about all of this. And
correct.
So, it's just, I love mysteries, but this is the biggest mystery I've ever known.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. It's definitely a wild case, and it's definitely, you're right. I'm sure, this is the perfect thing for what those movies are made for. It's just
one of the things that Kelli had.
It writes itself. It's just
crazy.
And I think about things that are rarely kind of discussed that have kind of gotten hidden, like, what was the yellow app used for? And, just so many different things. But I look forward to you showing that video because people really need to know that why Kegan got his chirping device taken away was because of Holly Lowry. So, people need to know who she is, what she did, and then the people that talked to him after me is when it got crazy. So yes.
Right. And we'll get into all of that as far as how you got in touch with Kegan and kind of like your backstory as far as that. I just wanted to give everyone a quick introduction to you.
Wait a second. I just want to confirm.
Sonny, what?
Adam, that video that you sent me, is she thinking of that one, or is she thinking about the one that you had sent yesterday with that?
The one that I made.
Okay, so you that first part, and then I added to it. Because the other one, I haven't checked back on it, but it kept saying playing, or know.
Yeah. No, she meant the one that.
Okay.
About Wife Lilith, that was supposed to be just for us.
Yeah.
Oh, the one that you wanted me to put out there, though, because it was really good, actually. I love the song to it, because we can't stop falling in love with you, right?
I know I did that one for Kelli, because I knew she'd like it.
That was a perfect song to that. Unfortunately, I couldn't play it due to copyright, so I had to just throw in I actually, for the first time, used a YouTube Studios melody underneath of it, in a sense, audio.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, it was kind of selfish, because I had just watched Elvis earlier yesterday, the new movie that came out this summer, and so it was fresh in my mind.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. So, do you want me to do the video now?
Sure.
For that one. Okay. So we'll do that, and we'll see you guys in about 9 minutes. Okay.
And yes, I'm gonna mute me, and I guess I have to mute Kelli too.
Right. Guys, make sure you pay attention carefully. I know the first part of it that Adam was using his phone, so it's smaller, but as it goes by, I show a little bit bigger things so that you can see it better on certain stuff. So Holly, I should say, Holly Cottrell, aka Cottrell's name is, you guys, Blackburn, Holly Cottrell, Holly this, Holly that, Holly Lowry, whatever name you want to go by, Wife Lilith. That's up to you.
Like I said, her name should have been ex-wife Lilith.
Yeah. So that pinky promise must be broken. We see that you've taken down the videos from your channel. Probably a smart move on your part, to be honest with you, in all fairness. But anyways, let's play that video, guys.
All right, see you in 9 minutes.
A question to you. What will those closest to you think? We are confident that you have told someone what you have done, or at the very least, they know. Only a coward would do such a thing.
Portions of this tape were made yesterday by Adam, the first part, and then I continued on with a little bit more on the second part. You see, Holly Cottrell, Lowry, Blackburn, whatever you want to call yourself, Wife Lilith, is that we all know that Holly Cottrell, the last name Cottrell, goes with Sheena Cottrell, and it goes with the attachments that have been talked about with the Delphi murders from the Cottrell side. So, I'm not sure what exactly your agenda is, but let me say this. We are in a true crime community that's supposed to protect and keep our loved ones away from the monsters and the evils of the world. And then when someone like yourself comes along and tries to make a mockery of a very, very sad, broken-hearted case that is in the eye of the nation, and you want to come on there bragging that you're this person's girlfriend of someone that has 30 charges of child porn, as well as obstruction of justice, and is very likely tied to the Delphi murders. This is where I have my issue. But I also have my issue for the fact that you want to sit there and try to say a bunch of lies as well. But we all know where karma gets you. And I'm that person. If you dance with the devil, you're going to get burned. So my advice to you is stay low. Keep a low profile. If you want to talk to Kegan Kline all day long, go right ahead. That's your prerogative. But when you try to come into true crime, and then you try to throw these attacks on people and lies and misinformation, then the truth will always come out. And you will get exposed. But do you really want it to start impacting all of those people around you as well? Think about that. And think about, again, 2 beautiful girls were murdered, and all these people that had sent Kegan Kline pictures, nudes, all these different things. And you're proud to keep talking about him? That seems a little sick and twisted to me, Lilith. At the end of the day, always the goal will be Abby and Libby. Abby and Libby were murdered. Not only were they murdered, but their families have not been able to have the justice that they deserve. That is a sad, sad day. So for all those people and all those creators that are out there with the true passion and love for these cases, I commend you. For all those trolls and the wickedness and the evil that is out there, I feel sorry for you. Because at the end of the day, it is the love, care, and passion of people that will bring darkness to light. Everyone was given a brain to use and to try to use it wisely. Some people don't, and some people do. Justice for the missing and the murdered. May darkness come to light, and may everyone out there rethink about what it is exactly that you're trying to do and how impactful you're trying to be. I care, and no one can ever take that away from me. I know where my passion lies. I want to specifically thank Deb, Adam, and all those other people that are close to us. As YouTube creators, we try to create bonds with those who truly care and dismiss those who don't care and don't have anything to offer the true crime community. We thank all those YouTube creators out there that truly care. And it doesn't matter what the content is you're putting out, but as long as your heart and your passion is about the missing and the murdered because you really care, we want to say from It's a Criming Shame, thank you so much for being part of that loving part of the community. Okay. So that was that.
Yeah.
Okay. So how was that? How was that? I added to yours, but I wanted to just call a spade a spade.
I think that was like it was like going to church. It was great.
You know, I think if anyone knows me, it's like I can honestly take a lot of stuff, and I can even take what comes at me with these things. It makes me laugh, but it's one of those things. When you if you piss me off enough, I'm going to come back at you and I'm going to expose you, because again, all your family and your friends that figure out anything about you, Holly, Lowry, Cottrell, etc., you're an embarrassment, really, to the true crime community. And only in sick, twisted people would, do what she's doing, to be honest with you. Just a disgrace. But take a good look at yourself in the mirror, and hopefully one day you can maybe change your path to a better path. And again, we are here as a channel to love and support those creators that actually add value and that actually we feel are truthful to the heart, and not the trolls and the wickedness and evilness out there of those other channels. Yes, we'll make fun of you now and again, but usually it's because you've attacked us in some way, not because we've attacked you first. So take it up the ass. Whoops. Did that just come out of my mouth? But anyways, let me keep that classy. But at the end of the day, this is about Abby and Libby. It will always be about Abby and Libby, and justice for Abby and Libby. And again, Kelly, we're not here to hold any judgment with what you're going to be talking about today or anything like that. Everyone has the right to do what they want, say what they want, be who they want. And again, we're just here to listen. And we appreciate the fact that, we appreciate the fact of the information that you gave us and the stuff that we played last week. So knowing that it's already been talked about on Sleuth's channel, I think because Julie had brought in your name up into it, and I was like, okay, well, you know what? Perfect timing. I don't know if you guys had talked about that. All I know is that I was like, okay, this is okay. You know what? This is a good thing, actually, because now it gives you a chance to truly tell your side of the story and what it is that you want to say to anyone out there in the community. So you were conversing with Kegan Kline, and I'll let you go from there, actually.
Oh, there's so much to say, but I can condense it into maybe a 1-minute soundbite, basically.
Take your time. Take your time.
I had about 9 video calls with him, so I was able to look at him in the eye. And, there's a lot of subtle nuances when you speak to somebody face to face, or what I would call nonverbal communication. And so when he looked at me and said, "My dad doesn't approve of me talking to you," it was very unnerving. I felt a way I had never felt before. And it was almost like his dad really didn't say that. That was him saying it. Like, I don't really know who you are. Should I trust you? And the transcripts flashed into my head about how much he spoke about his father. And so, I'm like, God, is this dude going to come all the way to Arizona and kick in my door in the middle of the night? I was very afraid. And then to fast forward, there was a time period where I quit talking to him because I was fearful. And my whole intention was, who is Kegan Kline? Who are you? And we talked about food and music and travel. And then little did he know, he would tell me, oh, look on my Facebook. I worked here. I went there. And it wasn't real at all. He has no idea that we all know that none of that is real.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I worked with this artist. I went on tour with Aerosmith. I did this and that. And the whole time I'm thinking, God, he doesn't know we know that's just jive. None of it's real. And then one day we were talking and he said, Kelli, I'm getting a video visit tomorrow from Lowry. I don't know who that is. And then, I had gotten a letter from him. I got a few letters, but I shared one of the first letters I got with some people that I thought I could trust. And one of those people shared it with the DeLorean channel. And she's fine. She had no idea. She got it anonymously and made a little video out of it. Well, this Lowry tells Kegan that, this video's out there. And he said, how could you do that to me? Why would you share my letters? Don't tell people that I'm talking to my dad. Why would you do that? And there was nothing. I closed my account. That was it. He never talked to me again. I didn't talk to him. From then onward is when all these other people, Holly and people that just aren't going to be named, that will eventually be named, started to text him, do naughty video calls with him. So all of this, I felt like I was talking to, if there's a good and bad side of him, I was just talking to him. You like Aerosmith and you like apple cobbler. Oh, that's cool. And what's your favorite marinade? And very just, but the whole time I'm realizing I'm talking to somebody who probably saw the girls dead. And I felt that. I'm telling you, the nonverbal eye contact was what got me. So anyway, to sum it all up is after I ended it, that was June 28th. From then on, all of these people have been texting him and offering, I'll do this, I'll do that. If I give you $200, will you tell me what happened to the girls? It's beyond weird. And then he starts, apparently, according to Lilith, he's sending her off to chirp. Anybody chirps him, he sends her the chirps.
Right.
And that's what got his chirping device removed. Not just the chirping. I think he's in lockdown because he can get letters, but he can no longer do video or chirping. And it's her fault. She thinks it's cute that, the murder sheet was really talking to me. Well, think about what he said to the murder sheet. I mean, I'm not going to cuss on here. I mean, we know what he said. We know what he said to the lady that said, hey, we think you need Jesus. And he said, can I come in you? I mean, it's weird. So, if you're saying that stuff on your chirping device because some chick's telling you to say it, they're both warped. And so that's everything. I mean, right. I'm going to tell y'all something right now. You know how Libby was missing a sock and underwear, right? We read that in the transcript. It's crystal clear. He says to me, I just love socks. When I see one, I have to have it. I have over 200 pairs of socks. Buddy, I got that letter, put it in a FedEx envelope, and got that over to Detective Vito ASAP. So that's my highlight. Is that, maybe that, doesn't anybody collect socks? Not everybody's involved in the Delphi murders. That scared me. Just,
oh, yeah.
He
Absolutely.
That his dad made him feel lower than dirt. his dad and his friends. He would always talk about his dad and his friends. My dad and his friends would make me feel lower than dirt. It was just, it was hard because I just sensed. The first thing he ever said to me was, hi. And I heard, guys. I believe that is the voice we've been hearing for 5.5 years. When I looked at him and I talked to him, that's his voice we've heard. So that's pretty much how I feel about everything. That's just off the top of my head, the whole deal.
I was going to
Kelli, I'm sorry, Sonny?
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Adam.
Kelli, can I back you up just a little bit?
Yeah.
And I know that you've been around the case, like you said, since July of 2017. A lot of people that have been on the case, they're familiar with you. They know your name, or they've come across you in the past. Can you? Because I know, like, from you and my conversations, why you started contacting Kegan, but can you give everyone an idea as far as when you first came in contact with Kegan and what your intent was when you started communicating with him?
I didn't get out of my brain.
On May 24th was our first video visit, and he said, "Do I know you?" And he was just looking at me.
And you had written him a letter previously, right?
Who else is going to call him? Because at that point, I was able to check, and really nobody had. He didn't have any money for 21 days. So I'm like, okay, this is real. I guess he's telling me the truth. Nobody really is. He goes, I've lost all my friends. And my intention was, in my mind, I bet you this guy really did do this. Who is this? And my inspiration was, I've always loved Diane Sawyer. And when I was about 17, 18, she had done an interview with Charles Manson. She's just one of my favorite journalists. And I'm like, if she can talk to Charles Manson, by God, I can get it together. I can talk to Kegan Kline. Just see who is this? My intention was, hey, maybe you just need somebody that you don't know to look at you and say, I wonder if one of the girls pissed somebody off and he couldn't look at me. And then when the shooter in Texas used the yellow app, the Yubo app, when I told him about that, he went into a dark depression, said he didn't want to do any more video visits because he knows he used the yellow app. The Anthony Shots used the yellow app. In other words, I'm just telling you, he knows I know. I don't know what I know, but I know something. To me, you got to remember, I hadn't looked at him in the eye, and I wished I'd never done it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And what can you? I'm sorry, Sonny. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. You go for it, Adam.
I was just going to ask. I know you had mentioned something to me about some times when you would talk to him, how he would so quickly flip on say one thing and then like specifically about his mom, and how then like the next thing you know he's saying something completely separate.
Oh yeah, absolutely he did. He would say, my mom was never good to me. She only got me like a birthday card a few times. And then a few days would go by and I would say something like, well, your mom wasn't good to you. And he'd say, no, she was a great mother. It was just a complete flip-flop. And I could see him being both Anthony Shots and himself. I could see that. And the letters that he wrote me, if you look at the Emily Ann correspondences, the exact same emojis and the phrases that he would say to me, because the whole time I just thought, my God, this is somebody who really talked to Libby. I know, you know what I'm saying? I know that he talked to Libby. It was really weird because the same things he's saying to me, I'm like, is this what he said to her under the guise of Anthony Shots, Emily Ann profiles we have no idea of? Mm-hmm. And then he said he failed first and fourth grade. He hadn't been in school since 2010.
Oh my God,
his dad is all he has. Yeah. And then his girlfriend that he lived with, they had a cat, and he was worried about his cat, and therefore when y'all talk about dog fibers, what about cat hair?
Right.
I mean, it
Mhm.
just,
Because
I
he would
wanted to
comment
know
on
about,
your cats.
you know, go ahead.
He would comment on your cats.
Yeah, I'll, that's what I'm saying. I will live knowing, and I mean, you guys, I'm just going out here. I'm just saying this, you know, it's not like written in stone.
Yeah. Speak your
But
truth.
someday I might have to say, you guys, I had the bridge guy in my house. I had him in my car. I had him on my porch. I took him to the pool. He would video me, and I would be like, hey, you want to go down to the pool? And then I'd get there, and I would always throw something in about Delphi. I would always say, gee, you know, when they get out of their car and the sister drives away, I wonder if that man was looking at them or what happened. And he would look away and act like he didn't hear what I said, and just, no engagement. Nope. And then the only times that he ever mentioned Delphi, like, to me and really engaged, was he say, well, Kelli, they have my GPS. They know where my phone was. And I said, sure, they might know where your phone is, but you can physically be away from your phone, Kegan. And buddy, he looked at me like, fuck you.
So would he turn from being like very kind of like agreeable and in conversation to being combative and like shut down?
No, he was never, ever combative. He was just like I told you, what I would call a flare up, where in other words, I don't ask questions that I don't already know the answer to. That's the first rule of prosecution. It is. I already knew the answers to what I was saying. And, you know, he said, if I go to prison, will you come to visit and will you hold my hand? I don't want to go to Newcastle. Who knows what they'll do to me? And I'm thinking, the whole time, I'm just telling myself, this is wrong. And that's when, you know, the inner soul of me, just like I said, when I would look him in the eyes, I know that he probably saw them dead in some capacity, if it was live streaming on the Yellow app or otherwise. And then I guess maybe it was a good thing that Holly Lowry told him about the letter being made into a video, because it was time to get out. Nope, no.
Right. That you talk about the letter that we had showed, because we asked the permission, but the DeLorean had already had it, and that's where Deb got that screenshot from. But I said, of course, to ask you for your permission. We always have asked you for your permission to edit your voice to do that. But
I think what blows my mind is why on earth would he share his chirp messages with that chick? And why on earth would you risk, you know, that's your only outlet to the outside world. I mean, it really is. I don't really condone them having chirps, you know. I think the only form of communication that they should have is letter writing. So, you know, if you're going to jeopardize your chirp device by outright graphically sexually telling somebody things, I mean, it's ridiculous. You know, now he's going to sit in jail without any communication for the next 30 days or longer. We don't know, but at least we do know all of that's taken away till September 30th.
Yeah.
So can we just be clear on something here? Okay, so you started messaging him originally when? What time frame?
May 24th, and it ended on June 28th, because June 28th is the same day that Holly Lowry, made her account.
Oh, okay. And so your intent was to basically try to do what Open Secrets did and warm up basically and try to get info and intel out of him. Was that was the goal?
Yeah, and to see who, you know, and that's on the professional level, but just a personal level.
Right. You wanted to know how his mind works?
Yeah.
And in the videos that I've watched that you've sent me, that's the most unnerving parts of it, is when you're just having a casual conversation with him and hearing him speak in just casual terms. That's when I like took the most pause and was like creeped out the most.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Because he has no, there's a sensitivity chip missing. I think that, you know, when somebody's failed first and fourth grade, and when they've grown up in an environment where they see dad beat mom, dad beat every girlfriend, you're smoking dope, you're having sex with dad, with different people, with women. It's a sexually oriented, deviant household, and you're already born with problems, to be politically correct. It's just a perfect storm. And I just feel like this really is between him and Libby. Something happened between him and Libby and her sleepover, the circle of friends. This doesn't have anything to do with older men or, to me, the Daniel Pearsons and the Gabe Ellises. I mean, they're odd folks, but that's more of a drug-oriented thing. Even Travis Trexler. I mean, who knows if he knows about this? I think what I'm saying is that there's the murder, and then there's the drop box. What was in there? How many people have we talked about along the way that have viewed his product in that drop box?
Exactly.
I'm really curious those people that are in his Dropbox, to be honest with you.
And Kelly,
because obviously the stuff in the Dropbox, the content comes from somewhere.
Right.
What kind of people take 7 to 12-year-old screw videos? What kind of a deviant mind? Somebody's taking pictures and videos, and that's where I keep coming back to the Yellow app. Is in April when they said if you've had contact with the Anthony Shots account through the Yellow app, people were just like, oh, it's just another app. No, it's not. It's a live streaming app. What would you live stream? Dare I say the killing? I mean, it gets really, really dark.
Yeah.
Kelly, one thing that I noticed that one of the conversations you had with Kegan, he just kind of out of the blue, and I don't know the date of the conversation, but he kind of out of the blue just like dropped that. He was like, oh, was it 18 of the charges dropped or 14 of the charges dropped? And he's like, he's like, I've got 3 that I've already done. And he's like, I'm going to be in for a year and a half and then I'm out. And he said it was such
and then,
go ahead.
And this is before I met you all. I just wanted to say, after he told me that, that's when I called Akey's office. And this would have been back in, that time frame. There was like a 4-week time frame. And they had not had any plea agreement on the table since December of 2020. And the representative said to me at that time, that's before all this shenanigans happened, she said, yeah, we don't have anything. And I said, well, he's telling me he's getting these charges dropped. She's like, it's not in the file. I don't see that at all. But, between then and now, who knows what's happened. But yes, he seemed to think that he would be out real soon, and then he'd be able to make his brisket on the grill, and that he'll do his time and he'll be out. Just like you said, Adam, real nonchalant. And then the police have told us the things that were on his phone, the video and pictures, were heinous, sick.
Yeah.
And he just acts like it's nothing, absolutely nothing. Oh, well, I'll be home in no time, living with Dad.
He's the victim.
Which reminds me, did he mention what his relationship with his dad was like?
Yeah, yes. That's why when he was telling us, like, Dad, quit talking to me and all that, he got mad because I said, he goes, why are you telling people I'm still talking to Dad? I go, because you are. And I would know that because I would check my account and I go, where did you get $40? Dad put it on there today. Dad's going on medical leave. I go, you were 22 when this happened, and you are a 28-year-old man. In this time frame, did your dad just finally give up on you, or what's the deal? He goes, no. My dad visits me all the time. He doesn't come in because his legs hurt, but then he told me they do video visits. But of course, that's been removed. So the answer is yeah. That's where he was getting money. But who knows, now that all of this has happened with the search of the Wabash and all of that, if they're still talking. But really, he doesn't have a social circle. And just like, on your show, when you had Dirk Hayes and then his mother on, how he even told me when I lived in Vegas, I had black felt on my windows. And then he also had a padlock, like you guys know. He was like a recluse, a loner. He was a mastermind at whatever he did on the internet. Remember when he said he could make thousands real quick? Well, the Sandy Hook school search, people pay a lot of money for pictures of dead children. That's scary for me to even know or say. But it's true. Who knows what all he was working with or doing on the internet? It's a mystery, but it's not good. He's not playing Yahtzee, okay? I mean, he's not.
He should be playing Yahtzee. If he was doing that, maybe he wouldn't be in this mess, to be honest.
He might be a better blackjack dealer than...
Kelly, did he realize that he was being monitored at all times on these devices? Did he ever mention that?
He must know.
Well, I think I would mention that because I was always dressed very appropriately. And I would always say, it's hot where I live. And so I was always hot, and I put like hot water or cold water on my face. And then I was very careful not to move my shirt or expose cleavage or do anything out of the ordinary that would be considered risque. And I would say, well, I came back in from the pool, but I had to change my top because you wouldn't want to get your video visits removed, So I was very conscious of that because I'm not living in a dream world. We already know that they're monitoring him. And that's the weird thing is why on earth he would say these things to the murder sheet or send her all the chirps from Frank and all the other people that chirped him. I mean, in essence, he is doing the exact same thing on the inside that he was doing on the outside. But I doubt if anybody gets killed this time.
Yeah.
Kelly, did he ever get sexually explicit with you, like he did with?
Thank you.
No, he told me things about him and his girlfriend. Like, she was so kinky, more kinky than I am. Sometimes it scared me.
Do you want to tell us what he said?
Well, because that was a quick question of mine. To clear that up.
I mean, it's like these things will. I can be 85 years old and I'll be like, I remember when I messaged Kegan Kline. It was so scary. I mean, it was the yeah.
I'll remember when you were. I'll remember you telling me what he said.
Me too.
I mean, about the things that he and his girl.
Yeah, it's hard to get it out of your mind.
There's a few of those videos that are hard to get out of my mind. Absolutely.
Let's say they involve bodily fluids that
but then I think about him saying to me too, over and over, yeah, when they arrested me from my girlfriend's house, and we won't say her name, but we know who it is.
Okay.
And it's not Wife Lilith. If you're listening, you weren't married to him. It's just a ruse, so just shut up. The girl he was living with, she had his cat. And he said, my cat's name was Ghost. And she took my cat over to her mother's. He was an inside cat. He's dead. And he must have said he's dead, like, I don't know, at least 12 times, like, to the point where I'm like, man, is this cat even real or what? He said, she let my cat go out of her mother's house, and it's dead. Yeah. And I'm like, okay,
you talking about Allie Conklin? Are you talking about Allie Conklin?
Weird. Okay, I get it.
Right. He seemed to have so much empathy for his cat and dog, but never for human beings.
But then I thought about it, and I'm like, he's probably hoping that it's dead because there was probably cat hair. Because, cat hair gets on everything. So who knows?
True. That's true. The other thing that I've always wondered, I remember you talking to me about that he liked to read. And I was wondering if he ever mentioned any particular book that he was obsessed with, or a writer that he really liked?
Yeah, I know you're going to love this because you already know
send him a
the
book.
answer. It's pretty wild. He
In the
said,
letter.
have you ever heard of Debbie Maybach? I think it's Debbie Maybach. And I said, no, I haven't. He said, I just love these. Oh, you're going to love this. I'll tell you what I said to him. He's reading Amish books and Harlequin romances. And if you know what Harlequin romances are, that's like what I call like afternoon novels of the bonbon eating housewife, you know, like
Right.
my grandmother and her friends used to read those. But when he was telling me about the books that he liked to read, I said, well, Kegan, your mind has been poisoned for years. Doesn't it feel good not to look at that bad stuff? Do you feel like your mind's finally, drying out? Because your mind was poisoned. He goes, oh, I like this. I like this. And then, you know how much he likes Steve-O.
Right. So is that the book you sent him?
I sent him the Steve-O book. And he was happy to have that. And they have to go through the whole book before the inmate can get it. And they can no longer get magazines either.
I was surprised by that when you said the thing about Staples. How they can't get magazines with Staples. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Adam, what was that? Sorry? I was.
Yeah, so that's,
They can't receive magazines if they have Staples in them?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, no way. Yeah. Yeah, no, they can't.
I'm going to confess that I read Harlequin romances back when I was younger, and it always had to be a good-looking guy on the front cover, or else I just couldn't picture myself. So back then, I would dream because I was in a very abusive relationship, and I was always dreaming that somebody could ever treat me the way that somebody does in a book. And then I met him, and he's called my husband. This is Steve Austin, but I mean I used to read those books. That was the only books I really read, actually, because I used to dream about meeting that perfect guy with the
right. Everybody wants, when you read, that's the great thing about it, is the escape. So it doesn't surprise me, though, because he wants to escape from who he really is all the time, and that's why he's made up this persona of who he is. But I've just always been curious if he was the one that sent that book or told Libby to read the book, Promise Not to Tell. I don't know how we would ever figure that out, but that's why I asked you about the books, if he was a reader. I think it's Debbie McCumber that.
Yeah, that's what it was.
I think that's the author.
Yeah.
Comer.
Deb, just to answer you on that.
Yeah, that's what, and then he would always talk about the ways that he would doctor up his ramen. He's like, you know what? I get these packets of soy sauce and I put it in my ramen, or I do this to my ramen, and it was like kind of a running joke. Like, today I'm going to put this in my ramen, and then one day I go, what are you going to put in your ramen today? And he goes, I hate ramen. I'm not eating ramen.
Right.
That shit. And I'm like, see, I mean, what?
And we know it's been. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I would say, we know that it's been speculated that Tony Kline has bipolar disorder, and so much of what you're saying. I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to diagnose Kegan, but so much of what you have said about Kegan to me comes across as very more of a dissociative disorder, where he's so able to almost look at himself as two different people, like where he believes.
Well, yeah, you would have to do that when you have absolutely no social life.
Nice to
and
see
anybody that knows him, including his half brother and sister, or the few people that he was ever around, he lived like what my grandma used to call a shut in his room. Mm-hmm. Remember what Dirk said? Like, he never come out of there.
Right.
So your whole brain and your poison mind is, what are you looking at? And can you imagine becoming so desensitized to seeing like animals harmed or children harmed that you could see that and then just make a sandwich as if nothing happened?
Right.
And that's why, can you imagine like nearly decapitating a child, and well, what's the big deal? Hell, let's go get some tacos. Like, he's just relaxed about the most serious things.
Right. The only person that probably had the padlock code was Wife Lilith. I'm sorry, Bees 9.
Yeah, exactly.
Good to see you, Bees.
Good to see you, Bees.
Yeah, Bees.
Oh, is that Holly Beasley coming on there tonight, Bees 9?
Oh no, I just was responding to someone Bees 9 in the chat.
I mean, someone would be smarter
That's
than
Holly.
that.
That's Holly Beasley, y'all.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Oh,
hey.
huh. Holly Cottrell, Holly Lowry, is that you?
Bees 9 is her.
Or as I like to say, ex-wife Lilith, which I would say for someone that can't pay their bills, you would think that for being divorced that many times, you would have picked better ex-husbands. But that's just me being a bitch.
Or probably picked a
Can you
better
imagine
man.
somebody that takes blood from little infants and children and works with mental? How could somebody have that many health degrees and still think it's perfectly fine to interact with and taunt people and say, you know, this pedophile's my boyfriend and I'm going to control his chirps? What kind of deviant mind does that? I guess hers does.
Birds of a feather.
Start searching. Oh, carry on. So just to confirm, because I know that you answered this, but I just want us to confirm the other. So according to Holly, she had all this proof that you were sex texting with Kegan. And so your answer to that is, Kelly, your answer to that
No. All the people that she is talking about happened after me. Right. You know, we can't really talk about those names. We know it's not you, Sonny, and we know it's not me, but it's people that.
And it's not me or Adam.
I never had any kind of sexual relationship of any kind at all, in any way, shape, and form. No.
Okay,
because at the end of the day, soy sauce on that ramen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because at the end of the day, the truth always comes out, and I just believe in transparency. Because let me put it this way: everyone can do their own thing, and when Frank had given me the number for saying that was Kegan's number, because I think me and Adam were both wanting it really, and then it was kind of like I was sitting there the one day, a couple days later, I think, and I was like, I'm not even sure that it's actually his, but I'm gonna I have my let me just share that because I'll show you exactly what I put, and I read it in the other live the other day here, but let me just go into it. Let me 1 second here. Oh goodness. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, so I purposely, can you guys see that? 1 second.
A little bit.
Did I share it? Okay, yeah, it's good enough. Okay, so I purposely sent this picture with it because I wanted it to come off as a warm picture. Warm, like
they don't get pictures. It's words.
Okay, so I didn't know this. I'm oblivious to how any of this stuff. So this is my entire text was these two, or I think this is all one conversation. Hello, Kegan. My name is Sunny Justice. Might I text you here and ask you a few questions? This is me, so you can just put a face to this Canadian messaging you. As you might know, and as I like to be perfectly honest, unlike some people, I am messaging to do with Delphi. I know you might not be able to answer certain things, and of course, I'm cool with that. And by the way, Kegan, I know you're not the bridge guy, but I do know who is. And I purposely was saying this. So if it was his number, I was purposely saying, dude, to me, I was saying like your gig is up. Okay, I know you're not the bridge guy. I know I'll just use the initials. I put a lot of time and work into this, and that's how I know it's not you, but BG is KD. And then my next one was simply. So I think that was like in one message was this part here. Yeah, I will also give you a few other initials, JP, which is the Paladinos. Anyways, which we all know the Palladinos and the Cottrells, and Jason Palladino was seeing Sheena Cottrell, and there's where the whole Cottrell name is, with Garrett Kurtz talking about it, blah, 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 blah. They lived, Sheena lived, a block away from the Kegan Kline.
And that's what's so crazy is that you can see crystal clearly. You didn't sext him anything about showing your boobs or anything, but yet Holly's like, "Oh, Sonny did.
Sonny
She was
did, yeah."
him. And it's crystal clear you didn't do that.
I don't even know what this one is. Up for chatting. Oh, I sent him an image of. Go ahead. Can let me just finish this, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I think this wasn't. I can't remember what this image was. It was a screenshot of. I don't know. It was like, I don't know if it was from Intellius or something like that. Because I was basically saying, "You up to talking yet?" I said on August 1st, August 5th, up for chatting today. And then I purposely said on August 28th, "Are you up?" Like what they say was at the crime scene. And then Deb was talking to me about the scamming, how he was scamming people. So I said, "How's the scamming coming along? Taking money for interviews is a reason you're behind bars. How many dumbasses fell for your scam?" If they were smart, they would add those charges as well. So, hey, so anyways, whoops. Let
me make it clear. I was not saying I sent him anything. I was telling you about some other people that got scammed. Right?
Wow.
Yeah.
And Yukio, that's from me, not Sonny. The Yukio, I can't open my email right now. Just to answer your question, because I've got Kelly on the phone. So.
Okay. So we all know that Wife Lilith is full of shit. She's obviously communicating with Kegan because she wouldn't have known my name. That was my entire history of that.
And to be fair, no one has a problem with her being, if Wife Lilith, if you want to be Kegan's girlfriend, go for it. Hey. No one's stopping you. No one's judging you. But I mean,
well, no, I'm judging. Absolutely.
It just feels like you're,
I think the big issue is that she's tampering with the case and trying to make it seem like he has no involvement of any kind, and that he is just some sort of a sunshine and lollipops and rainbows individual that's never done anything wrong, and yet he's sitting in jail for heinous pictures of children being harmed. But yet, hey, that's cool.
I
have a question for you, Kelly.
Kelly, her last name is Cottrell. That's all you really need to know. Right. Is that Cottrell. Cottrell lives right. Sheena Cottrell lives right beside Kegan. If she knows him, which she probably could have prior to this, to be honest with you.
Well, she actually said, in the chat today that she
they know each other and she knows what happened.
So why do you think she's being a distraction?
She's been for a long time.
Because Sheena Cottrell said to Nick Edwards about CJ Palladino. Like, do you know what I mean? I mean, all I had to do was see that name. As soon as I pulled her up on Intellius, I was like, there you are. Bingo. So that's why.
Sonny, you're so good. You're right. You are right.
She's a distraction.
And that leads to my question, actually, Kelly, because, you had speculated that, she knew him before the murders as well. So why would you think that he would ask you who Holly Lowry is if he didn't already know her? I just have to ask.
Okay, then my answer to that is, remember when they said that his Dropbox opened up the biggest, right? Biggest means plural. Mm-hmm. Plural is many people. She could be one of the many people that contributed to the Dropbox, because who does she work with? Not just older people, but children. What kind of weirdo could take pictures of kids in compromising positions and get those to Kegan, because he's got to get his content from somewhere? And it's not just a bunch of local teenage girls doing some TNA shows. That's what a lot of people don't realize. This is not just some teenage girls. This is animals being sexually abused, kids being, they tell us what it is. Right. They say, Kegan, we've seen the videos, we've seen the pictures, we know what was on these phones. So where did the content come from? That's where she fits in. What if she's one of the Dropbox weirdos?
She's an absolute distraction.
One of the last names that is associated with her is Hamilton. And for anyone that doesn't remember, Robin Kline, who's Kegan Kline's mother, when she got remarried, the last name of Kegan's stepfather is Kelli. Would you like to tell us?
Yeah, it's Hamilton, Robin Hamilton. She married his mother married a Hamilton. Yeah.
Alvin Hamilton. Yeah, that's correct. And the last name Blackburn is actually in the mix of everything I look for as well. Yeah, I think I've seen Blackburn as well.
He said to me, you know, people have their own ways, you know, but he said, you know, one of my favorite jobs was working at my stepdad's pig farm.
Yeah.
He slaughtered hogs.
And I will be showing.
I mean, who's going to, it just unnerved me because considering what we've heard through the grapevine happened to Libby, you know, actually, it scares me because this is somebody that knows how to make, he said he knows how to make the right cuts. I mean, I just shivered. I'm like, oh, God, do I need to know that?
Kelli.
My favorite meat is pork. You know, I'm like, man, you like to torture animals. I can just tell. I mean, that eye contact it won't leave me.
Later in the live, can I, one sec. Kelli, later in the live, I'll be showing that there was a pig at the crime scene. I actually found the picture, like when I always thought that this one image was two pigs side by side, but it just dawned on me. And then when I was playing with it the other night, I actually can make out the snout of the pig. And I was like, bingo, I knew it. I knew that those were pigs. And then the snout came out. And I was like, sweet. I know you guys have to understand, though, I take a very blurred video. And I'm sorry, but I make magic work with what I can do as best as I can. And it took me a long time to get that freaking image, you know. So anyways, so trust me, we have Kegan Dunker, who's holding a pig, Kelli, on February 13th of 2018. We have Kegan Kline, who said that he enjoyed working at the hog farm with his stepdad, Elvin. And then heaven forbid that there should be a pig that's, of course, at the crime scene as well. I'll show that later.
The other thing that I was going to say.
Again, his own grandmother had said, well, he tried to live with his mom for a while, but basically that didn't work out. It's always just him and his dad. And then how he ever ended up with that girl in that apartment at the end, heck, she was probably one of his victims. You know, who in their right mind goes, yeah, you know, Kegan, come on, move in with me. You know, she had to have known what he was doing. I wonder if he locked himself in the bedroom when she and he lived together. It's, you know, the people that really were around him on a day-to-day basis were so minuscule. You know, it's just weird.
Right. Deb, what did you have to say?
Yeah.
One of the things I was going to just add to the whole working at the slaughterhouse, etc., was that there was a comment left on Libby's social media at one point calling her a slaughter hog. And that's just another potential connection.
That were moved 3.5 years ago. Julie Melvin and I were going through there, and I go, you know, I just feel like the killer was watching her on social media. That's the thing. This entire time, I never left catfishing and social media because if you know your victim, you're going to find your killer. Who was Libby? A girl that was a young girl, always on her phone, lived out in the country. This isn't the 80s. You're not going to the skating rink or the arcade or the mall. Your whole social life is either through school or your phone. And so, yeah, everything was her phone. It was. Her phone is the blueprint.
Right. No, do you want to go into it all, like the connection you think that you believe plays into part with the hashtag Marlboro Menthol?
Yeah, anybody can do that. If you just go into the hashtag Marlboro Menthol, it brings you up.
Which comes from where?
Instagram page. Yeah, the Instagram page comes up. And, it's just it's hard to even describe what comes up. Right. It's one of those freaky deaky fake catfish profiles, and it's interesting how they all use the underscores. Right. And they all have the same theme, and some of them have the same pictures. I just
And where did
as I said
where
at the
did that come
beginning.
from originally?
Oh, go ahead.
Where did the hashtag Marlboro Menthol come from originally?
Well, that is something that she used in her videos on YouTube. And then when he messaged the murder sheet, talking about suck my dick and all those terrible things, at the very end, when Kevin and Anya are reading, the last thing Kegan says is hashtag Marlboro Menthol. I'm like, wait. That's what she says. And so him and her were both using that. That's, that's the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you can. We actually played that a couple nights before. But I mean, who cares? I mean, we're not here for. We don't care if we get something first or whatever. But
Right.
But
yeah.
which one? Oh, about the.
You should bring that. You should bring that up and show the people what that looks like.
What looks like? Sorry.
Well, I can't. Right, I can't because we're on the phone. But
Which
that
one, Kel?
hashtag Marlboro Menthol. Anyone, if you just search hashtag Marlboro Menthol on Instagram, it'll pull up. Well, and then you found several of the Anthony Shots things that have French profiles, correct?
Yes, and that ties in with that dang yellow app that was used in the crime.
All speculative,
Yes.
but yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. All speculative, like they were talking about it, but again,
Odd coincidences.
we don't know how it was used or, yeah. So go on, and Kelly.
Oh, I was just going to say again that during my interactions with him is when the Texas shooting happened. And that Texas shooter, if we're not familiar, I mean, I think we all know by now, the Texas shooter was using an app called Yubo. And Yubo used to be called Yellow. And Yellow was banned in Ireland and Italy. And it was banned because people were live streaming killings using the Yellow app, you see. So anybody could go, well, yeah, Anthony Shots was using the Yellow app. Whoop-de-doo. The point is, how do you use that Yellow app? What's it for? It's to live stream. And let's recall Doug Carter saying, I sit in my desk every day and I get calls from Australia, Italy, Germany, and France about this case. Yep. Why would people in Europe or Australia know about the crime? You see? And then when you think about, the Yellow app originates in France, it just puts a crazy spin on it. Because to me, sure, somebody killed Libby and Abby. The way they act about having to hire between 60 and 100 people at this new building they have in Delphi, why would they need that? That's the part of the story that's just so... it lets your mind wonder, how was the Yellow app used? Why do you need a separate building for this? Like, how big is this going to be? Or when he says, when this comes out, we've got to prepare the family and the community. I mean, for what?
Right, absolutely.
Right.
I still can never find that. What, Adam?
Kelly, can you see the screen? Are you looking at the screen right now?
Yeah.
Can you? So Grace says, does Kelly think KK?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. This is what I think. When we see that bridge guy image, it has been messed with for 5.5 years. So that sometimes when you look at the photo of the bridge guy, for me, I'm like, I don't think that's Kegan because of the legs. But then I think that's Kegan's voice. I feel that the bridge guy images have been manipulated so much that unless you see some images from right out of the gate, it's just, yes, I do. My answer is yes, I do. And I feel like I don't know who had the actual edged weapon in their hand doing the killing, but he masterminded this. He's the puppet master. He knows what he did to them.
I'll add really quickly, and I'm sorry if I'm hogging conversation, but I will add really quickly. I never thought it was Kegan Kline's voice that I heard in the recording, but after hearing your recordings with him, I'm much more here. His voice is so much deeper in like when he's talking to you in those recordings than I ever
also,
thought
I
it
want to say
was.
this too. When people want to say the bridge guy's old, when you are fat, overweight, matronly, or out of shape, or I don't know what word you want to choose for a man, but when you're young and you are overweight, you become like husky. So it does age you, and therefore also when you are husky, you've got a huskier voice, makes you sound older, And then people want to go, well, he couldn't have physically went up that hill and did. When you are on a hell-bent mission to kill somebody, you can do anything.
But no, his voice does sound much deeper in the recordings that you've played for me.
And he does have that same resonance in his voice. That kind of, it's like a rumbly, deep, gravelly resonance that he has in his voice. Yeah. And he is a smoker.
I remember one time, usually if somebody starts crying, you're like, well, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? What's wrong? I just started crying because I knew what I was doing was wrong, in the sense that I think I was talking to the bridge guy. I did. And I started crying, and he didn't ask me what was wrong. He just couldn't look at me. And then when the video call ended, he texted me and said, I'm going to toss and turn in my bunk all night long because she made me feel so bad inside. Because I'm just trying to say, he knows that I know. I don't know what I know, but I know he was the mastermind or puppet master behind this. It's all Libby's phone. Yeah, that's how I feel.
So do you believe that TK is involved in some capacity?
I think that, again, I don't know who had the actual weapon in their hand doing whatever was done, but one knows about the other. One knows about the other without shadow of a doubt. One knows about the other.
I think so as well. Or at least that's my gut feeling at the moment. It's been...
And I always said this too. What kind of a duo or group could keep this a secret this long?
Yeah.
People that are scared to lose their lives or their families, I think. That's who I think.
Right. People who were definitely involved.
Yeah.
And
I think
other than the David Erskine screenshots, think about all the people that were at the crime scene. The forensics team, the coroner, the people that actually put them in body bags. I mean, I think about that part of the story. There they are, and then we've got to analyze the crime scene. At least 40 or 50 people saw them laying there at their final place there, but yet nobody's leaked nothing. And really everything we know comes from the David Erskine screenshots. And then, there's Libby in her coffin with her, scarf around her neck that her mother Carrie picked out. So, there's some valid points there, that it's somebody was really, really out to get Libby because, Abby was clothed, placed up against that double tree. And, that's why I keep saying, and also what Lilith was doing too, she would always say justice for Abby. It was Libby's fault. She got herself killed. I'm like, man, you are nuts.
That's disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, Danger, you're not the only one that possibly. But Deb, did you have anything to ask or say really quick? Or as long.
I'm sorry, what?
I said really quick, and then I was like, or as long as you want.
I'm just trying to think what we haven't talked about. Kelly and I've talked about so many things, and she's covered a lot of it. Right now,
well,
I'm not thinking of anything other than if somebody in the chat has questions, please post them up there.
It's the kind of stuff when you do go to bed at night and you shut the light off and you're laying there, there is something about this case that no matter what your hobbies are, cooking or tennis or riding your bike, whatever, it's like there is something so, I can't put my finger on what it is, but you just can't get away from it. I just don't. There's just, when you think about Doug Carter saying all that about we've got to prepare the family and the community for what's going to happen, and it's like, how bad can this be? I mean, 2 children were killed. Yes, that's bad enough, but they make it seem like it's much, much more.
Right. Kimmy Cook is asking if Kegan ever talked about his friends.
About what?
About his friends.
That he didn't have any? Or very few?
No.
Or even, or
no,
I,
he just was talking about him and his dad, and yeah.
All right, so he never really talked about Dirk. He never talked about Kyle Titus. He never talked about Travis Trexler. He never talked about.
No.
Okay.
I know, because I was thinking, let's see here. Yeah, and again, if there's questions in the people watching, please feel free to ask a question. Thank you, Nolan, for the $5.
Thank you, Nolan.
Can you be more specific in a PC way? Was Kay born with certain challenges?
I mean, obviously, we don't know what he's been diagnosed with, but, he is epileptic. He did fail 1st and 4th grade. He hasn't been in school since 2010. It's just, yeah. No, he didn't talk about blocking Libby. He never even said her name.
Of course not. He wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those things.
The big thing for me was when he said over and over, I would say, well, not over and over, like 5 different times, they've got my GPS. They know where I was. And I would say, again, your phone can be one place, but you're physically away from it.
Correct.
Right.
Especially when you have multiple devices.
Yeah. Did the Amish thing ever stick out to you? Because, that was something like when you told me originally, I was kind of like, well, where'd that come from? Like, what? I know there are Amish people in the area.
They don't want anything in jail that is the least bit violent, or, you know what? I didn't even know this. They cannot have any stimulant like pop. They can't drink anything with caffeine, but yet they can fill up on sugar all day. But they can't have anything that might be violent, or they could have even torn pages out of Steve O's book that involved drug use. Right. But they want a gentle environment that does not rile them up. So
right.
I can answer that question, Adam, for you. The reason he was mentioning Amish is because that particular writer, Debbie Macomber, that's what she writes about.
Okay.
And so that's what he's reading because that's what he has access to in there.
It's to me, it's one of those it's one of those weird things that doesn't fit with the rest of his fantasies, because they're so like vulgar and that all of a sudden then the Amish thing comes in and I'm like, is it the end? I don't know.
Yeah. It's just that particular writer writes about that, and
right.
Oh, I was gonna answer that lady. When she had her page up, Lilith, there is nothing about Libby. It's all Abby. Justice for Abby. Justice for Abby. Only Abby. Because that's the thing. Kegan was after Libby. And she knows that.
Mm-hmm.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Thank you, subscriber.
Yeah, we all know that.
Yeah.
Ben said, do you think that KT was using his phone?
Which one?
His phone when he.
This one. Sorry.
Yeah. Do you think KT was using his phone as well, or was it just Kegan in different states of
I think it was
sobriety?
Kegan all along, because he says, well, I used to use, because they go Kegan. It sounds like two different people writing 2 different ways. Well, sure, when you're Emily Ann and you're Anthony Schatz, those are 2 different people, so you have to write differently. I don't think the father was using both phones. He said, I would message 30 or 40 of them at a time. Catfishing, plural. I would use both phones at the same time. So there, that kind of answers that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
When you and I differ a little bit on that, because I do feel like there was a difference in with the kick messages and the Snapchat, but I mean that's just speculation.
I personally think that like out from my personal thoughts here on this, I would say that Ellie and stuff like that, they're wise enough to know if it's probably the same person or if they're truly deeming it as two different people, because this is their forte. This is what they do. So for us, it's just guesswork, really, and hopefully the truth like comes out one day. But because you could be right, Kelly. It's probable. It could be Kegan and his dad. That's probable. But I just think that they Ellie are, that you know what I mean. That they're going to be asking him those questions because they already they already know the
remember
answer.
the transcript. It stuck out to me how I think it's 3 different times. And it's always strange how they repeat his name twice all the time. Kegan, Kegan. It's either all you or you and your dad. It's all you or you and your dad. And I'm like, wow, they say that, trying to,
Yeah.
One of the things that they did mention was
you or you or your dad. Yeah.
Kelly, one of the things they did mention in that transcript was that the two different writings, there were different styles. Like one would use proper punctuation and one would use no punctuation. So that kind of makes it feel like it might be two people.
Right.
Unless he does
really
have
good.
a split
And
personality.
you think you're Anthony Shots. I'm just, throwing that out. Like, okay,
Absolutely.
on this phone, I'm going to be this
Yeah.
one. And on this phone, I'm going to be this one. And hey, by the way, that B's 9, that's Holly Beasley, isn't it? In the chat?
If it's not, I apologize. If it's not, I apologize for implying that.
Let me put it this way. We have, because of the name Beasley, B's 9. Okay, you know what, B's 9?
Just tell us.
Yeah, just tell us. Just be open and honest, because it doesn't matter. We're not going to boot you, even if you are Wife Lilith.
Kelly, I've told you that my reasoning for thinking that it was two different people is because Kick, to me, in 2017 and now, is not something a young person would have used. It's something a 40-year-old would have known about. But Snapchat is something that a younger person would have used. And to me, like sending 30 or 40 messages on Snapchat is easy. On Kick, it was like you never hear about a young person talking about Kick because it seems like almost like an AOL Instant Messenger or MySpace or one of these.
And you're right, because the Snapchat is used in conjunction with the Yellow app. That's how it's utilized.
And the conversations, like in the transcripts, are very separate when they talk about Snapchat and when they talk about Kick. And they're like, this was on Kick, this was on Snap,
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I always just got the impression that it would have been a different person using a Kick app to talk to people than Snapchat. But again,
possibly
speculation.
Possibly, but also if he used every app coming and going, then he might have used that one as well, right? The Yellow app, the Kick app, the TikTok, whatever he can use.
I'm biased also because since I spent so much time looking at Tony's Facebook.
I'm thinking of this before I forget it. I have to wonder, since he can't chirp her anymore or chirp anybody, I wonder how many pages of letters that she has written to him. I mean, it boggles my mind, because I don't know how she thinks that she is his spokesman or why she would want to be.
She's a distraction. Right. She's a distraction.
And she gets attention the same way someone would want to go on and be Anthony Greeno's face and voice while he's incarcerated.
We know that there's people that are probably watching this channel, other channels, that know about the Delphi murders or have knowledge about it, or have somebody that knows it has talked. We expect that to happen. We also expect kind of like people to, like I said, when Julie was absolutely correct when she said that on Sleuth's Live today, let me put it this way, the saner people out there, the ones that have brains and stuff like that and grasping, those are the ones, the YouTube creators like myself, that will get attacked. I work hard, I dig hard, and I don't do things lightly. And of course, it's funny though. Those are the ones that usually get more brushed off, ignored, than the people
Well,
that.
I think a lot of those other channels too don't talk about like the things we do, like about Libby as a person, like
Right.
a 14-year-old girl, like her as a person.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
She's not the murder sheet source. I don't believe.
TC just said, anyway,
Which
yeah,
one?
TC said that Libby used kick a lot. I will say, I always noticed very clearly there was never a mention of Libby in any of the transcripts in regards to kick, nor has Kelsey or Becky ever said anything about anything with. I mean, I'm not saying
But
she
you
didn't
know
have
what's
kick.
scary though is in the redacted, all of those kick, like what you're talking about, the kick,
Oh, they're disgusting.
the kick messages that are redacted. It makes you wonder, like, what is that? You know,
I've read
your
them all.
mind wander when you see all the black.
I've read them all. I mean, all three of us have. We've read all of them. So I mean, we know what they say, and they're disgusting. But there's never been any mention of Libby and kick in regards to Anthony shots. It's always Snapchat and Instagram, and
Wow.
potentially Meet Me. But thank you, Kelli.
Thank you so much,
So
Callie.
then, you know what it probably is her circle of friends that knew him before they introduced her to him.
Hey,
Okay,
Kelly, you got some gloss?
Yeah, Kelli, I know you
Callie
can't.
says-
No one can see you, but do you want to gloss with us?
Callie says, someone in chat said earlier that maybe Kokomo Crew used Holly to get the chirp taken away so he can't talk. That very well could be.
Right.
That's what she said. That was her comment.
And she very may just think he's innocent.
You
and she
can't
might be
talk
the
like that and think that you can just continue on. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Now, don't forget. I was going to say quickly that Blaine said in our live the other night that he used to text and stuff like that all the time, and you know, like it's a normal thing. So they obviously wanted to take away his device for whatever reason.
Because that's the thing. I really have to say that, you know, it's hard to say what he was saying to people because if you can just, you know, imagine him telling somebody, yeah, you know, I sat in the car while Dad did it. Yeah. You know, who's going to say that? You know, that's weird.
Bees, we apologize.
Yeah, because, okay.
Bees, I am not Wife Lilith. That's my cat's nickname. You guys are bad detectives. I'm offended.
You know what? I personally didn't feel like it was you, but it did make sense because of the Beasley name when someone brought it up to me. But it's just because I feel like I saw you before. But
well, you guys, I really had a good time on the show. I mean, if you have anything else you want to ask me, let me know.
Yeah.
Thanks,
hold
Kelly.
on.
We appreciate it.
Do you still have some time, Kelly? Or do you need to get going? Oh, yeah. Okay. So I want to go back to the whole Wife Lilith thing. So basically, according to you, Kegan had said, so this person has tried to contact him named Wife Lilith or whatever, or Holly Lowry, and under the name Holly Lowry. And so Kegan supposedly, asked you, or not supposedly, but asked you to look this person up. Is what you said?
Yeah, he said, I'm having this visit tomorrow at 12:30 with this person. I hope it's not another podcaster. I'm sick of it. Her name's Holly Lowry. So when I looked that up on Facebook to begin with, there was probably, endless, dozens and dozens of Holly Lowry profiles. And I got a bad feeling like, wait, who has this many profiles? What is this? And then I told him, I said, well, you know, I looked that up on Facebook and there's all kinds of those fake profiles. he said, well, I don't know about this. I go, well, just do the video visit and then let me know how it goes. It was so hard for me because I was just, Kelly Sunshine, just let me know how it goes, friend. And it just, So, of course, the next day, not the next day, but within the next half an hour, I'm watching the clock. I know it's going to be a 25-minute visit. I know I'm going to hear what happens after. And he said, she told me that you put my letter on TikTok. My letter's on TikTok? How could you do that to me? Why would you do that to me? She read it to me. It's on TikTok. And I knew it was on YouTube, but not TikTok. Mm. And, that was it just disintegrated. There was nothing left to say. Yep, it is out there. He knows it. That's it, Kelly. I'm not talking to you anymore. He blocked me. The facility blocked me. So that was the end.
Okay. And then ever since she's been, now I think it was according to Julie that Vito has like a 10-page or 14-page letter.
14-page letter, because when I went to my bail box and got that, I guess the word visceral reaction, I just can't describe, like, the same way you might feel if you got a letter from Charles Manson or John Wayne Gacy. Yeah. I went ahead and I glanced over it, but I remember my hands were shaking, and got myself some ice water, and that's when I read about, I just love socks. And I'm like, man, I gotta, And so she was able to get a hold of Doug Carter. Doug said, we're going to put you in contact with Detective Vito. And I went down the street, put the letter in a FedEx envelope, and sent it to the address that I was given to, and sent it on.
Anna says, want to bet Lilith has something to do with Emily Ann.
Well, sadly, we know who Emily Ann is. And Emily Ann is, I think she's still 9 years old, which is, I would never post them, but I know exactly who Emily Ann is. I have all of her pictures.
And when he's playing with her in the pool with the smile at his mom's, they're in the pool. Oh God, it's just weird knowing what we know now.
She is literally a baby. And that was one of the things that always led me to the kick thing with Tony Kline, because he on Facebook, for every time he talked about her, my little princess, my gorgeous girl. And I'm like, and it was creepy. Things that you wouldn't as an adult man say. Even me with my niece, I wouldn't say those.
Yeah. And don't you remember the stepdaughter said that every Saturday they were real into wrestling? And she said he'd lay down on the floor on his stomach and I'd have to massage him all through that whole hour of wrestling.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, that is weird. She's like, yeah.
Now,
Emily, to my knowledge, is just now, if she might be 10 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what do you think of that whole ski mask incident? Do you believe it? Like, do you know much about the ski mask incident?
Yeah, and I just think that, again, to censor out names, because Adam and I have already talked about this. Libby's circle of friends were a lot of his content. And so the people with the Masked Man episode, they grew up together in that little town of Young America. I mean, what a name, Young America.
I know.
Associated with Kegan Kline. How ironic. But, a little village of like 108 people. I mean, that's just like 12 houses or something. But he knew that family for years. And so everywhere they would move, he would have a whole new fresh batch of victims. Like when Allison moved over to Royal Center. New high school. Woo! She's going to have new friends on her Facebook and Instagram that I can choose from and try to get pictures out of. So he was stalking these girls. I mean, he was really stalking them. And let's face it, he wasn't getting pictures from people in Idaho or Arkansas. They were all local, because when they asked him, did you want to meet up with these girls? No. 100% no. Well, then why are you catfishing within a 25-mile radius of your home?
Mm-hmm.
Precisely.
No, I haven't, Sharfin. Sharfin, not yet. I will be soon. So, okay. According to Becky, the sleepover was at Allison's house. Because that was said. Becky had said that on Web Sleuth's channel a couple years ago.
Yeah.
The Black Mask incident was said to have happened in Young America. I'm always confused about that mask incident, to be honest with you. I know that 2 Black Mask incident happened right near the Kline house back in 2010. We know that Kegan Kline's father, TK, from testimony from the murder sheets there, that when somebody had some interviews.
I can say, because I'm picking up what you're throwing down there, because in the transcripts, it says, Kegan, we know about you from the Masked Man episode. That's how this all started, remember? They flat out say, that's how we know who you are, is that Masked Man episode. The Anthony Shots profile was you, and that's how. So that's the dichotomy, is if the Anthony Shots profile is you, Kegan, who was that Masked Man then, bud? So see, Sonny, you're right. They already say, we already know about you from the Masked Man episode. They do. So then who was that? Don't know.
Right. Because that was the whole thing, was that because of that, that's how they knew to go to Kegan.
That incident set in motion a series of events that would eventually lead to, hey, we're going to put all that on the back burner and focus on Ron Logan for 3 frickin' years. And then when they come back out and go, well, we were onto something at the beginning, and what was that something? The Masked Man episode and the catfishing profile Anthony Shots. And for me, I'm just going to go out there and say, I will never waver on this. When they had that second press conference and ta-da, here's the new second sketch, I'm saying I believe that's the Anthony Shots profile, because that's the new direction. Right. You never thought we'd change directions, Kegan, but we have. We know all about you and your profile. Now we just got to prove it, was my take. That's my opinion. Right.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that I'm sorry, Sonny. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, without proof, without certain things, we don't want to go too much into into speculating about the ski mask incident, because the child was a victim, or the child was a minor at the time. But I think I think there's more to come on it. But one hint that I think a lot of people don't understand with that is that the person that happened to was not necessarily the child of the people she was living with at the time. And one of the reasons that the house that it happened at is so confusing is the adults that she was living with at the time may have been living separately. And
because the family dynamic with all these people is bizarre. You're right.
So the house that it actually probably happened at is not the house anyone has been looking for or looking at.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's more to come on that later.
Yeah. Deb, can you nicely ask the viewers to hit those like buttons if you could?
Yeah, I just did. You mean in the chat or verbally?
Well, I'll verbally say it. I'm putting it out there. No. Anyways, if you guys could, if you're going to come into the live and get this information, and thank Kelly, of course, here for all the information. If you guys wouldn't mind hitting that like button for us as well. Because then it always will become about awareness. And that's really the bottom line of it. It's the more you hit the likes and it hits the algorithm, the more people see it. And the more people see it, okay, it will never be about any sort of revenue, about how much a video does. It will always be first and foremost about Abby and Libby and the
Hey,
missing and the murder, and about
completely off
the,
topic, but when I hear you talking, Sonny,
yeah.
I think about when my parents lived in Maine, and that's really near Canada, and I used to eat these little maple leaf candies, and your voice is comforting. It's that Canadian accent.
I see. It's funny because I say that to my husband. Like, he doesn't understand how much women drool over the Aussie and British accent more so, and but to them, right, to each of us, it's like I don't have no accent, but yet if I'm listening to you, you have an accent, but you're just used to it because that's how you grew up talking, right? So I don't even like. I don't know why, but I don't even like think of Canadians. Besides, I say a lot and stuff like that. And yeah, I have maple syrup. I'm not gonna lie, but I can't really now because diabetes, whatever. But yeah, it's so funny how from each of your areas, it's just like you don't think like, well, my voice is nothing different or special. But apparently, I have to laugh. So one time, I have to tell you this, Kelly. One time, Anthony Shots went on the attack on me, and then I remember it was one of the few lives that I kind of went in, and he was playing a video of mine as I was basically going, you want to show your proof, whatever, and I was reading the chat that was in there, and most of the comments were, oh, thank you,
Willow Rain.
Thank you so much. Yeah, let's floss again. One of the comments in there was, oh, she could read me a bedtime story, or I could listen to her voice all night. So instead of bashing me, I was actually listening to people go, actually, I really like her voice. I mean, I get it. Like, some people don't, and that's fine. I don't really care.
I think one of the best things about you, though, is that you're very diplomatic. And that fiasco that happened today to me and Julie, I don't think in my adult life I've ever been talked to like that. I thought we were having a discussion. That was a mess today. They treated me like I was some kind of a jive ass, and I'm like, no, I don't live like that. I'm not doing this.
Yes, I'm not gonna lie. I felt like that person that was on the panel, Bill. I felt like, okay, well, let me put it this way. As soon as I heard that you were going to go on, I thought that was just a disaster waiting to happen, in a sense. And then that's clearly what happened. I think for me, myself, and I don't want to speak for other people, but I'm going to say for myself is that I felt like, yes, he was attacking you. He was not, like, instead of listening to hear what you had to say, he was too busy saying, so why do you feel the need to share this information? Why aren't you, and it was an attack is what it came across like. And I'm glad that you left when you did, because honestly, I personally just, people have the right to do what they like. And that's why this channel is, and we're not here to judge you at all. We want you to say the truth and what you have to say. And I don't feel like you had a fair chance because that guy kept butting in and it became almost like an attack thing. So I am glad you left, because
I should have known better. I should have known better than to go on Sleuth Intuition, because
well, I think it would have been better had that other person
left with him. I've tried, and there's just something.
Do you guys?
I don't get it.
Do you have an animosity? Like, do you and Sleuth have an animosity together, or like, meaning, I don't know.
He thinks I was talking about him or something last fall with that British kid, the nice kid, that true crime bloke.
Okay.
In other words, I don't,
yeah.
You don't do that to me, is what I'm saying. It's just,
well, I was
almost unheard of. You don't do that to me.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, well, I didn't see the live today, so I feel like I missed a lot.
Well, I want to say a couple of things about that, if you don't mind, because first of all, I want to thank Derek Farmer as well, because of course, Wife Lilith was in there, and I was taking a strip out of her ass, and but as soon as someone said sex texting, Derek Farmer was like, whoa, 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 you don't talk about something like that. Derek Farmer was being very respectful, and he was just listening. I think that had that for that person, that Bill person, not been in there, it
Yeah,
would have.
it was just that Bill guy, that New Yorker, because you heard me say you're from back east, aren't you? You're from
Yeah.
New York. Oh, I know what I'm dealing with right now,
Yeah.
buddy. It was like Howard Stern times 1,000. Like it just wasn't. You don't talk
Well,
like
I'm
that.
so sorry.
no.
No,
Well, you're
you
not going to get nowhere fast if you do. And that's exactly what happened. You felt attacked, and you had every right to feel attacked. And it was, and people like Julie, you know, like it was great listening to her. And hopefully we can have you and Julie on the show
Yes.
and let you guys just talk. Oops, what happened?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. And let you guys just talk.
You know, you got to remember, Julie is, you know, a part of the family. I mean, she's a respectable individual, and he was just treating her like, well, who are you? I don't know who you are.
Ah, there he is.
It just was weird.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So no disrespect to Sleuth's channel, but that Bill guy, yes, he needed to, you know, zip it and let you talk. And again, it's not his judgment call what you need to do or this or that or why you did this. If people feel that way, fine, so be it. But you know what? You're not going to get anywhere fast with a guest on the show if you're too busy condemning them for stuff. I don't at all. And in fact, I think of it like what Open Secrets did. Now, let me ask you one question, actually, now that I'm saying that. Was there, okay, Open Secrets willingly said that as she kept talking more to Garrett, that she felt like she was becoming too close, too involved with him. Do you feel like that happened with you and Kegan at all, or no? That you were becoming too close?
I felt like, I know this is just going to, I mean, I have to just use my Kelly analogies. Like I was saying, if you're out in the woods and you look over and you see a bear and you have that nonverbal eye contact, that nonverbal eye contact told me everything. And, you know, I thought about my mom and my grandma, the way I was raised, and that whatever you want to call sixth sense or intuition. Yeah, I knew that what I was doing was wrong against because I know it just sounds nuts, but someday I might say, you guys, I really had the bridge guy in my house, and I showed him my kitchen and my cats, and, you know, because when I heard his voice, I just instantly thought, oh, well, there's the person that matches that voice. It just was a visceral reaction. It wasn't me analyzing. It was like, oh, that's that voice. That's him. And then I realized, oh, that's him.
Yeah.
You know, it just, and then you have to overcome that if you're gonna get anything, Kelly. Just act like you don't know nothing. That he's just, you know, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. And then I remember, you know, reading what he was searching for. Poor little kids on the phone and all that he had on those devices. And I'm talking to him. You know, it just wasn't right. And then in a lot of ways, when that Holly Lowry came into it, I'm like, good, then you can just go on with it. That's fine.
Because even though your intentions were for the good, it still felt dirty, I can imagine. I mean, I felt that way talking to certain people.
It felt wrong. It's something I'll never forget, because even as this goes on, you know, someday that they're going to call a press conference, and all of us will be watching, and they'll go to the podium and they'll say what happened. And, you know, that day's going to come.
Right.
And it will, yes. And it's something I always think about, yes.
Or they'll say we're one missing piece away from it. Deb, what were
Can you imagine when they get, you know, saw that, you know, he's talking about socks, and they're like, oh my God, you know, the sock.
I mean, that whole socks thing,
it was.
We all know that a sock was missing. That was in the unredacted papers from the search warrant for Ron Logan. And sorry, there was something about the panties as well. I, for some reason, I'm getting a blank on the panty part that there was the thing there. But regardless, thank you. Honestly, I'm going to thank you, Kelli. Again, I'm not here to judge you. In fact, I appreciate any information that personally for myself can help me look and dig deeper into the case. So regardless that I believe that the BG is still my POI, doesn't matter. The point is that whole sock thing said volumes because of you sharing that information. That gave a whole new insight about the fact that in the unredacted was about the missing sock. And then here he's telling you that he has a sock fetish. It does not take 2 and 2 to put the facts together that Kegan Kline will be involved with the at least accessory to murder of those girls. Whether or not he was there, he definitely was part of the luring to me. Again, this is still speculation because, of course, no one's been arrested. But again, it doesn't take rocket science to again.
Oh, right? That's it. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, we don't need glasses to see where this is going.
Right. Whether it's Marathon gas station, Travis Trexler being arrested. Let's talk about that for a minute. Travis Trexler being arrested. Deb, do you want to start us off with that one?
Right. And
Sure.
Kelli, okay on time?
Yeah.
I do need to go because I've got to take my bath and then I'll just watch the rest of y'all.
Okay.
All right.
Kelli, you know what? And again, Kelli, if you want to talk to Julie and have a night where you guys can just, because I think together you two both have a lot of information.
I think tonight's show was so great because we're talking about things that really most people don't talk about. I don't want to talk about the terrain and the 501 trail and the 505. We already know what's out there. Let's talk about, how was the yellow app used? Why would it have been used? And we covered great stuff tonight.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, sorry that happened the other day. Deb, would you like to have the final question for Kelli?
No, that's okay. I think we've covered pretty much everything.
Yeah.
Honestly, the questions that I have been asked, and but I appreciate you letting me do that.
Right, and I'm so grateful that you had given us some stuff, and I realized that other people had some of it too. I am grateful that you did give us our live, our channel, some information, and I'm actually very glad that it's coming to it's come to the forefront, and that that yes, you can talk about it. You know what I mean? Instead of it being kind of like that thing that honestly, Kelli, I'm very grateful for the information that you have provided. It's made me very aware of certain things that I didn't know. Just like I'm appreciating Blaine for his knowledge, and I appreciate Julia for the knowledge that she put out today on Sleuth's channel. That was a great show. Less that part there where when you came on and then it felt like you were being attacked.
I will say that I'm pretty certain that some of the things that we talked about tonight, long after the live stream, when you're alone, just sitting with yourself, parts of this will come back to you because it just doesn't. Some of this stuff it just doesn't leave you. Like in your quiet moments, you'll think of things. So Thank you for having me tonight, and justice for Libby and Abby. We're getting closer. I feel it's close.
Well, I don't think we're done. I don't think we're done hearing from you, Kelli. I know that for me, personally, I appreciated so much of what we've talked about in private, and I know Deb and Sonny can say the same. That when I said to you on Thursday or Friday, why don't you just come on Sunday and tell your story rather than being behind the and then so when you and Deb were talking today, and so I mean, that was just incredible that you and Deb
next time we do this, I'll try from my iPad, and then that'll be much easier.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, you guys.
Thank you so much.
It was good. It was good talking to you all, and we'll be here. We'll be here until the end.
Thank you, Kelli.
Kelly, appreciate you. Thank you for, I know that you really care about this case. I know that your heart of hearts is in this. And you know what? Like I said, I can't say like I said, I was trying to message Kegan myself. If he was willing to talk to me, I was willing to ask him some questions. I don't care. If I have the access, type of thing. Like I don't always do, like certain things, but hey, I was like, YOLO, what the heck? Hey, if this guy's willing to tell me anything, because I was trying to say, hey, look, I know this. So just go ahead. Talk
yeah, and just think how easy that was. You didn't need an ID or anything, but to video visit you do.
Yeah.
So think about how many people we don't even know were texting him, and who knows what he was saying.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think he thinks he's very smart in his smug little narcissistic way. But like them all, they made mistakes. And that those mistakes are gonna come. Might be taking a long time to come, but there's mistakes. And of course we all know that in a court of law, you have to have, that evidence that's gonna stick. So there's times that you hear cops, whatever, Ellie, talking about murders that they couldn't convict. They know who did it, but they couldn't convict because they didn't have that evidence that you need to prove it. And here, this murder means so much to so many, they don't want to screw it up. And I don't blame them,
And the fact that they always use the combination of words complex and complicated. It is.
Absolutely. Those words always stuck out, complex and complicated, and multiple people. And when Doug Carter, and even Kelly, I can never find that interview again. I watched it the one time when Doug Carter, and you said it well, near the start of this video or this live, when Doug Carter was saying, like, basically when the truth comes out, there's going to be basically many families that are going to, like, if we thought that there was pain when the girls were murdered, there's going to be a lot of pain as well when the truth comes out to the Delphi.
Right, and to me, I could go on forever, but that means, like, what were these kids doing on their phone that they just don't want to, hey. And another thing too, these kids were, 14, 15-year-old girls, and so much time has passed. They're 20, 21-year-old, maybe young mothers, married in college. Right. So a lot of time has passed. They've grown up. So it's just truly complex and complicated. It is.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll let you go have your bath. Again, appreciation. Thank you so much. Please thank Julie today on Sleuth. I learned quite a bit of things from Julie as well. I know lots of it was just her own thoughts, but there was also things in there that were facts. So like I said, I think between the two of you, there's a wealth of information, and we appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Kelly's out of here. Thank you guys so much for staying with us. We're not quite leaving yet. We're going to get into the whole piggy thing, and and thank you, Kelly.
Thanks, Kel.
Thank you for helping me, Adam. Good night, Debbie and Sunny. Good night, y'all.
Kelly, we'll talk soon. Good night.
I always forget.
Can I still say Deb?
Yeah.
Deb was the one that today was there when Kelly was, upset from what had happened earlier in the day. And
absolutely.
I just wanted to say, Deb, thank you so much because, you provided a safe space for Kelly. And that's, I think, what caused her to feel like she was in a safe environment to come on and share her story with us tonight.
Yeah.
Right. Well, you and I both have been talking to her for a long time about coming on live. And I think this was just the point where it felt right for her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I thank you for that because, you were there for her when she needed something today, and you made her feel safe.
Yeah.
I felt bad for her. Yeah.
It has been Deb and Adam that have truly been communicating with Kelly the most, and then, sharing with me, and of course, getting me to edit videos and stuff like that. So again, much appreciation to both Deb and Adam for, like I said, when you're genuine and caring, people understand that. And if there's one thing that I love about us is that we're not fake. We're just here because we genuinely care and we want to give people that voice. And so, yeah, we do make a great team. We each have our own thing that we can bring to it. I'm the person, I'll say that I'm the one that kind of digs for the pictures, the connections. Deb will pull together information that we want to talk about. And I'm not sure.
I don't really do
And a lot of people contact me for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Right.
Me and Adam
I
understand.
provide nothing really.
Yeah.
So
That's not true. Adam's the takeover person. He's the one that really brings it home.
I was like, is that a good thing?
Thank you.
No, it is. It's like you get, like, you bring it home, right?
I think I just follow
Go
your
on.
lead.
Yeah.
But together, we all work together in a great way. And we do. It's just about helping each other out. You know I have a lot of work to do behind the scenes and stuff like that. And that's where it's great if Deb can grab information in that day. As I maybe was at work creating videos, whatever, and stuff like that. But I'll say that past the live.
Okay, hang on. I just realized what that said. I didn't mean you take over. I meant, like, we kind of get a ball rolling and then you pull it all together and bring it home. I'm like, oh crap, that does.
Yeah.
I'm like,
no,
so
didn't mean that.
I'll take the credit. No,
yeah. What I really love too about and this is where I wish I've always wished this, is that there's YouTube creators that, yes, like Engaged. Hi, Famously Unfamous. How you doing over there? Thank you for joining us again. Let's see here. Hold on. I'm gonna drop your channel because I really appreciate the fact of what you're doing as a channel. And again, I know only mods can drop their links, so I'm gonna quickly go to your channel. Whoops! Oh, you always got that thing blaring. And it's just because when I go to his channel, it starts playing that music. On there, and I say this with straight from my heart, and like I said it in that earlier video that I played in the live. We truly appreciate bonding with caring YouTubers and people that care. I know that there's people there with some really good information. Kelly was one. Julie's one. Actually, to be honest with you, I had messaged Julie back. Deb had talked about her. I didn't really know her name, Julie Melvin. And I remember going to the channel after Deb spoke about Julie Melvin. And I remember Deb said, hey, we should have Julie Melvin on the show. So I messaged her on Messenger. I never did get a message back. And then Deb had said, I think she just wanted to step away. So obviously today was the right time. She wanted to clear up some information, whichever. Either way, I really appreciated the fact of the information she had to offer. So I really think that there is channels out there that, again, I think together, not every YouTuber, but some of the really good ones that with all the information that we have, we could truly solve this. Like, we could truly figure it out, because Julie brings her, stuff to the table. Kelly does, I do, Deb does, Adam does, Sleuth does, Frank and Marv do. Famously, sorry? Steve. Oh, absolutely. Oh my God. Don't let me forget Steve. We all bring stuff to the table. And even with Blaine there too. Hey, Fig. Yeah. Sorry if this is why I usually don't like saying names, because if I forget somebody in that.
Cold Truth, Chaotic, Great Hughes.
Right. And on and on and on. Right. But
I'd like to think.
Yeah. And then of course, usually what stops that typically is a lot of times it's because of the BG, but it doesn't matter who the BG is. It's really regardless about the story, about the people that are involved around it. So let's go back to this, because I really do want to talk about Travis Trexler. So Love you guys. Thank you. Thank you, Derek Farmer. You were very respectful in Sleuth's Live. It was not you, honestly. People were irritated because of Bill. That was the reason. Because poor Derek was like, "Hey, I didn't keep my mouth quiet," and it wasn't you. I could tell. So just know that. Thank you.
Sounds like I missed it. It sounds like I missed quite the live.
It was a great live. It was a great live. Less the part where it felt like Kelli was getting attacked, and I'm just glad that she actually left, because it was a disaster waiting to happen. Once the kind of like the toss and slinging shit at her happened with from Bill there. So
right.
Yeah.
I really wanted to be here tonight, but she works 24-hour shifts, and she was going on this evening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Julie. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Either way, great show. If you guys haven't watched Sleuth Intuition's show today, go over to his channel over there. He was in here earlier again. And tonight, I knew tonight was going to be a good show. I was so grateful that Kelli was coming on as Kelli, and we didn't have to hide anything. So let's go to Travis Trexler. Okay, Deb, let's go back to that.
Okay, so September 1st at 8 p.m., Travis Trexler was arrested. He was arrested. There was a warrant, an existing warrant for his arrest that goes back to November of 2021. So all this time they've been looking for him because of an OWI or DUI. I'm not sure exactly, but he was driving while intoxicated. So they arrested him, and he is in, unless he's, meantime bonded out or something. When we were checking this morning, actually Kelli checked, he was in Miami County Jail, and he has a hearing on the 8th. I'm sorry, Kokomo.
It wasn't Miami. Okay, it wasn't Miami. It was.
I know. I've got Kegan on the brain.
I can't remember the county.
He's from Kokomo. Anyway, I don't have it in front of me. Oh, maybe I do. But anyway, you're right. I've got Kegan on the brain here. Okay, so he was arrested. He has a hearing coming up on the 8th of September. And that's what we found out about that.
And what was the actual charge? It was a warrant for what? For what was the original warrant for?
Well, what I just said was it was either a DWI or it was driving while under the influence. I'm not sure how they categorized it.
Is it Wabash River? Is it Wabash County?
It might be. It might be. I usually send all that information to myself so I can look it up easily, but I did not do it. I didn't have time because everything was going on.
Yeah, the thing, Howard County. I had it written down as well because I assumed it was Miami County because he lives in Peru.
I know. I was thinking
it was another county.
Right. That's what I was thinking.
Howard is not sounding correct to me, but that's what everyone's saying in the chat. I thought it was Wabash County, but like who just
Wabash. And we're Hoosiers. Wabash. We don't say Wabash. We say Wabash.
I'm from Southern Illinois, so I say Wabash. I put an R in.
Well, the thing is, like, if people don't know who he is a cousin to Kegan Kline, and he lived at the Country Club Road residence where Kegan Kline's Wi-Fi was connected to his Wi-Fi the day of the murders.
Right.
So that's what we know. Yeah.
3419 North Country Club Road. I don't remember my parents' address, but I can tell you Travis Trexler.
I know, isn't that funny? Eh?
That's because there's something wrong with you. You're a sleuth.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is it Paw? It's Paw Pike, because I heard you say Paw Pike.
Country Club.
Paw Pike Road is where grandparents live. Country Club Road, which Sonny always refers to as Old Country Road.
What's it called again?
It's Country Club Road.
Country Club Road.
Old Country Road.
Yeah. Stupid bug. Anyways, yeah. So for some reason, when I heard Deb say Paw Paw Pike, I was like, wait, don't I always make that mistake and say Paw Paw Pike? Because I always double up my
Yeah.
words. And
No,
then,
I didn't say Papa. I said Country Club Road.
Yeah,
Oh.
what she said in the video was the grandparents lived on Paw Paw Pike, which
Paw
is
Paw
1.9.
Pike.
Oh, in there.
Yeah.
In the video I did.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah.
Well, you have to. When I was making that video, I had literally, my husband had said, "You have 5 minutes before we have to leave." And I'm like, I have to make a video. So I was like just rushing through it, trying to remember, and it was off the top of my head. So yeah, I did
And
get
then I
the
was trying
date,
to
the date right, the day wrong. Yeah, go ahead.
And then I was trying to upload it onto StreamYard as a pre-recorded video, and I'm at my brother's birthday party for an hour, sitting there over and over again trying to. I had written out a whole description, did a thumbnail and everything, was trying to upload it, and kept saying, "Does not recognize video file." And I was like, "Oh my gosh, how many different ways can I save this damn video?" So I think I have your video saved like 9,000 times.
The one from tonight?
No, the
My
one
video.
that-
Oh,
when I
your
was trying
video.
to-
Oh, that made
because
me
I was
laugh.
trying to upload it through StreamYard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deb said that you were you're at your brother's birthday and that you spent all this time, and I'm just like,
My whole family was waiting for me. I'm like, hold on. And I'm like, for an hour, just
very passionate. Thank you, Loki. We're very passionate. My dedication is to the girls. I mean, I would love to see Flora Fire. I would love to see the Evansdale. I would love to see Suzanne Morphew's case, and those ones. But like I said, Suzanne's. I spent a lot of time on that. I think about it still all the time. But my journey, no pun intended, journey, is for the girls because it was a promise to myself for Libby and Abby that the truth will come out. And like I said, unless someone's me, I'm amazed that my husband never says to me, like, you know, you need to stop doing this. He's never once ever said, you know, like anything, to be honest with you.
It wouldn't do my husband any good if he did say that, because I don't listen to anybody.
No.
He knows that I've been doing this since the day the girls were started missing, and I want to see it through. I want that so badly for the girls and for the families. I know we all feel that way. Everyone in the chat feels that way. It's about those two little girls that lost their lives for no reason.
Absolutely.
And it needs to be ended. Like, we need that.
right.
It's the time that the families need to move on to another stage of their grieving process. As a human being, as a person, if you put yourself in their place and how you would be feeling, knowing that that your family is being attacked, that you're going through the hurt and the pain, like I just, even as I'm saying it right now, I want to well up with tears, because you sit there and you talk about Libby and Abby, and these girls are murdered. They're dead. They're literally dead. Their bodies were displayed in such a way that Doug Carter, you can see the way that you left the girls in the woods that day. When you picture everything that the fear and everything that they went through. When I have to sit here and look at those, what is deemed as the crime scene photos and stuff like that, it's hard. It is absolutely hard. But yet I'm not the mother of those girls or the father or the aunt, but we care. And I promised myself as a person that I will keep being a voice for the murdered, but especially for
Freckled Joy brought up something that I talked to another person who gives us information, and that is the fact that possibly they moved Kegan because they were arresting Trexler and didn't want the two of them in the same jail together. That's a possibility.
Well, but we have WAPA. It was different counties.
Right. And the other possibility that I thought too was of him losing his chirping device and all that they don't want him talking to anyone right now because maybe they're is a big negotiation or something going on that they don't want to get out.
Yeah, exactly.
Possibly.
I'll say, in regards to what you both just were talking about, at the end of the day, whether it be tomorrow or whether it be a year from now or 5 years from now, we will all move on with our lives from this case. When there is justice, and justice is such a stupid word, but when there is resolution to this case and when there is an answer, we'll all go on with our lives. But Becky and Mike Patty, Anna Williams, Kelsey German,
Harry
these
Timmons.
people, Gary Timmons, they're going to forever think about this no less than they do today.
Right.
And even having the answers of who did it are not going to make that easier. And so that's where my heart always goes to. And it's why I do defend the family so fiercely. If I felt like they had anything to do with it, I would say so. But these people are, Becky Patty, they finally, after 5 years, cleaned Libby's room out, and they got criticized for that.
Everything.
Yeah.
It's disgusting to me.
Yukio, to answer, yes, we did check out. Kelly, who was on here earlier, checked for us to verify that Travis Trexler was in the jail, and we have a recording of that information.
We do.
So yes, we did verify it. We do verify everything.
Yeah. We have the recording of them saying that he was brought in on 9/1 at 8 p.m., booked in, and that his bond was, I can't remember what his bond was, but yeah, we have the recording.
Hey, Adam, can you do me a favor?
No.
Because I wouldn't mind. Could you email? Do you have Derek's email?
Derek Farmer, yeah.
Yeah. Could you drop him our link? Yeah, I would. I know he had to run short, and he was listening a lot. I really wanted to hear. I need to get to the pig thing and that, but I want to show him that as well.
Yeah, people have been asking about your information about the pig.
Okay. And you know what? So if you could drop him the link, and Derek, if you want to come on for just a little bit here, feel free.
And Yukio, thank you for that. I got your email, Yukio, and yes, I had that same image already. But thank you so much for sending it to me.
Okay. And let me just bring it back up again here as you're doing that. Okay. Share. Okay. Give me 2 seconds.
I hope he didn't block me from all those inappropriate messages I was sending him.
I didn't block you at all.
No, I meant Derek.
I know. I didn't block you from all those inappropriate ones either.
Well, you liked it.
I know. There's a difference, right? I guess I'm sex texting as well and all that good stuff, right?
Oh, Lord.
That's just gross. Honestly, that just makes you want to spew. Just the thought of that, to be honest with you. Yeah, no, I don't take it to that level. I'm just more of a blunt person. That's why when Open Secrets was doing with Derek Kurtz, I'd be like, dude, you're literally lying to me. Just tell me the truth. And it's funny what you can get when you're just open and sincere like that. But she did her game, and got information her way. And just like Kelly did things her way, and then I have my own way. My own way is cut the shit.
Right.
No, you're lying to me. Now come on there,
Derek, no need.
What do you say?
He said, sure, let me put my pants on.
No, you don't need to put your pants on.
I emailed you the link though, Derek.
Yeah.
I'm laughing because there's so many times when I'm sitting here from the lower half, I'm in my PJs.
I'm in my PJs from the lower half as well. Yeah.
Well, I'm wearing real pants tonight.
My nice comfies.
How about that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
I'll wait for Derek. I'll wait for Derek here, and then we'll talk about Piggy.
Is there anything else about Travis Trexler that any questions or anything anyone had?
Yeah.
I did want to say that Travis Trexler's attorney is Plumber.
Like butt plumber? Like plumber butt?
I knew where she was going to go.
His last name is Plumber.
I can't help it.
His attorney, attorney is Plumber.
Okay. Are you sure it's not Michelle Babcock like Lilith?
I think it's interesting, because I've nothing to back this up, but we know of what, two or three of the search warrants that law enforcement have done for Delphi, and they've said they did over a dozen. Country Club Road is a search warrant that I've always heard as as there being a rumored search warrant that was done there, which is how they got the Wi-Fi information about Kegan's phone being logged into the Wi-Fi. I have nothing to back that up, but so it's interesting to me that they've been on that.
You guys, Adam or that? Do you guys know? No, you don't. Deb, do you know if they were searching the Wabash? Let's see, famously unfamous. Why can't I get that right? Change your name for me.
What are you asking?
Yeah, did they were they? No, they wouldn't have been searching Wabash River today.
Yes, I think that I saw pictures.
They were.
It was either yesterday or today. There was a skeleton crew of, just it wasn't a full big crew, but the pictures are on my phone, so I can't.
Did I hear that they took the flags and everything, a lot of the markers out of the water today?
I have not heard that.
Okay.
Where did you hear that?
I couldn't tell you.
Well, they probably mapped it out.
It might have been in the chat tonight. I might have seen it. Someone might have said it in the chat.
Yeah, it might be. And radar, I think you meant spelled, and it's just like, Plummer, plumber. Yeah. Is the person's name. And
Bicycle Bridge Road would have been, that's where Logan Maxwell lived.
Yeah.
Country Club Road is where the Trexler lived. Oh, so thank you, Jumpin' Jack Flex. Someone in the chat earlier said the markers are gone.
Yeah, that's not no training going on.
No.
That's what somebody said, because, they're not going to sit there and go, well, we're just down here searching for something to do with Delphi. And I would certainly love to see any picture that anyone has of Kegan Kline being down there pointing out to the spot, like what has been said as well. I don't believe that stuff until I see it. So, they could literally show them Google Earth and say, point us to the right spot that you remember. Who knows?
Yeah. Right.
Like they don't have to take them out of jail to sit there. With the technology of today, they can literally put that device in front of them and show them exactly and go, here to the best of your ability, show us where something was put in. If that's the case.
A lot of inmates will do anything to take a little field trip for an hour or two.
Oh, absolutely. He's probably like, what? Just take me to get a Big Mac, do all this for me.
McDonald's is right there.
Throw a Twinkie in. Because, he's hard. He's obviously starving in there. Poor guy.
Honey bun, not Twinkies. He liked honey buns, right?
Oh, yeah, right. Honey bun. It was, here's Derek. Let's add Derek to the stream. Hey, buddy.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
No, we're going to need you to stand up.
Yeah, if you could just stand up first. We just want to make sure yeah, I know. Oh, you did put on pants. Yeah.
I saw Deb get worried for a minute.
Yeah.
I would be worried too, yes.
How was your shift today? Is that where you went? You had to go to work, right?
Yeah, 6 nights a week I do that pizza delivery gig, and it was a little nutty, like I said, to some folks. Western Michigan University's back in session last week, and it's just been crazy around this is my 22nd year in a row of welcoming back the students and doing all the activities and the move-in stuff, and it's nutty, yeah, but it's fun, and it's a moneymaker.
Certain things ever change about college kids, regardless of whether it was 10 years ago or now? Are they still mentality-wise?
They don't. I don't believe anyone gets smarter in college.
Right.
I really. A couple things. It is funny, Adam, that you asked that. You do notice trends, even in the smallest sense. Like when I first came back to Kalamazoo, every lease that was a student rental was a 9-month lease, and you would get a subletter for the summer, whatever. And now it's all full year leases, and the kids tend to stay around here. So yeah, things do change, and a lot more of the kids have their own vehicles now, as opposed to just walking around campus. It's really crowded and congested, and they don't know how the hell to drive.
And the parents' credit card helps out a lot.
Yeah, we appreciate those trust funds from the east side of the state. You know, most of these kids that come to Western are in-state tuition students from the Detroit suburbs.
Okay.
Yep.
And also a lot of kids from Kalamazoo, because like I said, we have the Kalamazoo Promise, where any kid that goes to a public school here gets a free ride at Western Michigan.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Just taking the banner off there. Sometimes it irritates me, actually.
I know, and I can't wait to talk. I want to listen. I'll probably just sit back and listen. I haven't heard anything about this pig thing or whatever.
Neither have
I was going to say, I think what we're going to do is I'm going to talk about the piggy thing, and what I'm going to do, and then how fitting, in a sense. But I'm going to talk about that, and then again, we can talk about maybe your thoughts on some of the things that Julie said, or just whatever thoughts that you have. Okay, but let's do this part first here. I'm just going to take us off screen. So as for the pig thing, okay, February 13th of 2018, 1 year to the girls went missing, because obviously whether they were murdered on the 13th or 14th, but at the end of the day, Kegan Dunker is holding up this pig. Now, if anyone follows me, they know that this is my POI. It's Garrett Kurtz, one of his best friends. And I always keep telling everyone that I started from the bridge guy, and then I had to work my way backwards. And that's when I came across like Open Secrets. And I never even cared about the storyline, because I just was so in depth into, okay, you know what? Like I said, God gave us brains. What can I possibly do to, look, because they obviously can't recognize this person, or like, meaning besides the people that are in the knowing, obviously nobody's coming forward, isn't what my thought process was. Nobody's coming forward because of what he's wearing, his walk, his anything. So the only thing that even made sense was to look at the video and take pictures of a face and apply it to the POIs that I knew that were out there. Okay. So again, Gonzo, real Gonzo, he was in the chat, a great human being, caught facts. Oh my God, I love him to pieces. He has no idea. Like I said, so much respect for that guy, and caught facts, so much respect for people that really just have no ulterior motives besides unselfish caring and towards other people. It's a beautiful soul to have and to be. So of course Gonzo and I had that conversation about Garrett Kurtz, which led me to Garrett Kurtz Facebook, which led me to want to stare at Kegan Dunker instead. I'd already taken people's pictures in for about a week. I did a lot in that week, and I eliminated Barry Morphew. I eliminated, Eldridge. I eliminated anyone that they had put forth as a POI that I knew about at the time. I don't know how many that was. It could have been 10, 12. All I know is a conversation happened with me and Gonzo, and he told me about Garrett Kurtz. I think the most logical thing here is what was the plausibility or possibility that someone like Garrett Kurtz could have murdered two people in 2019 and possibly another? Like, we don't know about more, but that we were well aware of this 2019 killings, and that the girls were killed on Ron Logan's land. And it just so happens to be that, like I said, that my POI is KD, which is Garrett Kurtz's good friend, which led me to that path after I stopped looking at his moles and his facial features for the most part. After 6 or 7 months, I wanted to know the story behind it. Now, when I learned, I put KD's face in and realized it was him, there was two things that obviously caught my eye from spending all that time looking at the pictures. And this is in a very short period of time. I did a lot of work in a very short period of time. But to come across a mask because at first too, I didn't know what was underneath the chin until those odd pictures that you catch where you realize that there's nostrils to this mask, and it's not a goggle mask, and it's the way you look at it. If you look straight on at it, you're not going to see, or if you take the wrong picture, you're not going to see. So unless you truly dive into it and take your pictures yourself, then at some point, like Deb did, you're going to come across like a double exposure and stuff like that. And you go, what the hell? You know, so that's exactly it. And then on top of that, what was the chances that not only did I look and figure out that KD, for me, okay, guys, this is for me, that KD was on the bridge that day. But also the fact that he's literally holding up a pig on February 13th of 2018.
Weird.
This to me is no difference. And let's go back to that cryptic note. And let's go back to CJ Palladino's, okay? So again, although, like I said, you know, Kelli has her beliefs for certain things, and I'm always open to look at new things, absolutely. But again, just like I wouldn't take away what she feels, I know she wouldn't take away what I feel. And the thing is that Nick Edwards himself recently, as you guys all know, had messaged me back with an unexpected message saying about the whole that Sheena Cottrell, remember that name, right? Holly Cottrell. Sheena Cottrell had come to his apartment while Ashley Garth, Garrett Kurtz, Jake, and his boyfriend were there. And she was saying how CJ Palladino murdered those two girls. And I said, well, Jason Palladino has been the one that's been, you know, talked about basically. And then he said, yes, all three of them she implicated. So again, so let's go back to CJ Palladino's post on February 22nd of 2017. He puts up a post that says, don't fear me for who I am. Fear me for what I can do. You have Kegan Dunker a year later holding up a pig on February 13th of 2018. I always thought that a pig of some sort was involved, whether it was DNA of a pig, of an animal, or whether something to do with a pig was there. Even if that was that thing that was on the side of his little freaking hip, because I swear to God, it looked like a pig to me.
And Sonny, you know, I mean, just for the record, that second bomb scare, everyone kept going on about the boots. Right. We weren't there. We don't know what the hell they were looking for. Maybe they were looking for more than boots.
Absolutely. We know that KD here, for instance, worked at Indiana Packers, along with some other people, but KD specifically worked at Indiana Packers. We know that Kegan Kline said that working at the hog farm was basically the most enjoyable job that he had. Gee, so when someone said, like, where does this pig thing come from? Well, the pig thing comes from the fact is that KD is holding a pig up. Kegan Kline has worked at a hog farm. Maybe those two met. Maybe those two, I don't know. I would love the answer to this one. Maybe those two worked at the same hog farm, and that's how they knew each other. I've always wanted to know that. But at the end of the day, then we can go to the cryptic note, okay? And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this again. No one would have known anything in the true crime community about that cryptic note had it not been for me and Pork Chop, who we call Pork Chop because of the whole pig thing, because she knew that my POI was Kegan Dunker, and she knew I had asked her to go check out the Palladinos because I had heard so much about them as part of the involvement at the time. Now, this is when I'm new still, right? I'm still very new to this case. So she brings me back this cryptic note from Jason Palladino's Facebook page. I know, and from, if you can look at one of Ashley Garth's old one, that this is Ashley Garth's handwriting, that if you that in the 2018, I believe it was posted in December of 2018, I want to say, or January, it was of 2018. But we know that Garrett Kurtz and Ashley Garth were having a rocky relationship. We know that Garrett Kurtz constantly throws Jason Palladino underneath the bus. We know that both Ashley and Garrett have talked about how Jason Palladino gave the executive decision to kill Nicole Bowen, okay? So if anybody doesn't know about those cases, I suggest that you look into them as well. Garrett Kurtz tells open secrets, and she has this on Reddit, about the staging of the death of Ray Hanisch. He admits that to her. Now, again, my thing is this. If Delphi gets solved, I think other things will trickle with this one. So anyways, I think that the people that are involved in floor fires, I think that those people are are involved, some of them anyway, involved in the Delphi. Meaning, I believe this is certain groups of people. Just like there's no way that this is a one-person show for the Delphi murders. Absolutely not. So when you look at the puzzle from the outside, right? You got a cryptic note, Jason Palladino. You have KD as the bomb. You have the reference to the camera. Well, we know that there was some sort of recording device. And so I'm going to bring this up now, okay? I'm going to show it maybe this way first. Actually, I got to go into the screen. I'm trying to click on the wrong screen because I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot sometimes. Okay, so look at this, okay? I got like Kegan Dunker. Like I said, I legitimately sent him a message yesterday. I haven't messaged him in a long time. Usually he's the one messaging me, if anything. But I just said, do the right thing. Stuff's going down. Do the right thing, dude. Whatever involvement you have in all this, you were he was on the bridge that day. And I can safely say that with my own confidence. Okay. And I'll never
come
back.
out. Yeah. Come out with it now because
I'll never back.
It's only the sooner you come out with it, the better off you're going to end up.
Absolutely. And and if he had no involvement and he just did a part, okay. But you know what? You also know that these people are afraid that if they talk, that they risk themselves or their family getting something happening. Do you know, when you put fear into people, especially with their family, and that's why I'm saying to this Holly Cottrell, Lowry person, when you're putting yourself out there, you're not only putting yourself out there when you want to do stuff like this, you're putting your whole family out there to be trolled as well. And if you want those consequences, keep going. Okay, so let's see here. So this picture right here, right? Okay. Can you guys see this okay? Yeah, okay, you guys. I could just coming back. Okay. So
hey, Sunny.
Yeah,
Sunny, it's Deb. I'm going to have to hop off here. I have a very early day tomorrow. We have to travel. So Thank you so much, and have a good night.
Okay, love you.
Good night. Good night, Deb. Thanks for all your kind comments, Deb. I really enjoy
Deb,
listening.
Let us know you got there okay tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Adam. Bye.
See you, Deb.
Derek. Bye.
Okay.
Thanks.
So at nighttime, you guys, I love to always spend a little bit of time each night going back to pictures just so I can try to get something better, figure something out, add something to my own knowledge about this crime scene. And because I always feel myself, and I just feel like if I would literally know what was at the crime scene, then, because I already, for me, know who the BG is, that I could figure out who was actually truly probably attached. Maybe not. Right. I always felt like the crime scene would tell me the story because it was staged to look different than it was supposed to be. But right here up front, and I didn't even notice this for quite a while, is so behind this is the mask over here, okay, back behind here. But I remember this one day I caught what I thought was the look of pigs. As you guys can see at the bottom, I used the best coloring. I never distort a picture. I just use the best coloring to try to enhance it. So I happened to go to this green filter thing. And if you can see it, can you see it?
Yeah. I'm seeing a nose and two eyes, but there's 4 eyes and 2 noses. Am I seeing that right?
Well, it's like right here. It's like, see, like right here, for instance.
Yeah.
You can see that there's some sort of nose here. So something's going on here, but you can also see right here that in here, you guys, I know for anyone looking at this, sometimes it looks like, just a bunch of gibble garble, but you know what? I spend enough time looking at this and I can only do my best to try to show you, and I'll show you this picture in a moment. But right here, you can see the pig snout right there.
Yeah, I see a snout. I totally see a snout.
And so then Okay, so that was the first time when I went to this green filter.
And
'Cause I've
those
never
little ears, those little pig ears
the
on
little
top.
pig ears right here.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Aw.
So you can tell that there's a snout here. Now back behind here, you guys, over here is where the mask is. It's not in this picture because my whole goal was to try to give you guys the best visual that I could possibly show you to let you know that there's a pig at the crime scene. Okay. Now don't take the fact that this is blood in there. It very well could be, but it's a lot to do with
Question, Sonny.
yeah.
Where is this? Now, I guess I must have missed that. Where is this picture from exactly?
Okay, so Devil's Hop Yard has a video of the crime scene. Now, I always say that it's, theoretically or possibility the crime scene, but I absolutely 100% believe it is because you can see one of the girls' bodies in it, especially with what looks like the knife in the throat. And I'm not going to show you that picture.
I don't want to see that.
No. So I do leave that one out. That's a private moment, and I've definitely enhanced that picture of the knife. But again, it could be deceiving, but the way it looks, and we know that the throat just by the warrants and stuff how the girls were basically supposed murdered, right? Okay. So can you guys, I can't see chat, but anyone watching, do you guys see like the snout that I'm talking about, the piggy snout? And if you really look and I pull it back,
I mean, at first it almost looked like a pit bull or something, but when I look at the snout and the little ears, it does look more pig-like at that point. It really does.
And honestly, I don't know if it's a mask of a pig, because I know that there's a mask underneath of his chin, and I know that the mask is propped up. So let's go actually to this picture. Okay. So this is the mask, and this isn't the best picture I have of the mask, but here's the snows down here of the pig, because you're kind of looking at pictures, right? And it's hard to tell the exact, like, is this 1 foot away? Is it 3 feet away? Is it 20 inches away? Okay. And now if I zoom in again, okay, you see this item right here. I know it looks, but just look at this item right here. Okay. However you want to describe it, it looks like a screwdriver of some sort, but I'm not going to call it a screwdriver because I don't believe. But this is right beside the bunny. Okay, the bunny rabbit, that's a stuffed animal. This is down sitting beside the bunny. So I can tell. Yeah, I'll show you the bunny. Yeah, the bunny rabbit, right? Because, so this is the bunny. I'll show it in this picture. Oh, no, I don't want to go there quite yet. Okay, so if I look on the ground, and I know for a fact that the bridge guy had these round, bally looking instruments. Again, if you deep dive, you would truly understand what's a little bit more in the bridge guy pictures. These are the things on the ground right here. So this is very similar looking to the knife, or what that object that looks like it's sticking out of the girl's throat. Okay. So whatever this is, it has the look of almost like
a dagger or something.
Yes, like a dagger. Let's just say a dagger. And now this one here, you can tell that the shape, this is like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out myself. What
a Viking ship. I mean, it looks like a Viking ship, but that doesn't make any sense. Obviously.
No. It's some sort of tool. It's some sort of object that's been thrown on the ground. And this is all part of the whole deception part of, whoops, sorry, I keep bringing that picture out.
It wouldn't be a tire iron, right? I mean,
well, no, a tire iron. Well, you know why?
I guess size. I'm having a problem with size, because it's just like all of a sudden there's this picture. So as far as context goes, I don't know if there's something clear where I can get just size or something.
Well, that's just it. Exactly. So, because there was a purpose to these pictures today to show. So although I showed a better picture the other day, but I'm doing this for the sake of the instruments on the ground. This is the bunny right here. I'll show you a better picture. But this for now is the bunny rabbit.
I see that. I see that.
The bunny
Some
rabbit.
kind of thing.
Yeah. The bunny rabbit is actually, I don't even believe that's a bow tie anymore, to be honest with you, like I thought it was perhaps the other day because of the whole Vice Lord thing. This, I swear to God, you guys, I don't know why, but it looks like freaking eggs. Like it looks like eggs that were cracked open. And when you think about it, ham and eggs, you know, like bacon and eggs.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. I didn't mean to laugh.
But right? But I'm not
I
kidding.
know. Sorry.
Like seriously, do that not look like freaking like as if there was?
It does totally looks like
look at the shape of that.
A
Like,
sunny side up.
A sunny side up, freaking egg.
I mean, yeah.
Well, we have to always keep remembering that this is a distraction. They were staged to make it look a certain way. So I can tell by looking at this photo that this bunny has something that it's holding, because what's around the neck is probably what's actually holding this thing up.
You're saying that this very picture is part of
the crime scene.
What you believe to be the crime scene to be.
Absolutely.
Not just like some pre-party or something like that.
No,
This is okay. So let me ask you this, Sonny. Then that means that you don't. I mean, I'm just going to come out and ask you if it's okay.
Yeah.
You don't think that the girls were killed in that spot on Ron Logan's property?
No, they weren't killed in that spot. That has been said in the warrant for Ron Logan. They were staged in this spot. So whether they were killed 10 feet away, 30 feet away, 40 feet away, they were staged in this spot. Hence why that there's a bunny there. Hence why that there's these instruments on the ground. Whatever fully is in this crime scene. This is exactly why Robert Ives said that it's definitely something that you would want to take a picture of. And I know that on this bunny rabbit is headphones. I know that this isn't the picture to really show it, but this bunny rabbit has headphones on. And this looks like, I want to say a camera. Like it looks like a freaking camera. This is a microphone right here of some sort.
Looks like one, yeah.
Yeah. So because I'm showing you this picture for a reason, it's not, I'm not, what am I showing? I'm not trying to sit here and show you the microphone and the headphones in this. Kind of, it's more about, maybe those aren't eggs because this one looks like an egg up here too. But I'm telling you,
that's a lot of eggs.
Well, you know, when you think of,
and I thought Devil's Boneyard in my head because I've heard it a couple times, but I thought that was a place. Is that the name of like a video or something?
So Devil's Hop
That's
Yard,
what I was missing. Yeah,
correct. So Devil's Hop Yard put out the video of the crime scene, because what happened was when they were doing the initial search, of course, the news crew, they didn't know that they were going to come across anything. And then you've seen this flash of light. So in the WTHR footage, for instance, you will see they've taken that spot out because they made it like they've literally made it black for a few seconds. So
I saw that light. I saw it on your show. It was your show or somebody's right when I first started watching my first podcast. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So we know that. So basically, you know how it is. It doesn't matter. It's kind of no different than leaker. It's as soon as something comes out, there's usually going to be those people that are already using their own recording devices anyway. And so it's no longer on Devil Hop Yard site. It's on confidential Delphi Confidential site. Because I was sad it moved down. But this right here is intriguing me because this is, like I said, there's a lot going on here. Just like I feel like over, you guys can't see it.
Very strange.
But over to the right, you'll see like almost like a chain looking thing. And I can see a chain looking thing on the bridge guy actually when I look. But it's just really, again, anyone that wants.
That's a bunny and not like a baby doll? I mean, it almost is like a little baby doll face the way it's pixelated up.
Let me go.
I mean, I'm not questioning you. I know you've spent hours going over a million different scenarios.
Here's the bunny.
Colors and everything. I'm going to take your word for it.
I'll take this one and this one. Okay.
I didn't know there were even photos like this that existed that even had supposed.
Okay. So here's the
scene type stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Derek. So, Derek, this is the bunny ear right here. So, bunny ear. This is the bunny right here. Now, in this, like, So typically the bunny, I've only did it like this, meaning the bunny you can see fully. I have a picture of it
Yeah.
fully, but it's not there. I'm doing this for the sake of the community that's interested in understanding the crime scene, the people that were involved, and
Mhm.
again,
Sure.
information for the girls. I'll get back to questions. I can't actually see the screen because somebody's saying, what does that one say? I'm seeing a doll figure. Can you explain the bunny first? Sure. Well, you see, I don't know the bunny and the star and the circle, if you know the cryptic note and stuff like that. Okay. Usually represents a gang, for instance, of people that are in the vice lords. So I don't know if this was staged to make it look like it was a gang related thing to the vice lords. But
Mhm.
if anyone, the crown, whether it's the crown or the bunny, or the circle on the cryptic note with the star in the middle, these are all things that would reference the Vice Lords gang. And so that's what Blaine was talking about the other day, because if anyone looks at the cryptic note, again, you'll see the different things. You'll see the 5 dots, which are probably 5 small stars
I
representing.
saw that. I saw it the other night on
Right.
on show Blaine. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, you have to, like I said, if people understood me, I go back to start at the square one. My square one was BG, Bridge Guy. Okay, Kegan Dunker, thank you very much. There we go. I got all the shit on you, dude. Okay, let's move on to the other people now in the story about where the involvement is. This
Good
is
night,
when,
Dee.
right? Then you come across open secrets, and like I said, nobody out there, besides that one guy that tried to claim he was the bridge guy, nobody out there. And again, common sense, right? That the only people that are talking about Delphi are the little moles, rats themselves, is Ashley Garth, Chris Mathis, and Garrett Kurtz. Well, Chris Mathis and Garrett Kurtz have had lots to say. And some people are going, well, you know what? I've been following this case for 5 years and we've been down the whole GK thing. I'm not even saying that GK was there. Does he know? Absolutely. He wouldn't have been talking about the murder tape and the different things. And then, like I said, we're talking 2 years later, and Nick Edwards answers me back with this beautiful melody to my ears of the Paladinos. And it's like, again, it's right there in people's faces. To me, it's you have a pig being held up 1 year to the days the girls went missing. You know, you knew it was a lure from the start, and if you didn't, well then, right, because they tried to tell you that it wasn't. But I never believed Ellie when they said, or Ives when they said that it wasn't a lure. It had to have been a lure. You know, this to me was about, you know, a revenge motivated thing towards Derek German. And again, if that turns out to be wrong, and it turns out to be more of the second, like one of the other things I've said, which is a snuff film and based around like a sex trafficking ring and stuff like that.
I believe that for sure. Yes.
You know, maybe it's a combination of it both, that maybe both sides got everything that they wanted out of it. You know, at the end of the day, it's just proving every time more information comes out, it just keeps adding to it, to me, because I was waiting for the lure part. I didn't know who the lure was, but then that beautiful information came out again about Kegan Kline and all that stuff. And at first I pushed it to the side, and I kept saying, you know what, if he has anything to do with this case, it's going to be to do with the lure. And then once more information started coming out, it made it more complicated, but yet it gave you the understanding about the lure, and that this wasn't just a random act of events, that this person knew the area, Hunter, the different things. But the thing is, this isn't a one-man show here whatsoever. Do you think one person really is capable of...
And if so, is that one person Kegan Dunker? I don't think so.
Exactly, right, Mr. Brainiac? Not, right? I mean, he's not,
I don't think it's Mr. Wendy's. No offense, I'm in the custody. You know, I'm in the fast.
you know, but between the combination of whoever is the one that put this in motion, which I believe well, I don't know, actually. I'm still uncertain about who put this actually in motion. I don't know if it was.
Do you think it was Palladino or Reagan?
Right. I think it's Palladino's or
Kline?
Reagan's. Right. Okay. Out of
Reagan?
those three, I'm not sure. I don't know that it was the Klines. I think that whoever the drug person was that knew the Klines, which I think comes from both sides, that they would have known the Klines. I think whoever put it in motion talked to Tony, like that they, because this was about shut your mouth. You're a snitch, whichever you're, what, that's how I see it still. I try to look at the other angle of just the girl thing, like the best friend being setting up her own friend thing, that she was part of it or something. I try to look at this angle as well, but it just doesn't make sense to me. And when I go with my gut always, and when I don't follow my gut, I'm usually following the wrong path. So when my gut says to me, look, there's something odd about the whole friend thing and Brummett thing and Matt ski mask thing, but everything that I come across, no matter how I want to shake it, is that you have somebody holding up a pig on February 13th. You have Jason Palladino in a cryptic note with both the Palladinos' names. You have Garrett Kurtz and Chris Mathis talking about it. You also have, like I said, KD is the bomb, Jason Palladino, smile motherfucker. You basically have the round circle with the star in it. Basically, ain't no rest for the wicked, as if that would be where the cemetery would be versus like, just think about it, you guys. The cemetery is just above where the girls were killed, and you have ain't no rest for the wicked. So most people would think, what?
It's a strong
possibility.
Circumstantial case,
Yeah.
I think, that you've built. For it. I mean, really, honestly.
Yeah. But so my thing is this. I never needed to bring out any more information at all, because I had already proven to myself about KD, Kegan Dunker, Garrett Kurt's friend, being on the bridge that day.
What did they get out of it?
Pardon?
I'm just wondering, not in Katie in particular, but let's assume there's more. And we're not assuming. I mean, we're pretty damn sure there's 2 + 3, 4, 5. Who knows how many?
Correct.
What, besides the ones that have a sexual predator motive and the ones that have a revenge motive, are there any in betweens that are along for the ride? I wonder.
Well, I think out of all this myself is drugs and money. And and to go with the whole freaking, like child porn stuff. I don't know what other middle thing that there is besides that. This is going to be all about some people getting payment for doing their part, in a sense, drugs out of it, whatever the deal was. But maybe it was, hey, Kegan, buddy, this, it's like a plan was formed from these people. Right. Like I said, I get the fact, I do not have tunnel vision, but because I'm just using what's right in front of me.
I can attest to that. I've actually tried to show Sunny things, not even because it's my path, but to add to her path, and she's questioned me on it to the point where she's disproved me. And so I can attest to the fact that she backs up what the work she puts in.
Absolutely.
I have no doubt about that.
I was going to say, it's about standards and morals for myself as a human being. Again, people want to judge me, sometimes question me, whatever. That's fine. Do that all day long.
I do it all day long.
I know. But the thing is that when you take my information that I have earned the right to talk about, and I've done the work, and I can put my 1000% stamp on it that Kegan Dunker was on the bridge that day, that's how willing I am to talk about it. Sue my ass all day long.
But Sunny, you're not in forensic photography.
I know. So I must be an airhead then, right? Because that's pretty much
when you're not sexting Kegan Kline.
Yeah, but and this is where when I hate it when people are this stupid and say, "Well, if NASA couldn't solve it in this, they couldn't do it. How could you possibly come along? Like, how could you? I'm sorry, get jealous or whatever it is you want. It has nothing to do with that because nobody out there knows what NASA or the satellite imagery did. We have no clue. In my own guesstimation,
Right.
they did not know who the bridge guy was, but I could totally be wrong about that. But you know what? Anything that I've come across has told me that they did not know. So I was just like, okay, here you go. Like, do you know when sometimes things are just meant to be? Like, meaning no matter what case it is, that one piece of information comes along from somebody, do you know? And and I get it. And when Julie Melvin said that in the thing today, that's exactly how I feel. It's like you could have all this information and show it to the public because you're trying to get them to understand, look, this isn't just about a guesswork game here. But yet it's so funny what people want to believe. It's absolutely actually a joke, the stuff that people will follow over nothing, no information. And the ones that I know that come into this channel, like most of them, they have a good understanding that I put a lot of work and they believe in at least parts of what I'm saying to them. They might not be convinced about the BG and some are, and that's okay. Because again, I have my work to back it up. This is the channel I created.
And I get the sense that you understand also that until it's like, it's totally unmasked and we can go, okay, here it is. I mean, it's like you're going to allow other people to have their opinions. I mean, that's what the whole point of having a show is, but that doesn't mean you're going to change yours. Like you said, you've earned the right to feel like that's your bridge guide. That doesn't even mean that's your POI as far as the murder goes. I get it. Like, it just means that this dude was on the bridge doing whatever he was doing.
Absolutely.
At 2:13 p.m. on Monday, February 13th.
Absolutely. I'm not going to sit there and
I think that's important to distinguish that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can say Sunny literally, she knows that Deb and I both have, we don't disagree with her path, but we don't necessarily, like, I don't have a POI. I've said from the very beginning, that's just not my path. Like, I just don't. My goal is to not have a POI. I just want justice for the girls. I don't plan on solving this case for myself.
Right. And Sunny, isn't the most
brought us both in, and she, lets us be a member of this channel. So, to me, that shows her objectiveness.
Well,
yeah. Well, you guys all have a great rapport though, and they're willing. And you guys, I say they, as if you're not there. I'm sorry.
Right.
Deb,
Sunny in tunnel vision. I'm sorry, Dick.
I was just gonna say you and Deb also though, although you're willing, you're not pushing it either. If you were constantly pushing Sunny's button on this, in a serious manner, I bet you she'd put the slap down ASAP.
I mean, she's tried a few times, but we've just been like, Sunny, no, I mean, she's objective enough, and
right.
I'm very objective, actually.
That's journalism. Journalism has to be objective, and above all,
we all balance each other really well. I think,
for sure.
You have to be responsible for your actions and your thoughts.
Your guys' opening, I've never commented on it before. The slow open you guys do when you're all like it goes like this. It goes oh, hi everyone, I'm Adam, and then Debbie says, no, I'm Debbie. and then Sunny's like,
hi, I'm Debbie.
Oh no, she goes, no, hi, I'm Debbie.
No, hi.
And I just love it. It's my favorite part. And then Sunny at the end is like with the exclamation point, like, I'm Sunny Justice, mother. And we're here to put on some gloss and solve this. And I just love your guys'. I love that.
Thank you. Loki, this is Derek Farmer.
Hi, Loki.
Yeah, Derek Farmer. Come to know him from in the group. He spends time on Sleuth's channel as well. Again,
but more ours.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think our repertoire with Derek's much better than Sleuth's. I mean, I'm just going to say that. I mean, like Derek.
And there's a new guy out of Australia that I love a lot. Just kidding.
I was gonna say.
Kidding. Just effing around. Just effing around.
If you think a female from Canada is good, there's a guy from Canada I need to tell you about.
Justin Trudeau.
Hey, Sleuth. But I was gonna say, you know.
Hi, Sleuth. How's it going, Sleuth? There's my guy
Oh,
right
wait,
there.
Sleuth's here. Never mind.
Yeah. Stop talking about him. Stop it.
Yeah.
All right.
Sleuth never wants to have a repertoire with me.
Yeah.
I enjoy everyone's show very much. I have of course, I think both this show and Sleuth's show. I mean,
we love.
I just not that I'm putting it on a level of who I like more, but I feel very comfortable in the chat. And
but
I
if
feel
you had to.
But if I had to, Adam, if I had, it's like Sophie's Choice, then I'd rather just take myself. I'd rather just jump off the boat myself.
Sleuth is more. Sleuth is better armed than we are, so I would go with them.
You know, Derek, I have no problem saying it for you. Sonny. Sonny is his favorite. I got no problem. No problem.
And that's what I love about you. It's like,
you know what? At the end of the day, again, it really doesn't matter what POI you have, but don't discredit my work. I work really damn hard. Like I said, Deb does her thing, Adam does their thing. I focus on the pictures and the connections mostly, and this is exactly why I'm explaining to you. There is a pig at the crime scene that day. We have two people that are.
Now the pig was not a stuffed animal pig like the bunny.
No, it's either a mask or a real pig. It's one of the two. I believe I'm going to lean towards masks. I'm going to lean towards masks.
With a pig plant right down the road, though. I mean, not inconceivable to think it could be real.
It's really weird because I've seen what I felt was a pig on that side. Like, people don't understand this, but again, if people can't grasp the work unless you do it yourself. Honestly, without floating my boat here, but you literally have to spend, it could take me 2-3 all day to the next day to work on one picture because I'm trying to find something. And it does, like, things bounce off of me, but
that would drive me so crazy. I could never do that. Sonia, I'm not bullshitting you. I could not do that.
No, because it's not everyone's cup of tea. Right? It's not everyone's cup of tea. I took it seriously when I realized that Kegan Dunker was the BG, but I took it seriously as a vow to Abby and Libby that I was not going to let the person that was on the bridge that day get away with the fact that he was on the bridge that day. Whatever part he played in the crime, accessory would be the minimum, in a sense, because he was there that day. That does not mean that Kegan Dunker killed those girls. It means that he might have been part of a plan, but I don't want to speak for that part of it. It's no different if somebody gave you a picture and said, hey, can you figure out, which of these 6 people out here has the 3 freckles versus the 5? That's all I did. That's all I did was use my brain.
And the butt chin. That butt chin is
the butt chin with it. Like in this picture, you don't see the mole that's on his chin because it's if I took it into the program, then that little mole on his little ass dimple chin there would stand out more. But this, I use each picture for its own reason, but his little mole is right actually here. Okay. But I've enhanced that. I've shown you guys the moles here. I've shown you the mole here. But this isn't the picture to show that. This is the picture to show the pig. And again, it's a lot of work. I don't have to justify myself to the outside world because
was he working at the slaughterhouse at that time? Or
I am unsure of that to this day still. I don't know if he's like Garrett Kurtz, where Garrett Kurtz just prior to the murders wasn't working there. I keep feeling like that he was, but I don't know the answer to that. I've wanted someone to let me know, to tell me he was. But you know what's so weird is that these are simple questions that people out there that have worked for Packers with Kegan Dunker could easily email me if they're watching. There's enough people that live in the small town You know, it's not hard to put a case together if people just work together, even if it's anonymously that you want to send something. Like all anyone ever has to do is send me something and say, look, don't share it with some, don't just hear it's personal. Don't share it with
really,
anyone.
Sonny?
Yeah, really.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, like
Just like
pictures and videos of yourself that you find embarrassing?
oh, like those ones for Kegan Kline, those ones.
Like the ones that I sent you?
Oh. Oh my God, I wish I could.
I was believing it.
I'll send Sonny things and I'll be like, Sonny, these are not for anyone else.
And
then
hey,
she posted them.
Hey, buddy. How's it? Okay. What I want to do is, I did not see if people were asking questions in the chat. If you do have any for me, feel free to ask. If you don't, then take the pictures with a grain of salt. Take them without a grain of salt. It doesn't really matter. I'm just trying to bring awareness to the Delphi murders by doing a lot of deep diving. You know what I really appreciate? I always appreciate it when someone says that our channel is unique, because we provide information that a lot of other channels do not. Because we do. I know we do. Because most people...
Each fingerprint is unique, though, in that way.
Absolutely. But you know, the thing is that we go out of the box. We don't stick in the box. Some people like to stay in their safe place. I'm not here to stay in a safe place.
People usually refer to me as special.
Well,
and I'm not quite sure how to take that.
Yeah. So
just like you did, that was great.
Yeah. So let's see here. I'm going to pull this off of the live now.
I need to go in a second, Sonny.
Oh yeah, it's been 3 hours and 20 minutes too. Okay, if you need to go, and then me and Derek can hang out for a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm pretty awake right now. Actually, I'm on vacation the next 9 days, and I'm.
Let me just answer this one for Amy. Amy, so the pig meaning to me would be this: 1, a big fuck you to Ellie. 2, I think it would probably go with the whole thing that Deb was talking about and that we've heard, where they called Libby a slaughter hog. To me, this is something to say. There's a pig left at the scene. Like the cryptic note, nobody would have known about that cryptic note had I not, Pork Chop brought it to me, but had I not even knew that Kegan Dunker, if nobody knew that Kegan Dunker was on the bridge and that he was the POI, that note would have never have come into existence, okay? Because kind of like Kegan Dunker holding up that pig, and kind of like CJ Palladino's thing about don't fear me for who I am, but what I can do. All those things is arrogance, holding it up basically to the people that are in the knowing of these murders. They know what that pig means. They know what that cryptic note means. They know what CJ Palladino's message on the 22nd of February 27th means. Do you understand? It's arrogance. And it's people that if nobody would have picked out Kegan Dunker, nobody would have ever thought anything about him holding the pig, the cryptic note, or even CJ Palladino. Well, they might have seen CJ Palladino's thing. And so it becomes a multiple thing. Fuck you. But it's basically that arrogance of, knowing full well who was involved with the Delphi murders. Absolutely. It's just, I just keep saying this. It's not rocket science. The information is there. And when you I just go back, Derek, and that to when Ellie says, isn't it funny, Kegan, how it just keeps stacking and stacking and stacking? That's just exactly it. How many times can you stack shit before you reach, the full pile of it, honestly? But anyway, go ahead. What were you going to say, Adam?
I was just saying, will you answer the poll before I go? Because I was curious as to the results.
Oh my God, yeah. I did have a poll, didn't I?
You did, yeah. I was curious to the results because I was curious what everyone would say.
73% said yes. About
Travis Trexler's arrest being related.
Right. Do you think Travis Trexler was arrested on purpose with the timing of his cousin Kegan Kline? 73% said yes. Derek, what's your thoughts on that?
I zoned out for a second. Sorry. I was reading the chat.
You fit right in. You sound just like Sonny.
Hi, Sleuth. I
Poor
did
Deb
not
was
want
poor Deb was
right then.
talking to
It's just
Sonny and I
like
are like, huh?
I know.
uh,
So
yes. No,
what about
was
what do
it?
you
Yeah,
think
I'm
about
sorry.
the timing of the fact that Travis Trexler, Kegan Kline's cousin, was arrested
Yeah.
today? So
Mhm.
regardless, even if it's
First.
over, pardon?
The first.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Well, sorry, on the first correction, right? So
Right.
this is on purpose. Do you not think so? Do you
That they
agree?
arrested him?
Do you meaning
You mean,
just like,
do I think it's not coincidental that they're talking to Kegan Kline, that all of a sudden they're
right?
arresting? No, I don't think that's a coincidence. I think it's I
Very
think
much a
it's
coincidence.
very likely. We can never speak in those 100% terms in this case, but I think it's very likely that something's connected there. I don't know
Right.
what exactly, but other than that, wait a minute, that was the place where that phone was at. I don't know. Maybe something going on there, Sonny. I think so.
A rumor where there was one of the search warrants possibly
Yeah.
previously.
That wasn't the first search warrant? That was
No. It's never been a confirmed place that there was a search warrant. It's been one of the room, that because we know of 3 search warrants, physical search warrants that were issued, and they said there were 12, at least a dozen. So that means there are not at least 9 that we don't know about. There's always been a rumor that Country Club Road was one of them, which was how they got the information from the Wi-Fi router that logged in, that had Kegan's phone logged into it. But that's a rumor, complete speculation.
If you guys, this is just pure speculation as well. If you guys had your choice, first of all, Derek and Adam, do you think that both Kegan Kline and Tony Kline are involved? Is the first part of that question.
Yes.
Adam?
Yeah.
Without yes or no?
It's depended on the day that you've asked me that, but I would say,
Okay.
I would say I would have been a firm 100% yes, and then I go back and forth with Tony because he's still out, and I'm like, is the dude like Teflon? Like nothing sticks to him?
Right.
But no, I would say yes.
The devices are all underneath Kegan's name.
Maybe Tony's just an actual real psycho pedophile, but didn't have anything to do with the murders in particular. That's a possibility.
Because you can be a monster and not have killed 2 girls.
Maybe I've been discounting Kegan for months, thinking he couldn't have had anything to do with the actual murders when maybe he did. And so here we go again with it, flipping the script a bit. And it's always
I see a much more devious side of him from the phone calls that I've listened to with him and Kelly, that I've listened to personally, and I hear his voice, and I'm like, there is something much more affirmative and like
brings me back to that presser,
sinister about it than I had kind of thought of before.
Yeah,
it brings me back to that 2019 presser when Doug Carter says, it emphasizes the fact that
my husband's knocking. 1 second.
Sure.
Go ahead, Derek. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's just
thank God she's gone.
Finally, that Doug Carter goes on about how he thinks that this killer may have a bit of conscience left. I don't think he could be talking about the Klines, knowing their history with anything on paper. One's a sloth. And by the way, Sleuth, I just got to say, Sleuth does the best. When he does this little kind of imitation of Kegan, when like he makes fun of him, like the guys around him are like punking him and kind of beating up on him. It's hilarious. But I don't see how it could just be those 2. So that's why, and if anyone out of those 2, since Kegan created the shots, it's got to be Kegan that's definitely in. So if it's only one of the 2, then it's Kegan, not Tony, with the Delphi murders, not to discount Tony's if he's searching up Sandy Hook victims and things like this disgusting shit. So I mean, they might as well lump him in there, because to me, he's just as bad as a killer anyways.
Correct. I think at the end of the day, for me, this is how I think. We know that Kegan Kline, regardless of Tony Kline, is involved in this. Absolutely, to me, 100%. So now I become done with him. Whether or not it was him or Tony in a certain spot, I now have completed that person because he is involved to me. Okay. So yeah, so that's become, so then it becomes for me tit for tat. Who cares? So if he was actually at the murders, he was involved. No different
Right.
than Kegan Dunker. He was involved in some capacity. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's where I keep going. Okay. I don't care if this is my second part of my question. If you believe both were there, do you believe that Kegan Kline or Tony Kline was at the Trexler house that day on County Club thing road there?
Country Club.
Mm-hmm.
That thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Or do you, so because it is plausible that Kegan Kline, because we know somebody Googled marathon gas station. So they weren't familiar with Delphi in a sense. So they would have probably had to Google, right, where the closest gas station was. I mean,
Mhm.
I think,
Mhm.
you know, and it's too bad that that video for that.
And out of the two of them, Tony being from that area for a lot longer and probably being a creeping around a lot longer and so forth,
Yeah.
he would have probably known that marathon. And being said, was Ron Logan his friend? Is that right?
Well, see, I heard that. I
Been a
don't actually,
rumor.
I don't necessarily know that. I'm
Okay.
still, I don't really.
But
put much-
okay, let's then. Okay, if that's a rumor, then we'll skip it because there's enough. Oh, there's enough meat on the bone without rumor. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, I think.
Did he say meat on the bone?
I don't.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I did. I
Yeah.
think.
Read the room.
Right. Right. You're right.
Mhm.
I'm tired.
I thought
I
you
just
were
don't
doing
see
good
how-
just a minute ago.
If you
I'm-
have,
I don't see how there can be a presence at Country Club Road. Then you have, and then you got somebody saying coincidentally he's waiting for his dad. On
Right.
one or two occasions with hitchhikers, not hitchhikers necessarily, people with cars or what was perceived to be a broken down car, as because of where it was waiting today. And it's like, and when does it stop? Because today I'm seeing video from this helicopter. All of a sudden, two young dudes pop out of a tunnel on a bridge right there. One has a crossbow, and it's like the day the helicopter's looking. I just
That's-
can't deal with it.
okay, you know what? I'm going to tell you right now. Ignore
Lord.
that. I have
makes
looked at
me
that
crazy.
footage. I have looked at that footage. You're wasting your time to me, even going down that path. Jenny
I
said
didn't mean
that.
to go. It was just there, and
No,
I'm
I
like,
know.
oh my.
Jenny sent it to me originally, I believe, and then asked me to. I had seen it already. Jenny sent it to me again. I was like, you know what? No, I'm not wasting my time on this shit. Okay, this person has a freaking camera in his hand. People are guesstimating what this person has in his hand, kind of like those people that say it's a crowbar in his hand that's out of the water, as if they're holding up evidence to the world, going, "Look at that! I found something."
Yeah.
No, okay, who cares what it is in his hand? It's not. No LE officer is going to go here. You know what? I just want to make sure that everyone with their cameras is looking at this freaking crowbar, something in my hand.
Right.
It's something that was a device that he was obviously using to, you know, in the water, maybe move rocks with it. Who knows? Because no person's going to be like, hello, here you go. I found it all, found the evidence. But anyways, that footage to me, I've looked at it. And I only humored.
And once you say crossbow, you see a crossbow. So what is that,
Right.
pareidolia or whatever they call that?
Correct.
You know, because I saw a crossbow, and it's like you could probably say something else now.
Here. What's the
You
word?
know, and
What's the word?
You would have to be a flipping idiot because to sit
I
there.
just deliver to college kids, Adam. I'm
Yeah.
not one.
Yeah.
Well,
But you
what's the word? Everyone goes on?
Paradoxia.
Pareidolia,
Pareidolia.
right? 32 bodies
what I
under the
said.
bridge.
Oh, right. Are you making fun of someone right now? Because I can never tell
I'm
it.
using it as an example. Pareidolia.
Who said that? Who said the 32 bodies, though? Someone did say that, didn't they?
Adam froze. Or did I freeze? Because was it me? Because Adam's face was like,
I just remember that comment before. Oh, we don't have to.
People have said it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. He's holding the crowbar. Uh-oh.
well, he says he's right. He's holding a crowbar, but if you look to the right of the side of the water, shit, I promise you, they found that crowbar is now in that pile.
Right.
I think it's a fact of people going like,
Sleuth is talking about the river search, I think. I was
Yeah.
talking about the footage. I was talking about the footage from the helicopter on the day of the murder. I think it was the day or the day after. I think it must have been the day. late in the day, and there were two guys, and one had what looked to me a tripod that was clearly a camera
A
tripod.
tripod, yeah.
One looked like a crossbow after someone said crossbow.
I don't even think it was a crossbow. Honestly, I spent enough time, but it was one of those things.
I'll take your word for it. I did not spend time.
I looked at that footage, and then I even went back to it, and I did it to humor Jenny because Jenny was really wanting me to look at it. I hate wasting my time. If anyone knows me, I hate wasting my time on things that I deem as useless shit, in a sense, or things that don't matter. And because I had already ruled that out,
you're giving me a forum. It's wonderful. Thank you, Sonny.
No, I was going to say, is that why you ignore everything I say, Sonny?
No, but the thing is, I truly do ignore a lot of things that people send and say. If I know that there's no basis to the crap that they're showing me or whatever, I literally don't really spend any time on it because, again, I already give enough time to this case. I don't need to be going down things that I could care less about. You know, they might care about them, but that doesn't mean I have to care about them. I care about what I'm trying to do. But if somebody else is really interested in something, then go search and find the answers, or bring it into a program yourself.
I respect that.
Yeah, I just
I know Sleuth's had a path that wasn't my path, but I had some information on, so I immediately shared it with him because I knew that it was a path that he wasn't necessarily on, but that he was interested in. So I knew it wasn't my path, but I knew it might be something he'd be interested in. And I hope it was helpful.
And that's the thing.
The same with, anyone. Like, I respect other paths.
I don't know how it worked out that my favorite creators also seem to be friends amongst each other, too. I don't know if I got one from the other or what happened, but I just love it because I just feel like I'm on the right track when it comes to my information. Now that you've kind of been, I liked Kristen for quite a while, and
I didn't really know her at all, to be honest with you, up until recently, until someone.
She's very fair, and again, she provides a safe space.
Well, the thing is that for me, and this is probably going to fall into what you were just talking about, is again, for me, it always becomes about, I don't give a shit about who your BG is or your story as a creator. As long as you are doing it for the purpose of caring about other people and it's not a self-motivated quest for money or subscribers and stuff like that, sure, those will come along with because of who you are as a channel and the respect that people want to give you or not want to give you. That will come with the territory, no different than Adventures with Purpose. They've grown.
Sometimes with lightning speed. If you look at Steve's, I mean, people.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about respect.
And it's like within a week, it was like boom, he was 1,000 numbers.
We kind of built him up, though.
I was going to say, we built him up.
He's probably fishing right now, so
he was fishing. He's fishing, and we were building his channel.
But and we did the same thing for CD's channel as well. It was no one asked us to do it. It's just a thing I have. If I respect you as an individual, and you're just starting out, I will push for you, let you share your links, and we'll talk about you and send people that way.
Push people to me.
You know what, Adam? We really don't, do we? Because I guess in my head, I don't know.
As soon as she does, I know she's ready to get rid of me.
Yeah.
I think Sleuth. I think actually, I don't know why I'm saying this because it was my stepdad's. He passed away, but I think I have a gutting knife right next to me here in my room. Do you want me to show it? Do I have?
Sure.
Is this what I have? Sure. I'm curious because it's an odd.
Are you gonna flash weapons?
I don't. No, stop it. And this is not a weapon. This is. I gotta put it up here. I was gonna put it up to the microphone.
I have a weapon.
Oh. This with this hook on the end.
Mm-hmm.
I did not buy. This is not my. It just came along with deceased relative stuff.
Okay, can I see that again from behind? No, pull it. Okay.
No, they're not deceased. No, they're not from the knife, Adam. Okay. They're not deceased from the knife. Stop it.
You saw what I was throwing down there.
Oh, yeah. Sure. I approve. Why can't I line it up? Am I that stoned? Wow.
Yeah,
no. There we go.
Yeah. Okay.
He was a mechanic, and he bought all his tools from Mac Tool. This is a Mac Tool a weird little, which is on like Mac tool. Why would it make sense? But I keep hearing about this hook at the end. Is this the right thing? Is that the kind of knife that everyone is referring to?
Yeah, that's a gutting knife. But I was gonna say, because
that's wow.
There's a few. Adam, is your hair good? Is your hair good?
Oh no, my eyes were itching.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, do you need to get going? Because I know you said that.
Are you gonna stay on for a while?
Yeah. I got time. My husband went over to go watch Game of Thrones at the theater, his boss's theater, where he works. So he's like, we're gonna go watch Game of Thrones. So I can hang for a little bit if Derek needs to go too, then that's so be it.
I'm on vacation.
Yeah. Yeah, I am kind of too, really.
Well, I mean, I hate to be the first one to leave a party, but
yeah, I know, right, Adam?
You're ready to get rid of me, so.
Why do you have to go? Are you tired?
Teresa says that's what they're looking for. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well,
I don't know. I just wondered. I kept hearing about this knife with the hook on the end. And I'm like, is that what I have? I don't even know, because I'm not a knife guy. I'm not a gun guy. I obviously have a few knives, and I probably have a few guns too. But I'm not a guy that I don't put things on a shelf and sort of look at them, kind of thing. It's just there in case, you know.
Hi, Bambi.
Lilith wants to link, Sonny.
Yeah, I'm just sending it. I just gotta find.
Well, no, Sleuth, is that because I'm leaving?
Yeah, he's basically like, get the hell off.
I know, right?
He's like, get the hell off. My turn.
I want to stay.
Yeah. Oh, do you now? Flirt?
I think it should.
There you go, Sleuth. I just sent the link for you. Oh, now my cat wants to come in and start meowing. I get it. I plan, what do you say? I plan on hanging out. Okay. So, yeah, like, I mean, there's some things. I'll tell you, it drives me crazy, all the different things that the BG has on him that I cannot. Hey, you need to shut up or I'm kicking you out of the room. Got it, cat? I know. You hear that? Yeah, mommy. Yeah, give me attention.
Aww.
Not going to happen because daddy's gone. Not going to happen. Sorry. I'm going to have to kick you out of the... You know what? Give me a second. I just need to see if they're hungry and give them some... Yeah, shut their little mouths up over there. So I'll just be right back. Adam, can you just stay on for a couple of minutes?
Yeah,
okay.
Of course. Right. No, got to go right now. Bye.
Later. Okay. Derek can just sit there.
Poor Derek.
I will just sit here and read the comments.
Right. It's a scary position to be in all of a sudden.
Yeah, because I'm not like I don't start out today thinking about creating content. I really don't. I enjoy your guys' stuff because I'm a rare person that doesn't mind admitting I enjoy watching good content. So the thought of actually doing it isn't not that I'm creating that now. That's not what I mean. On my own or something like that. That's not really at least as far as these kind of murder things go, I wouldn't do that. But I do have something brewing.
Do you?
In terms of a show, I think, yeah, for sure. But it wouldn't be in regards to like murder cases per se. So it would just be something about my local. I'm really into Kalamazoo and the history and stuff like that. Which would probably encompass a couple cold cases. That kind of thing.
I know. I mean, even myself. I mean, I know that like I feel like I work much better off of other people. So like when I'm on by myself, I totally get like froze up and I'm like, and I just don't. But as soon as I have someone to work off of, I think I do a better job.
I fancy myself a sidekick. Yeah, I do.
Right?
Well, or a trio or whatever.
Or a trio, yeah, you don't need to be a
like
sidekick.
somebody but you can tell the personalities don't. Like Sunny could do a show by herself, no problem. Sleuth obviously all the time does a show by the. I'm pretty sure Marv or Frank, and I think you've done shows by yourself too.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can do
and you do just fine. I mean,
when I have energy to work off of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree, and I feel the same way about life personally. I don't even like I've always had a lot of roommates, and even though I bought my own house, I thought, well, bring the cost of that mortgage down by renting out a couple rooms to friends and stuff like that.
Right.
So I don't like I don't know. Yeah, I like an ensemble cast.
Now, in my
myself.
private life,
So-
I do very well alone, but I mean, I think even like Sleuth would probably agree. Like, and Sunny, it's like like it takes pressure off of you when you have like a guest because you don't have to rely on yourself solely. So you do kind of have like like an immediate content just because you can go back and forth with that person. But
yeah, and you're also able to probably even just keep an eye on some other trends that are happening in chat or things
Right.
like that you wouldn't if you like me. I'm kind of just looking at the camera when I'm doing this, and I probably don't need to. I don't know why I am, but I am when I could be reading the chat or whatever. But it's just not
it's hard to do it
natural for
all.
me to, yeah.
No, if
And
I'm doing a
I
stream by
was
myself,
never
I'm
a
sorry.
multitasker. I'm just not. I don't consider myself a multitasker. I don't think it's necessary. I think completing one task in a manner that's effective is good enough for me.
Yeah. I mean, I know that when I've done a stream by myself, it's very hard to like watch chat and like keep up with everything.
Yeah, it's like I'm watching chat and I see what people are saying, but so I'm always looking this way a lot, but whereas the camera's here, but I always feel awkward, like this monitor that I have sits down lower. It doesn't have the rise like the Asus did. This one just kind of just sits at this level. Because I used to think to myself, why is it when people are talking that they're just talking to the screen, like, and I'm like always looking up and whatever. But then I realized it's because I always had the Asus up more, so
You should put a little brick or something underneath your computer. Move it up
I was gonna say I'm a very expressive person with my face, my eyes, and my hands and stuff. I've always been that way. Usually someone can tell if something bugs me or if I'm pissy or like if someone.
And Adam, yeah, I mean, you were commenting, Sonny, on Adam's
expressions.
I can't watch
the other day. I
myself.
thought, it's and I think I do too. And it's my voice for me is hearing my own voice, so I don't even get to kind of go back.
Oh, that night Adam's facials were.
Oh no, I try to watch myself on. Any stream I try to watch myself on. I'm like, I can't do it. Because I'm like, I do look like an alien. I'm like,
once that gets planted in your head, and then all of a sudden, what is this?
And then I watch other people. I'm like, how do people sit so still and they don't like move around? And I'm like, I look like I'm having a stroke the whole time.
Let's talk next level for a second. Now that all these little sort of feel like maybe some more details are coming out, whether it's the ones you guys are bringing up or other shows that everyone respects and likes, there are themes that are going on. What's the next? How do we tie it? Basically, you guys. How do you guys, for us, tie it together? These details have to suddenly, like PFAS, start attracting to each other, and if they're not going to attract to each other, then how can they be viable over time? My question is then, how do we take these new ideas, these new things that are morphing, and start making connections? And I'll take my answer on the air, actually.
Sonny wasn't listening.
Sonny's not paying attention. No, she's.
Oh no, you know what? I'm not even going to entertain this loser that sent an email. So honestly, this loser sends an email talking about, well, let's see, you, Derek, me, Deb, etc. And all I can say is you're pathetic and you get a life. So you know what? Let me say this. This is what I love to do. If you're watching us right now, who's the joke on now? Because you're going to send an email that says that. I only read the first 3 lines and then I got bored already. But it just makes me laugh that these people are like saying this shit. Don't watch. Get out of here. Go watch somebody else's channel. Go jerk off for all I care.
There's so much going on this interwebs. I mean, there are a million things you could be doing. I mean, there are a million things we could all be doing. And the fact of the matter is, this is a community where people don't have to have the same ideas, but they do have to have a certain level of respect. So F off, whoever you.
Yeah, I know, right? It's just such a joke that they're sitting there literally emailing you because they're literally watching you right now.
Don't you
And
love that?
yeah, I love it.
I think it's kind of creepy. Personally, I mean, it's a little weird.
Yeah. So there's Sleuth. Sleuth's coming up. There he is.
Sleuth is? Oh, good.
Yep, there he is. Hey, Sleuth.
Hey, what's up?
That's him.
Oh,
I reckon.
look at here with the blue screen going, eh? Yeah.
God.
I always put that up. I always put that up when I'm hanging with you, Sonny.
Yeah. I was gonna say it looks almost like you're like floating in the sky type of thing. It's a cool look. It's just kind of like you come off crisp and clear to what you're wearing, and then it's like and then the sky's behind you. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you?
Yeah, you know, just hanging. Hanging. Yeah.
I just cracked me a Stella.
That's what I need a drink.
Stella Artois.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone has a drink but me.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna go get a drink really quick. I'll be right back.
I know you're making
everyone
me
else. Well, I'm on vacation. I really don't. I don't do it that much anymore. But I have something downstairs for an emergency. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Plus, I already went on my walk, so I'm good to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great live today, Sleuth.
Wasn't that crazy? What the fuck was that?
It was, but you know what? It's almost what like that craziness is what really, like, you could see like the numbers. I don't even know what your top amount was. It was 430 something at some point. But it was a great live, meaning, okay, I think, I'm not sure if you were watching earlier. I felt like that Bill guy was attacking Kelli there, and instead of just listening to her, and that's hence why it was like she was gone.
Before that we were in this backstage, and we didn't invite them on. They were asking to come on. Yeah, they were asking to come on so they could have the platform and they could address what was being said. So I told them, be prepared for the hard questions, because I have a panel that wasn't prepared for this. And it just sounds shocking. You know what I mean? Even I was upset.
Yeah, I know. I could see that too, actually.
Yeah, it's upsetting to think, to have to talk about that is extremely upsetting to me.
Yeah.
But I don't judge, I don't judge people. I know whatever they're doing, whatever their angle is, whatever they're going at, that's up to them. But I am entitled to my opinion, and that's how I felt.
Absolutely. Right. Each to their own, right?
I know, and I didn't catch your live, Sleuth, but that is one thing that I know I said to Kelli when I spoke to her earlier, was that, without seeing it, that, just from what I know about you, that, that I can see you being very chill and being very relaxed. And
Kelli lives in my city, and she's the kind of person that would probably come drive by my house, after getting my address. That's the type of shit I don't like.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
I was just saying that
I didn't realize that.
I was like, I know your style to be very fair and very.
I'm being trolled. I'm being doxxed. There's a lot, and she was part of that.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Was that from that thing about the whole bloke thing? Was that from then? I don't know anything about that.
She must have went and searched me, because I never came out and told anybody I lived in Arizona. But every time I was on a live, she came out and was like, "Oh, how's Arizona? Blah blah blah." It's like, I see what you're doing. So she came on my show and she was like, "I know you don't like me," and she knows why.
And you still gave her a format. And you still gave her a format. I mean, basically.
Yeah, and I'm still talking to her behind the scenes, and I'm telling her that I have all the utmost respect for her, and I apologize for what happened. But you know what? That's on them. When people do shit like that, they have to live with it, not me.
Right.
Well, I was gonna say, I mean, it went how it went. You could feel the craziness in the air there. Definitely.
I didn't know what the hell was going on. So, I mean, I really didn't, because I came on a couple minutes late as it was. So I kind of was like, by the time I came on, I'm like, well, what's going on? And then before I knew it, I was reading the chat today, which is why I was going to comment. Like, here, I don't usually read the chat. It's hard to multitask. Today during Sleuth Show, somehow it all came together for me. I was able to both read that chat and keep my eye on the
And we talked
on the
about
prize.
that, Derek. We were like, man, where's Derek? Like, he's going to jump into this. He's going to be blind. Like, he's not going to see this coming. We got Kelly. We got Julie Melvin.
It was interesting,
and we were talking to Fig. Fig was like, can you please put him on? And I only did it as a favor for him.
You know what?
I have so much respect for Fig.
Absolutely.
I feel like it was I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like
it was a great show.
Good thing. Because honestly, Adam had been talking with Kelly about coming on our live and just telling her story. And so when I heard Julie like talk about her and Kelly, I was like, sweet. Okay. So, so let's, because of this whole Lilith thing and stuff like that, I was just like, sweet, because honestly, it's almost like to me taking a weight off somebody's shoulder, because it's like, I'm like, great, I don't have to edit another video.
Well, it gets a little tiring when it's just all this like, oh, it's a source that this person. I'm like, just come on and tell your story. People, your name is out there. Just come on and talk.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, unless the source is like a family member and you're trying to protect them, like
of
you
course.
should just. And also, if the source is going to, well, I disagree with that. I think you should protect a source at all costs.
Oh, well, no, of course, no. That's of course. I'm saying, but if a source, is out,
protect the source, but the source is willing to come out, because obviously Julie and her wanted to come on the show or whatever, and like basically talk about it.
And so I watched your video, Sonny, and I couldn't really get a good glimpse because I know Derek wanted to see that letter, but I pulled up the video and I know you were reading it, but there really wasn't a good image of it. Did you capture?
Deb, Deb gave me the images from the DeLorean channel. I tried to make it better, but ran out of time. There was a better image of it. I just can't remember. I think I don't have the energy to scroll back in our chat.
What was your gist, though? I know you did read through it a little bit. What'd you take from that?
Well, from it? Well, basically the fact about, the sock thing, that really he was just, I don't know. He was really just talking about the things that he liked, the movies that he liked.
Do you believe that she threw a phone in the river that contained evidence? Do you believe that?
Do I believe that way?
Did you hear that?
No.
Yeah, I heard that she was the first person to start communicating with Kegan Kline. And then once they realized that they could be being tracked, he told her to take the phone and throw it into the water.
You mean Kelly?
No, not Kelly. Lilith.
Lilith. That's what I thought you meant.
I read that online today.
Okay, I didn't hear that part whatsoever.
Yeah, and she's trying to say that that's what sparked the search, was just that stupid thing.
Oh, I think Lilith is full of shit. Is what I
right.
A burner phone? Yeah,
she may even be a man. That might not even be her. So I hope you guys aren't showing this girl's information and then it ends up being like a troll.
No, well, I mean,
she
held up the picture. Like she literally held up the picture.
I can do that though. I can hold up the picture.
Well, true, but with her fingernails.
Because Bridge Burner, Fake King, Unroyal, they all fucking trolled me and they all did this weird shit. And they're calling my wife.
Yeah, I'm getting phone calls too.
Yeah, it's Fake King and it's Unroyal. They're fucking disgusting. So, and
are they spoofing numbers to her too?
No, they're like leaving. She's super smart. Like she's so smart and she's so strong and she doesn't even think about it. She's like, oh yeah, that shit you warned me about, it's happening. And I was like, yeah, and she just giggles about it. She doesn't give a fuck. She's a boss. So
yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a bit much. I mean,
yeah, it's disgusting. And even Groz did a show about it. Poor guy. But it's really sick how they do it, like calling his wife and calling people's wife. Who knows? Next, they're going to call your neighbors. But what they don't realize is that, did they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are they? I don't understand why.
They're just trying to get information. They're trying to create havoc. They're trying. What I thought it was when they left the voicemail and sending the emails with the Cody Patty stuff.
Yep.
Richard, you're blocked.
Right. Sonny and I have gotten those.
Yeah, so what it is,
for you,
they're
Richard.
fishing and they're trying to get you to respond. So let's say one of your wife or your cousins or your neighbors finally respond, they got them. You know, they're like, oh, because she was literally crying, and I'm pretty sure it was Fake King or Unroyal or both of them together. And they left a voicemail of somebody crying. Now, the normal person, my wife's not normal. She's a savage. Like she'll eat you for breakfast.
Nice.
She hears somebody leaving a crying voicemail. She's like, "Who the fuck is this trying to set traps? You know,
Right.
you really think I'm gonna text you?" Yeah, and we all know Fake King is fucking nutty as shit. Have you
there's a
listened
few of
to
those
her?
nutty as shit people out there for sure.
Oh my
but
god,
they're
it's just it's on disturbing levels though. Come on, guys.
They're two peas in a pod.
Can I say this? I don't know much about Fake King besides, I never really got into all that drama. I stayed away from it for the most part. I know the little bits I do because of, usually Deb and Adam sharing something that was said, because usually, they're more the channels. And so anyway, I don't really know a lot. I just know that there's a lot of freaking Fruit Loops out there, and there's a lot of freaking wacko jackos. Whoops.
These people need goddamn jobs. That's what they need, jobs. They're sitting around with their thumbs up their ass, and they could, minimum wage isn't that bad in some of these states. It's 13, 14, 15 bucks an hour. I mean, look, if you work 60 hours a week, get 2 or 3 together, you could have a respectable place, a car, some wheels. You wouldn't need you wouldn't need all the bullshit. Excuse my language. I've had a half a drink. You better look out, mother effers.
Well, what I think it is there's something psychologically going on, because I felt it before. I remember one time I was on this podcast, and it was like when I first got into Delphi. I think it was even Michael Catt. And it was when I first opened my Sleuth Intuition channel, and it was brand new, and I went onto his channel and he blocked me. I remember I was so fucking pissed. I was like, man, how do I get back to this guy? But I love Catt. He just didn't know my new YouTube channel. He knew who I was prior to that, because we emailed each other. But he was like, I'm not playing games. It looks suspicious, Sleuth Intuition.
You got the preemptive block.
Yeah, so he blocked me. But I remember feeling so pissed off and so helpless and unable to do anything about it.
You don't want to say, because you're a real man, is you probably felt a little hurt, man,
Yeah, well, not only hurt, I just felt powerless. So imagine if you're kind of like off your meds and you're a little bit psychotic and a little schizophrenic, and somebody does that to you, or you're suffering from some lack of sleep, and you're just maybe on a little bit of drugs or something, and you're just focused in on like not feeling helpless, and you're going to get this motherfucker. Well, that's what these people did to me, because all I simply did was block them. Block me, they said, motherfucker, watch this. And that's it.
And we got a new mission. We know Royal would go days without sleep, and
got a poor guy. I mean, stay away from that dude. Watch out for that guy.
We don't.
You fixate when you feel powerless. You can fixate sometimes on whatever you can do to capture that power back in your mind.
Some people can't snap out of it. I remember I felt so helpless and powerless. I remember I blogged online, and I even found a hate page for Cat and Greeno or something, and I was like, yeah, look at all this. This is all what I need, And then I was like,
it's called Reddit.
Whoa. I was like, whoa, dude, what are you doing? I was like, you're like totally engulfed in this strange anger. So what if you can't snap out of it? You just keep going and going and going, and now you're emailing Adam and you're calling Graz's wife, and you're just completely psychotic. Like, snap out of it.
But she did snap out of it, man.
Who?
Right? Or whoever's texting you or whatever, messing around.
No, they're still going. They're still they're still manipulating.
They're still doing it? I thought this was a thing of the past.
Oh no, I'm still getting it.
Oh no.
No, it's active. It's active.
I mean, people that love
Isn't that harassment? Isn't that illegal? I'm sorry.
Well, a lot of shit's illegal. I mean,
Sunny and I were getting it Friday. Was it Friday? Sunny, what night was it? Friday that we were getting Cody Patty ones.
Friday what?
Was it Friday night we were getting the Cody Patty emails?
Oh yeah, the Cody Patty emails. That was funny. Yeah, Cody Patty's emailing us anonymous. All I can say is, again, I feel sorry that people need to be that pathetic.
Does every murder case have this, or is it just Delphi?
Crazy,
I mean, what is in Delphi, baby? What is it?
It's I think that there was some type of I think there was some type of Satanism or something involved, and I'm not trying to shit on anybody's religion, but I think there
Right.
was some type of ritualistic something that is causing, and
Say what?
the whole like
And
they're
Sonny's like, wait, what?
and they're searching for power. You know what I mean? They're searching for power. So
We
to me,
know.
that says
We know
ritual.
that. We know that.
And maybe they
Yeah.
gained power for all we know, because we're living
Secular.
in that era where people don't have faith in God,
Oh,
and
I
they
don't
don't
know.
they don't have that shield anymore. So maybe they are being affected by this spiritual power. You know what I mean? Because it seems like it's cursed.
I don't know what you mean in terms of putting it like that, but I know what you mean when you say that. I think people can have some kind of mass delusional, and I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about more cultish behavior. I think they can allow themselves, it appears, to 1 minute, and they may even come from homes that aren't part of this cult or whatever. They could just be soaked up in it because they're lonely or feel outcast or something. I think that what they're willing to do at the end of the day is pretty damn scary when you consider how dramatic and extreme these acts are by some of these killer cults, if you want to say it like that.
Just to Sleuth, you can see this. So I didn't understand what Kelly was saying at first, because she's obviously responding to that a comment that you made. Because at first I was confused. It says she says, "Why would he say that about me? That's awful."
Because it's true.
And then
she came on to all of my live streams and said, "Oh, Tempe, Arizona, blah blah blah," knowing that I came out publicly and said, "Hey, I'm trying to hold off as long as I can from letting people know my location, my name, this and that." So that was just disrespectful. Yeah, it's going to come out. I always knew my name, my address, all that stuff was going to come out, but I always knew to look at who exposed it. You know what I mean? Right. I used it as an opportunity to see who would do that shit, and she was one of the people that did it.
His name's not Sleuth Intuition for no reason, folks.
That's not your real. Wait, that's not your real name.
It is. It's not my birth name, but it might be my name. I don't know.
I've been duped.
But I have a question for you about that one, just to ask you, Sleuth, because I can tell with Kelly that, for instance, she has no problem saying where she's from. Do you think that do you honestly think perhaps that it was just kind of like there's some people?
Well, let me ask you this: why do you go around being afraid of Tony Kline after fucking texting Kegan? Why are you so afraid? It's because they know where you fucking live. So why are you going around telling people where I live?
I was gonna say, for me personally, for creative, well, I don't involve myself with that stuff anyway. But
yeah, it's strange. Why does she?
I'm not going to say where you live unless you're willing to talk about it yourself.
No, I live in Phoenix, Arizona. Everybody knows because of her.
I actually know that. Actually.
Yeah, she goes around telling people that.
You know?
I thought he lived on the ocean. It's always raining where he's at. As far
I thought you lived in New York or something. Actually,
no.
Yeah, that's right.
People that search me think that because that's what my VPN says.
Right. And again, it doesn't matter. And this is not directed specifically for Kelly here. This was at Sleuth. It doesn't matter if someone lives in your city, they should respect your privacy no matter what. And that's just the bottom line, because like I said, some people are willing to not really care. And they, it's that perception sometimes that because they don't care if they say where they're from, they sometimes assume that maybe the other person doesn't care as well. And that's just it. Whereas other people like yourself, Sleuth, like your privacy, don't really want it being.
Well, I don't give a shit about my privacy. I have 2 young girls. Mm-hmm. So, and what I do here on YouTube is I put bad guys on blast, guys that hurt young girls. So you're over there helping these bad guys find the guy that's putting them on blast. To me, you're a piece of shit for doing stuff like that.
I don't well, I wasn't expecting that to come out on there. Because you say, wait, so you're talking about Kelly when you said that?
Whoever the shoe fits.
On there. Okay. Again, and this everyone has their own personal thoughts. I know from watching your show earlier, I know that the Bill guy kept kind of attacking her. And I know I could see you were upset as well. What was it that was making you upset? Was the fact that she was talking about it, the fact that she communicated with Kegan, the fact that she, like
No.
what? No. Okay.
It was the fact that it was out in the public.
Okay. So right. So you felt that it should have never have made it out to the public.
It's one thing to help. Sorry to cut you off, Sonny,
No,
but it's
fine.
it's one thing to help law enforcement after the fact, like, oh no, actually what you did was helpful, because that's the story that they told on the live stream. That was what they were trying to portray, is that they were actually being helpful. It should end there. Why does it go from helpful to attention seeking? How did that happen?
Mm-hmm. Don't know, because I was gonna say, for me,
sorry,
that's okay. So, because for me, again, and this is where, and this is no disrespect to Sleuth or anybody else, we each have our own thoughts and brains on how we think. You know, exactly what happened on Sleuth show, and then Kelli had left. Now we
two
had
separate shows.
Two separate shows, exactly. So for me, for Kelli,
well,
again,
let me clear this up real quick, Sonny.
Sure.
I'm not saying what she did was wrong,
right?
Because her case was that she didn't sext and she didn't do this, she didn't do that. And Julie Melvin was trying to separate herself, because even people like Roz today were going around saying that it was Julie Melvin actually communicating with Kegan, and that's not true. She's just trying to work with Kelli. And the issues that I have with Kelli are not related to her texting,
okay,
specifically. But the thing is that why does she seem so urgent? She's never reached out to me. Julie Melvin's never reached out to me. It's like a PR thing. Now that the media is talking about it, now that everybody on social media is talking about it, it's like they're trying to get ahead of it, but they're not showing any solid stuff. So if you're going to come on my platform at the request of a good friend of mine,
right,
I expected you to answer some tough questions and not run away. What was the point of that if you're just going to run and not show everything? Because I'm not interested in this at all. Not one bit.
I know you're not.
At all.
About the whole Kegan Kline part of it.
Texting, the communicating. I'm not. Yeah, the sexting, the communicating with him.
I mean, but the second
the drama around
Julie
it.
was.
Julie
had
no
some great
concern
information. I thought.
Right.
I appreciated Julie's perspective. I appreciated all that stuff. Right, Julie, is that her name? Am I screwing that up?
No, you got it right, Julie Melvin.
Yeah, and I'll say this again, and like I said it to Kelli as well. Again, each to their own. Regardless if I approve of something or not, out of what it's not my life, it's someone else's life. I still, regardless, will always appreciate any information that can help me understand the involvement of who's involved. That's my journey.
Like when I found out like he mentioned something about an author. I wrote the author's name down and I plan to look that author up. You know what I mean? The stuff is important. That's not the part I'm talking about.
Yes, I realize that. Yeah.
It's not that. It's the attention seeking part of it.
It's what you think that they're trying to get out of it. That's what's bugging you, is like.
It's not even that. It kind of reminds me of like a Gray Hughes when he found his way like close to family members, victims, and he's like throwing it in everybody's face. Like it's just, that shit's weird to me. Like you don't like, it's almost like they don't see the psychology behind their own weird going-ons. You know what I mean?
Sleuth, I do understand absolutely what you're saying to that. Right. And again, for us here, we just, again, let me put it this way. It was kind of like when Vincent Farmer came on, they had the opportunity to say whatever they wanted to. They had the free reign to say it. And again, regardless, everyone is responsible for their own actions and thoughts. For me, again, it doesn't, for me, it personally doesn't bug me, because I actually appreciate if I hear honesty. Now, if somebody has an ulterior motive behind what they're doing, has no bearing on me. I'm listening to the story, and if there's information that comes out of it that has bearing, then that's what I like. Because I know that people necessarily don't do everything what other people deem as morally correct or ethically correct or whatever and stuff like that. My goal will always be that.
And I don't judge, by the way.
Abby
Well,
and Libby. And
Sunny, can I say really quickly, like in that instance, we also we reached out and we spoke to Jerry McClurkin because before we gave any platform to anyone, we wanted to make sure we were respectful first and foremost to Karina and Karina's family. And, before we allowed anyone to have a platform and talk on
always,
we had Jerry McClurkin's blessing.
Yeah.
You guys got a hard time for that, didn't you?
We did. Yeah.
We did.
I didn't see anything wrong. I didn't see.
No. And
it's news to me. You guys are reporting news and I'm happy to grab the scoop,
We were reporting what was told to us by that person themselves. Most people did not know that. And so we weren't about to say it because we simply ask. We and behind the scenes, we will ask and make sure, like with Kelli, the information, anything, it was always I needed the clearance that this person is saying it's okay. We were told to actually put out that information. And again, so people wanted to judge, but we knew the truth behind that information and exactly what it was, the family member telling us that, because they wanted the people that cared about the Karina place to know. And so, yeah, it was just one of those things. You try to always be respectful. And what, did you put any up your hand? Or
I didn't want to interrupt.
No,
it's your show. I'm not going to interrupt you, man.
You can interrupt.
It's not when you're. No, I was just going to say it, and just in defense of Sleuth, when you say that, I think sometimes we don't always know, myself included, what's really going on behind the scenes. Whether it be law enforcement, whether it be Sunny, whether it be Sleuth. And I trust all of the people that I like because, one, I know that I have better taste than most people. That's the only pat on the back I will give myself, but I have great taste.
I'll give you a pat on the back.
I'll give you that.
I know that I trust Sleuth to it came across the way it did, but I still kind of stayed out of all that because I just, at the end of the day, I'm going to trust now. And as far as Bill goes, look, Bill's his own person, But let me just finish. Let me just finish this. I just want to finish this really quick, and then I'll shut up.
Mm-hmm.
I trust, and Sonny, you too, that if there's an agenda besides maybe what we're aware of as listeners and fans of you all, then I think we owe you guys too sometimes the benefit of the doubt to give that time to flesh out, which I think it's doing right now. So thanks for clearing it up.
And we are just straight shooters, even if me and Sleuth disagree. And
wait, what do we disagree on? Which part?
Was it right?
I don't even know what we're disagreeing on.
Because I don't have a problem.
You guys.
I don't have a problem.
No.
I don't have a problem with the communicating with Kegan Kline.
No. I just mean, even if we disagree on what, it doesn't matter, just in general.
Oh, in general. Okay.
In general.
Yeah,
all I'm saying is me and Sleuth have our style and that we're straight shooters.
Yep.
And so how someone reacts, like, meaning I'm not in control of how Kelli or Julie or Bill, what they say, just like Sleuth isn't in control of that, really. I mean, he is, but it's kind of like when someone's talking, right? It's kind of what's coming out.
Yeah, and I'm not going to hold my tongue.
Right.
And
exactly.
Maybe, and I'm not speaking for Sleuth here because I have no idea, but maybe in your situation where you have a guest that maybe is asking some of the questions you want to ask yourself, maybe you'll let him go on and look like the asshole. I don't know.
Well, not only that, but if you come on asking, this was the premise before they came on, was, hey, we want to use your platform so that we could set the record straight. How do you set the record straight without having somebody like Bill literally ask those tough questions?
Right.
My only criticism, and it would only be constructive, not in terms of the content of what he said, would be to give them a chance to answer the question.
That was it.
Well, before he starts asking,
you can see towards the end he realized that.
Yeah.
Well, I know what I'm going to bed watching.
It was, and that was just it, Sleuth. It was, let someone talk first, and then bring out those hard questions.
Well, he was upset.
Was he?
Oh,
Yeah,
I
he
could
was
tell.
upset.
Yeah,
He was
something
upset.
something was eating his ass
So
today,
he
And
was
we had a little powwow before we went live.
okay.
which I thought would relax him, but it didn't.
No, and he wanted to ask the tough questions.
Yeah.
And he did. And
And he was probably just
See,
wanting
and Sleuth, and Sleuth, maybe you could let them know. I wasn't privy to that powwow. I mean, I just sort of came on. I was a couple
I was
minutes late,
hoping
so
you were. We were trying to give you
no,
let
no.
you know that we were going right, and then we ended up going. We
And then
zigged
left.
instead of
Yeah.
zagging.
I'm just clarifying that. I'm not saying I wouldn't have felt the same way or any of that. I'm just saying I just didn't know. So I felt mostly good just being quiet for most of the time, and then I started talking about church affiliation. I guess
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
know,
join the
I
choir.
Well, that's a great
Ah.
question because if
Mm-hmm.
you look, there is, the church by the Marathon gas station. You got that weird pyramid with the little guy at the
Do you know what church it is?
Dude, I'm such a conspiracy guy, man. Yeah, it's the Methodist
know.
Church.
Oh,
and
it's the
it goes back to the cold case that we were talking about.
Sure.
So,
Oh yeah.
It doesn't hurt to just think about things. I mean, what's it going to hurt to theorize and speculate?
Are you talking about the Climbers Methodist Church, which is 2 towns away, or the one right in Delphi? There's 2 different ones, but Climbers isn't in Delphi. That's why they had a problem tracking them down. Climbers is 2 towns away.
Yeah, but you got to think it's got to be like a lot of churches, right?
There's a lot of Methodist churches.
And maybe the part that they got correct was the Methodist part.
Oh,
that's what I'm thinking.
Maybe, yeah. Okay, all
right. Don't forget.
If my battery dies, I don't want you guys to think I'm being rude, and it goes. I'll come back on just in the chat.
Don't forget to be respectful in chat. I'm just a believer of live and let live.
You're firmer
believer. Yeah, but live and let live.
I will say, like Sonny and I we did an interview with someone involving the Karina McClurkin case, where we got some pretty graphic details of some things that happened that night. But because that person,
some real stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, some very I mean, people that were named in the were named in the search warrant, that were named in the affidavit, that testified at the grand jury. And they were then told by law enforcement, that what they, told us probably they didn't want us to air. And I mean, we have, what is it, 2 or 3 hour interview with that person?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we've
never talked about it.
We would never, because law enforcement asked us not to, so we won't.
Because it's one of those things. Privately, this person wanted to give us information, but again, it was private.
And we verified it.
It will never be about, like I said, that one jerk off, Richard. Like I said, you're blocked, dude, but keep watching us. It will never ever be about, for me, subscribers and whatever. Meaning, we want subscribers, of course, because we want more awareness.
You want your channel to be successful?
Exactly.
In your goal? What are you thinking?
I know.
How dare you, right?
I mean, how dare we? How dare we?
That's great, but I don't listen to people that are willing to compromise their morals for it, and that's why, all of you.
That's the difference. Is that the first and foremost part is that, to me, if you're in this community, you should at least be here because you cared first and foremost. If, just like AWP, if success in a sense, and success being because they care about people, that people are drawn to that channel because of their genuineness, and just like Jared from AWP, just a straight up shooter, I love that guy. I love the way he just talks. They're just straight up shooters. And for me, like I said, people can try to bring us down all day long, but there's more people that care about seeing a real genuine person being honest and caring. And we're not, Sleuth, last time I looked, I wasn't pinning someone down, punching them in the face to donate to this channel. Last time I looked, I wasn't.
That's not what Adam told me.
I have a video of it. I have a video of it. I mean, it's very pixelated. But
Deb looks innocent, but apparently she's the henchman.
I know.
That's the heavy. Deb is the heavy, man. You do not want to mess with her.
You guys see it.
Wild card.
See it.
Yeah.
Deb's a muscle.
I saw it from the beginning.
Call that a sleeper.
Yeah.
She's also a star. Deb, Sonny and I don't like to ever let her believe that.
Yeah.
Deb is
Have you guys seen the
No,
new Brad Pitt
I-
movie?
No,
Bullet
which
Train?
one?
Bullet Train?
No, I heard
No.
it sucked.
Okay. Well, then the joke won't work then.
Oh, darn it. Okay.
If the joke has anyone seen it, then it would work brilliantly. No one has.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone has. Huh?
No, it was a good movie. It was good.
Was it?
It was
Yeah.
a toss up between that and I think it was that Alien movie with the UFO. Oh my God, that movie sucked. Okay.
If you like Speed and
Yeah.
Kill
I
Bill,
love Speed.
it's basically Speed.
You guys are
and
talking
Kill
about
Bill
a movie, right?
Like amphetamine?
into one.
No, yeah.
Adam, I know, right, Adam?
Yeah, absolutely.
Easy, Adam. Easy,
Uh-huh.
easy.
You're sweating.
Tomorrow's Labor Day.
Dab your
Tomorrow's
brow. Adam, dab your brow.
tomorrow's
You're
Labor Day.
sweating. You're glistening.
Yeah.
I love the 70s.
Hey, Sleuth, I wanted to ask you, and same with you, Derek. From Julie Melvin today, was there something at all that stood out to you that you felt you had no knowledge about that was literally more factual? Like when she said she was talking to Kay Weber, and is there anything that stood out to you that you learned more that you didn't really know?
Well,
I know
first of
Derek.
all, even first of all, even
Abby's dad's name.
Oh, I
You
knew
mean
that.
Peter?
I didn't even catch
You mean
that.
Peter Falk?
Peter Falk, yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Most people don't know that, but it's Peter Falk, yeah.
I
Did
never
they say
really.
that today?
Yeah. She
Oh,
said it
like the
clear.
actor?
She even spelled it out. Yeah, she said, yeah, not to be confused with the actor
The actor.
because
Columbo?
Bill,
Her dad is
Bill
Columbo.
goes,
Derek.
you sure you're not being fucked with? Because you know that's an actor, he's a
Right.
detective
No,
on
that's his.
screen. She goes, no. This is common knowledge. They just don't mention it ever.
You
Those
don't
people
even
did not
care
know
about-
that.
No. And the thing is,
He's near you. He's near you, Derek.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Peter.
I zoned out again for a second. Peter Falk?
Pete.
Yeah, lives
Well,
lives
Peter,
up near near you.
Yeah. I guess he goes by Pete. Pete
Yeah,
Falk.
Pete.
Where
but
is
his
near
name
me?
His
Where's
name
up
is
by
Peter
me?
Falk.
Kalamazoo.
Oh, I mean, I know where I'm at. Where's Pete at?
Kalamazoo?
Grand Rapids.
I
think.
know
Grand
where
Rapids.
I'm at.
Okay.
I think it was the
Well, that's
speed.
about an hour away. That's about an hour. That's actually where Tucker. That's about where.
I think it was Grand. Yeah, that area of Michigan though.
Yeah.
Who's Peter? Oh, her dad. Oh, right,
That's
because they're
Abby's
from
dad.
Michigan. Yeah, they're from Michigan.
Derek.
Well, I'll leave them alone. I'm not going to even bother.
Yeah,
Derek.
it's not in the picture.
What
Yes,
were you?
yes, Sonny.
What were you saying that you found very interesting
Uh-oh.
today from Julie? What were you gonna say?
Oh yeah, everything post. Well, okay, because at first I thought it was two hoochies getting a hold of Kegan, and then all of a sudden one of them is like part of the family. I didn't know that. That was the first revelation. Hello,
I didn't.
and
know
I'm
it was
like,
a
wait a
relation-
minute.
Yeah.
Like a sister was married to a.
It was. She's
some shit.
Cody. Her sister is Cody
That was
Patty's mother.
crazy.
I think it was.
Mike. Yeah, her Cody Patty's birth
She's
mother.
Cody's aunt.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. up
That's
until
down
she
south
said-
math, as far as
Mike.
I'm concerned. I can't figure it out, but
She knew
Everyone's
a lot about
related,
the sketches too. She knew a lot about the witnesses. She was talking about young girls going down as they were going down the creek.
Isn't he Michael
Apparently,
Kelly?
as soon as they were coming back up the creek, that's when the girls were going onto the bridge.
she
and
had
just
little
missed.
nuanced details. I
Yes.
got to go back and re-listen to that.
I have to go re-listen to it as well.
If you guys actually, if someone could put the captions up, so I don't have to listen to my own voice, moderator, a coffee, please, moderator.
Yeah.
Gray Hughes was saying some really mean things about her, so I had this like preconceived notion about her.
Oh, I didn't know
And,
much about her. Yeah.
and
I gotta give him one.
Well, what happened?
And she
there?
was really a pleasure, honestly, to talk to.
She
Like
was.
she was very sincere. She didn't hesitate. The information was coming off, but I just hope she's not like an agent of misinformation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
You know-
misinformation ain't a good lady.
Not at all.
Yeah, she's
I mean,
shady.
I
That
don't know.
misinformation.
I don't know what the deal
Very
was
shady.
with her and Gray Hughes. Like, I don't know anything about any of that. I barely
Well,
even
she
knew.
explained it. She said, "Well, I just tried to help out at the beginning, and I did a couple videos for him." She's like, "That's
And
it."
so where did the bad blood come from?
You feel
Apparently, somebody that was at the funeral, somebody that she knows, somebody that was a friend of hers, was trying to play sleuth at the funeral. Was trying to take images of people.
Kelly?
Oh,
So she took the images there at the funeral, and somebody decided in a private chat, like maybe I'm thinking a Facebook group, zoomed in on one of the images way in the background and then shared that image and then said, and then the rumor started that it was Julie, but I guess she has receipts that she didn't even show up that day, according to what she was saying.
okay.
That's how it all started. That she was blamed for sharing Libby's casket photo.
Casket photo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
The same criticism that Kelly got. Because people that have been around the case for a long time, do have preconceived notions about the two of them.
Okay. Right. I see.
Whether it be warranted or not. That's not for us to
That's
say.
kind of a paparazzi quality to it.
Mm-hmm. Right. Like, I didn't know, actually, I only know Kelly Brown, when that was on the live tonight. I only know her because I've seen her in chats. Like, I've seen her, I think, in your chat. I think she was probably in
Bloke.
no, I never really watched Bloke. I only watch, like, I don't
Facebook
really
groups. She's been around a long time. She actually,
Yeah.
according to her, she had a documentary that was getting ready to get
Oh,
made on Delphi, and she did this whole thing where she was out there, and it was like a big deal, and it just never got aired. But since then, she's been in all the Facebook groups. But my issues happened with her when Bloke and everybody was coming after me. That's when she started sharing my information, and it was kind of like a fuck you to me,
Right, I get it. I know, because at the end of the day, it's like it's one of those things. When I feel like there's an attack on me and stuff like that, like, I will dismiss you or disregard you as a person.
And I did. And I did.
So I understand if you felt that way. Absolutely. Because
and even Sonny, you admit, you're like, man, you F up, and I don't give second chances.
It's very rare.
It's hard. You did me, and I appreciate it.
If I can't trust you, okay, if I know you're a bullshitter, I don't really care, because I've already labeled you in my mind as a bullshitter type of thing.
Well, I wasn't a bullshitter.
But when somebody crosses that line, when they cross that one line of mine, in a sense, get out of my life. I don't want you in it. When you backstab me, in a sense, or you break that trust, it's really, you can't get it back with me. You will never get trusted again by me. There's no earning it back. There's no nothing. I am done with you for the most part. Giving Michael, and I don't even want to get into talking about him, but giving him multiple chances. I'm sorry, dude. You crossed the line. You belittled.
So annoying.
The LGBT.
But for Michael, it's not personal. He's he's just controlled by his passion. He's not out to sabotage you, kind of like what Graz was trying to do to me. He didn't have a vendetta.
He did.
He's just not handling himself correctly, and he's letting his anger get a hold of him.
Sleuth.
Well, I was just recently in a situation with said person, and
he tried to sabotage our channel with that.
Really?
With that whole. We did a donation night for Peace Not Silence. Do you remember this? We did a donation night. He was mad because I had just vaguely mentioned to him.
I saw it, and then he did a social media attack on your guest also.
Right, and I don't even know what he was.
I'm not standing up for him at all. Don't get me wrong.
It doesn't matter. I mean, you can like him or not.
I don't. I don't know him.
Yeah, but
I don't know him.
So he crossed that line, and of forgiveness. Really, I tried. Trust me, I tried. But he crossed that line the minute he went too far and tried to attack our channel. And then I had people on my messenger messaging me going, "Do you know who Michael Phillips is?" And I'm like, "Really? He's messaging you guys?"
Sometimes you just find out people were unhinged from the very beginning, and there's no.
Yeah.
You thought you had an understanding this whole time, but really you just never did, and they were always crazy from the get-go.
Correct.
You know what I mean? So it was all just confusion, and now you're being enlightened by what was really happening.
Right.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. Right. I mean, the gist of Michael, you could see who he was, but again, when you start taking it to an attack level on the channel and who we are as people on something that was really good to do, because helping other people out is a really good thing to do, and people should be proud of that. So
they got butt hurt
because he got butt hurt. He went on this attack on our channel, and then he wants to just be like, "I'm sorry, can you forgive me?" No, I can't. I forgive you.
That rage will get you. I learned that on watching Sleuth, one of his shows, man. It's them ragers you got to watch out.
Right, and then it flipped again. Once we accepted the apology at first, and then we flipped again as soon as we had Paige on.
Well, to be honest with you, what got me was when I actually allowed him to come on the channel.
I just want to say before I get my computer's gonna die. The guy laughed. The guy thought he was really funny and cool, and that always annoys me because I may be funny and cool, but I never think that I'm funny and cool. I think I'm the uncoolest ass. I'm the uncoolest asswad in the world, but yet somehow, I mean, whatever. But
Adam knows he's funny. Adam knows.
He was so full of him. I guess.
No, Derek, you're
full
funny.
Of himself, but it was annoying. I know, Adam. I'm just saying that so people don't think I'm an ass.
That's my problem. I never know when to.
That's
I never
funny.
know not to do that. And then I look like an asshole.
I'll message you back in a bit. Sleuth, do you want to tell Public Art Critic that yes, we solved the case while you were away?
Thank you.
Oh, did I put that up? Am I the one that put that up?
Nope. I just want you.
It's funny because I was clicking on it for some reason. That's weird.
Oh, as if you were in your live, right?
Maybe it's because you had it highlighted. Maybe it's because
you had it highlighted. You don't have power behind StreamYard, Sleuth.
Yeah, I'm over here trying to click on all these messages, and I'm like,
same.
What the hell?
Every time I'm a guest, I'm like, why can't I do this? I'm like, why don't I have access to this?
Sleuth is yelling at his moderators.
Well, I'll say this to Public Art Critic, and I appreciate Public Art Critic for the participation and their efforts, with all of this. To me, it's about awareness, really. If we're talking about it, where else does awareness exist? If it's not in between discussion, it's either between discussion, advertisements, bulletins, posters, billboards. But us talking about it right now, regardless of where we go with this conversation, everybody knows that we are passionate about what happened to Abby and Libby. Yeah. And I caution people before they get too passionate about those two girls, because me, honestly, I'm not here for those girls. I'm here for my girls. Yeah, I don't want what happened to them to happen to me or to happen to anybody else. Absolutely. Because when I look at that family and to see what they're going through, and even what we're putting them through, but we're sucked into the it's like the nuclear fallout. We can't help it. I'm sorry. This is part of the crime. This is part of what's happening. It's captivating people. And I feel like the energy of those girls, or the energy of the evil, or something specific that happened there, is why it's calling out to everybody, especially the good people and the people that have, I wouldn't call it passion, because I don't think passion is a good thing to have. I think just that urge to help and to give, to kind of counteract the negative energy. You know what I mean? You see that this negative energy is at work here in this small town. You want to kind of put in and you want to put in your little bit of effort and your little bit of energy into the collective and try to fight back a little bit. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's like Doug Carter says, it's a totality of evil. It's more than just the murder of two girls, which is about as bad as you can get, actually. He takes it 2 steps higher by saying that and saying, this is worse than even that. This involves something so sinister that we can't even fucking talk about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, Sunny, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Someone just said something about Ray's messages getting deleted. I'm not touching it, and I'm sure Adam isn't. So I don't know what you're seeing, but I'm not seeing anything myself.
Do you have any mods in here at all? I don't see any.
Oh yeah, right. I guess that mod could be doing it, right? Mm-hmm. You guys, unless they're so, if a mod is deleting the messages, don't delete the messages, please. Unless they're very disrespectful messages, just let them come through. So if somebody is doing that, stop, please.
Sonny, I'm gonna go grab another beer. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I don't mind.
It's just us, Sonny.
Right? It's just us.
It's just us. Yep.
You got anything to say while they're gone?
No. Other than this has been a really, I think this has been a great show. See, what a great day for independent thought and independent idea and journalism. Dare I say? I mean,
dare.
You don't have, I don't
dare that you say that, Derek. Say that 10 times.
Well, I have a hard time saying that because I didn't graduate from college with a journalism degree.
Right.
So at the same time, why can't you look over what the standards of good journalism are, apply those to yourself, and feel like, well, I'm living by the decree of good shit. I've had a few. I don't drink ever, and I have been drinking this really strong bourbon. Woo! Schnockered up here.
Same thing, right? I don't know much about journalism. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, but you have standards. That's why I like you guys.
It's about I have standards for myself. I don't take bullshit is one of them. Because I don't care that I'm a strong female. It's a good thing to be.
That's the best thing to be.
Drive his house and hurt him. I mean, shocking to me. On there. What's Kelly saying? Kelly, I'm still thinking about him saying that I'm the type of person that would drive by his house and hurt him. I mean, that's shocking to me. And Kelly, this is exactly what I mean, though, right? You can't control other people's thoughts or actions. You can only control your own. So if you're good that you didn't feel like you were doing that, then that's the only thing that will ever matter. And if Sleuth feels that you doing that you did that to him, again, that's everyone's prerogative to think what they want. Because at the end of the day, even like the people that try to attack us and stuff like that, I'm still in control of if I decide to do anything or ignore it, and stuff like that. What? He was timed out. Yeah. And I'll say this again in the chat, please. Kelly, and like I said, I get what you're saying there. That's, of course, yours and Sleuth's thing to talk about or not talk about if you're feeling hurt about that. All I know is that we really appreciated you being on the show today, even if some people didn't agree with what you did or didn't do. Again, they aren't you. You're in control of your actions or thoughts. And as long as you're fine with it, that's all that really matters.
And I didn't say hurt.
No.
I didn't say hurt. I just said drive by and because when people think they're very sleuthy and they're trying to help, let's say somebody like a bloke or somebody like that, they're I live by him. I found, and they're like, guess what? I found his address. I'm going to drive by there. Trust me. I'm telling you, that's what kind of person she is. And if she can't handle that, that's just she shouldn't have done the things that she did in the past to make me think that.
Well, I was going to say, right, at the end of the day, when we put ourselves out to the public, in a sense, we have to expect that with that comes the thing, different things that go along with it at the end of the day. I get it because she's probably not seeing it the same way that you saw it. And that's just a matter of perception for somebody else.
Let me put it in context. So there's this huge beef going on, right? That I had no control over. It was an attack that was going on. You've been under the same attack, similar. People group up behind your back. Well, she was part of that attack. And while that attack was going on, anytime I try to interject in any type of conversation, she thought it was a good idea to bring up exactly where I lived. She never brought it up before, never mentioned it. It was almost like, hey, I found you. You're coming into this chat acting cocky, but I know who you are. I know where you live. And I'm putting it out there for everybody. And that's fine because with the public or whatever we're doing here, this is a public forum. We expect that. But like I said, I always kept it a secret because I wanted to see the people around me who would try to expose that information because I knew that they were not my friends.
Got you. Mm-hmm. I absolutely get what you're. Thank you, Derek Farmer. It was pointing at me. I just want to say this again. Ray Jones is more than welcome in here. Even he's one of the people I actually gave a second chance to, in a sense. But again, don't be blocking people. Don't be deleting their comments unless they're being rude. Please, I ask that of the mods. Okay, people can freely say what they like here, as long as you're being respectful. And if someone's being disrespectful, please get rid of them. But there's a difference between because you don't like the comment and actually being disrespectful. Okay, just so I don't know what issues going on in chat. Don't have any idea, but keep it nice, keep it warm. Yeah. Joey keeps doing it. Joey, is that you? Are you blocking Ray's messages? Don't make me pull out my freaking crack the whip. Sonny Ray was being rude to me. What did he say, Joey? I feel like I gotta mediate. CD, I did send you the link if you do want to come on for a few minutes. Like but it would have like I only got about 20 minutes left here, 25 minutes.
Yeah,
left.
CD, come. You better get up here.
Ray gets banned on here by Sonny a lot. No, I banned Ray once. Yeah. I gave him a second chance. Meaning I knew he was in here.
Thanks, Mike.
Oh, did I miss Derek?
Ray, if you're talking shit about Joey, you got to knock that off too. Anyways, I did send CD the link if you do want to come on for a few there, CD. Yeah, he had sent me a message because I was actually thinking about him tonight if he wanted to come on as well. Joey didn't text me on YouTube be better than that in the comments. Same on my channel. All right. Yeah. Okay. Don't make me take away freaking the mod rights because I will.
Sunny for 5 minutes, and what happens?
You know what? These people are arguing or saying things.
Yeah, what happened? Where'd Derek go?
Oh, his computer must have dropped. Remember, he said it was dying.
Good excuse. Yeah, right. mine's acting shaky too. It might
drop out mine's at 20%.
At any moment, it might just drop out.
Hey, have you been? I haven't paid attention, but I see it. It feels like you're doing lives more frequently, or is it just me? Because I might get the bing that pops up on my thing. It depends. But you know how summertime is typically when it's people doing more things, and then come wintertime, it kind of Have you been doing more live, Sleuth, or is it just me? Am I just not paying attention typically?
Yeah, the last 2 months I've been doing a lot more lives. I've been working a lot more on my channel. I have about like two hours of extra time. Usually I was just trying to wake up early, work on my channel, and then sneak off for lunch.
Yeah. Well,
or I noticed after hours, but now I have lots of time.
No, Sleuth, you're a hustler. You're on there and you're doing the work. And not only that, but you put the work in for your members. And I admire that because you put a lot of extra work in for the people that subscribe to your channel.
I'm learning, man. I'm learning so much. Even I've had the worst grammar. My grammar's been improving. My IQ in general is improving. Looking up these cases.
Yeah.
Right. My knowledge of investigative techniques and forensics and the way police procedures and court documents and requesting documents, freedom of information. I've learned a lot. I'm enjoying it. I love this knowledge. It's fun.
Right. This is where
isn't it amazing also talking to having resources like CD and these people that have these that have insight that that we can learn from. And it's so amazing to build on and have all of those different resources.
Well, it's even people like Radar, she's over there near Delphi, and she's been there from the beginning. Even people like that who are part of our groups and the chat, those people are full of information. Julie Melvin,
absolutely. Radar's been on our show with Who Dis.
Yeah, if you look back at the old videos, like the Greenos and the Gravits and the runs and the charity stuff, you'll see Radar running around back there. She's back there.
Absolutely. Polygraph.
Polly Wally Doodle. Yeah.
There's several of them. Bean is a good one. Oh, look, Dairy Farmer's computer's working suddenly. Look.
Oh yeah.
Your email hit
He's
you up.
probably got like 1%. Because
He got that email without a computer working.
Well, he's going to be upset when I tell him how easy it is to log into StreamYard from your phone.
Right.
Oh yeah. I don't think I've ever done that. No, I don't. I never really use my phone. I always use my iPad, but I don't even use my iPad. I only set up the StreamYard and iPad.
Sonny, even Gray Hughes can do that.
Yeah, no.
I mean, last winter I did the whole fire thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He shows us his bare legs.
His giant rhino legs.
His bare legs with his New Balances, and
No, come on. I got a phone. I'm on. Yeah. Okay. Yes, is that what I said?
And Lisa is like the funniest person ever.
Oh yeah, Lisa. I love Lisa's always cracking.
We'll be in like and Lisa will be like, she'll drop it like the most hilarious thing ever, and I'm like, I can't help but just die laughing.
I know Joey is an animal lover. Yeah. You know what? I always love good humor. At the end of the day.
Do you?
No, not at all. No, I don't.
Do you?
Because there's nothing humorous about the missing and the murdered, and we should always keep that. You know, like we can't ever come out of our one zone, I guess.
Right. Well,
what you laughing at over there, Stevie?
Money Justice. Did you get? Is it warm in your room tonight? Money.
Well,
Justice?
it's Money, Justice, and Sleuth Insinuation.
Oh,
right. And then Alien Adam.
Oh, so who said that?
But to your point, Sonny, before we lose it, it's an important one, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't lose our sense of humor. It's not about outrage. It's about awareness. You know what I mean? It's not about forgetting.
Right.
So that if we're being aware, we're not forgetting. But we can't be outraged. You can't cry all the time, and you can't expect the family to just. Even though I fear that I would fall into some type of strange despair, that's why I have a lot of. That's why it's so important to me, because I can't do what the Patties did. I can't do what Anna did. I don't have that kind of courage. I would end up being homeless. I'd probably be like on have a substance abuse issue. I might even turn into a criminal. I don't have what they have, and I can't face it. That's what I'm fighting for.
Yeah. Right. Yep. Exactly. And each to your own. Each to our, like, the whole purpose and reasons that we're doing it. At the end of the day, it's about bringing awareness. It's about caring about, other human beings in a sense, and whatever somebody deems their reason is. I would just like to hope that when people are doing it, it's for always the goodness of others in a sense.
Yeah, I'm looking for clicks and views.
Yeah, I know, Adam. I know you're making us look bad by always,
but, I will say there's a difference between finding humor and like making light and things, because I don't think any one of us would ever make anything comical about the actual situation. None of us would ever make light of Libby and Abby. None of us would ever make fun of the families. We'll find humorous moments, but nothing at the expense of anything to do with the case.
The first thing that stood out to me about when I first started looking into the case was how Becky Patty and Mike Patty said, we just want this to spread far and wide.
Yeah. And
that stood out to me. I said, okay, I could help with that. I could help do that. I could handle that task. This case obviously means something to me. I obsessed over it. I bothered my wife with it. I started the Facebook group, started the YouTube channel, and here we are.
Yeah.
Like at least 5 years later, So if we're all obsessed with it and we're all just trying to help, I mean, I think clicks and views is a good thing.
Right.
Because if all we're talking about are these crimes and these unsolved crimes, and we're bringing up people of interest, we're bringing up facts, and bringing all the speculation, we're talking about an awareness.
Yeah.
Clicks and views would be good for that, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you know what my own mother told me today?
What?
She goes, "Oh, I got a notification for the channel," and then she goes, they're so long," and then she said, she's like, "Could you just start putting them on TikTok?" And I was like, "You mean condensing the episodes down to 2 to 3 minutes?" Absolutely, Mother. I'll do that for you, so that you can pay attention.
Give her clips.
Joey's
Give her
okay.
highlights.
Yeah.
The highlight reel.
Lady Lucky, what's going on here? What's going on in chat? Okay, is Joey and who is it? Ray Jones arguing or something? What's going on in chat?
Right.
Great show. Thanks for having me, Lucky Lady. Okay, I'm out. Joey's acting like a pissy baby, and I came on here for the Delphi case. Not that. Well, I mean, honestly, you could just look at us all day instead of the chat on there.
Danger Dave, I agree.
Let's see. Joey's saying you don't come online and saying you're going to break the law and think nobody is going to say anything. I say this.
Who's breaking the law?
You are by looking so hot, Sleuth.
I know. Who else is breaking the law?
I'm a great mom. I would be a great mom. Yeah.
Someone else said you should be a what did they say? A DJ for a smooth rhythm and blues station. Sleuth.
Easy listening.
Easy listening. Like Delilah.
I like easy listening. I love easy listening.
Right. I do like what Danger Dave said. The more creators fight with each other, the more LE will never take them seriously.
Okay. I'm gonna say this, Joey. It doesn't matter to me who's saying what. If he says it and you don't like that he said it, type of thing. It's whatever.
But what's his side? I want to hear Joey's side.
He can say his side in there, but at the end of the day, if you're blocking and taking away because you don't like what he is saying, then I'm going to remove the mod rights from that because I'm not here to, because somebody's going to whine over spilt milk from both sides. And if you're being a jerk off to him, Ray, type of thing and feeding into it, then don't. But at the end of the day, just ignore if you don't like something that somebody said. There's a difference between if you're being
breaking
rude.
The law, breaking it. Wait, I think you should put up Derek Farmer's post there. He's putting out he's playing some Judas Priest.
Yeah.
Breaking the law. That reminds me of Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah, right.
You guys watch that shit? They used to jam, and I used to love that song. As soon as I saw them do that, I was like, I'm a Beavis and Butthead fan.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forget Ray lived in my state. Yeah. They've got some bears in eastern North Carolina. I will say that.
Terrified of bears. Well, I'm terrified of grizzlies.
We don't have those here.
Yeah. Ray Jones does like to, let me just put it this way. He's a very outspoken person. And he just kind of says what he says type of idea.
I like Joey and Ray. I think Ray's funny and I like Joey.
So come on, you guys, knock it either way, nothing off. He was being asked to me. He was being asked to me, and he has a few people in here who are siding with him, though he's in the wrong. Okay, but that's the thing.
I prefer what CD said.
Yeah,
he said, "Sleuth, it was a good time growing up in the '90s. God bless the '80s and the '90s." I'm going to say that.
And leave it to Anna. Anna's like, it's my fault.
Anna, well, I don't need to brag. Well, I don't have to hear you brag about murdering bears. Okay.
Yeah, but they'll steal your food. Like, imagine if you're stuck in like a survival situation, them bastards will come and steal all your food. It's better to eat them than them eat all your food.
Yeah, but eastern North Carolina is not that wilderness. They just do have bears on the coast.
Yeah. At the end of the day, Sleuth, even if I was in your chat, right? There's people in there that say shit that I don't like or care, whatever. I don't care.
Oh man,
I just
shit that people say in there. And today I didn't have subscribers on. It was fucking crazy.
Oh, there.
Well, you get some of those as above, so below people in there too.
Well,
really?
So, like Rocky Raccoon.
Have you ever seen him and Graz go back and forth? It's the funniest thing. Like they've become the gutter.
I don't think he can't keep my name, Sonny's name, Graz's name.
Well, they didn't even know it, but they were both talking about each other. Like Graz was streaming him, and then because I was all bored and I was watching them both, and then finally somebody in my Discord was like, "Hey, Sonny's on," and that's when I came over here.
I was on a stream the other night with Graz and Chaotic Beauty and Cold Truth. That was an interesting experience.
Yeah.
I like Mel, so I would have definitely tuned into that. She
Yeah.
doesn't like me, but I respect her. I know where
Well,
she's
you
coming
went into
from.
the
That's a good
whole, like,
place.
what's her name? Crime Maria thing. And I was apparently the rep.
She's insane
I
too.
didn't ask to be.
See,
That whole fake
I
incident.
don't even know about that shit.
That
either.
was the first troll incident that I've ever experienced. I didn't know True Crime Maria. I didn't know anything about her. Next thing I know, she's on my
CD, I sent you the
videos.
link. Are you coming on?
She's on my videos, and she's saying that I'm gonna dox her, and that Unroyal told her that what I was planning, and that's when I knew that it was Unroyal behind all the bullshit.
Yep. And Faye.
Again,
And Faye. Yep,
I
those two.
never got into that shit. I didn't even know who True Crime Maria was.
I still don't. I mean, I've never
Same.
seen her. I've never heard her. Like, who is she? She's one of these
Same.
trolls.
I was having a cocktail with Chaotic and Mel, and Graz popped in, and all of a sudden I was in the middle of that, and I was like,
it's ridiculous. I mean,
it's so weird.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, I like to poke the bear sometimes when I'm in that mood.
Well, you gotta show your teeth, but you don't want to. Like, you've been like, those guys have been branded like the toilet bowl now.
I was gonna say, right? Exactly.
All of them, the whole collective group. Like, we've stayed patient. We've stayed dedicated to our subscribers. We've been dedicated to the case, dedicated to trying to do something, like be productive, doing something that we enjoy. And eventually people will realize that we're credible and what we're doing is genuine. But now they're stuck.
Right.
They are now officially the toilet bowl.
Right.
Everything that I've done in the
I
past,
Mel and Chaotic,
I'm not referring to Mel or Chaotic. I'm more talking about the rest.
You're talking about the low scum of the pond scum.
Yeah, like all the weird critical people, the Joe Lewis, the Graz, the As Above, the like these whole weird people that aren't really saying anything. Like they're not willing to communicate like us. We're trying our best to communicate. We're all trying to find common ground.
It's because we're not
pretty steady.
We're not here to try to trash those other channels. The channels that have trashed us. Now, I was just saying this in last week's live too, is that those people will go nowhere because it's just trash.
Well, they can. There's always retribution, but you got to get out of that fucking mindset. Like, get out of it. There's always a chance to redeem yourself and be good and be great. But right now, they're just not. You know? And we are trying to, even though we might not be right now. We're definitely heading there because we're spiritual people. We're positive, and we have faith that this, through spiritual positivity, that this will be worked out in some way or another, and we want to be part of it. When this is a celebration to be had, I want to be there, and I want to say, hey, even if it was just a little notch at the bottom of the totem pole, hey, I was fucking there, and I did something.
Yeah, you know, and the thing is that this stuff means a lot to me. So if over time, right, it's about time and getting paid for the ad revenues in a sense. So if people want to donate and do stuff like that, like you said, and this always stuck out with me, Sleuth, when you said, I'm not going to apologize. I work hard. And I'm like, this is no different to me. That, okay, people are trying to always say blood money. I'm sorry, but I'm not sitting, like, when people want to associate for me and
donation night is a blood money.
You know,
let me break it down for you. YouTube, you could have one subscriber. When you make a video, YouTube is getting ad revenue from that video. You're not. It's only until a certain point that they decide to share that with you.
Right.
So why is it okay for these other creators to make their videos knowing that YouTube is getting monetization off of it, getting monetary gain? None of that's going to the case. None of that's going to supporting the case or furthering awareness. It's all going to YouTube. But now, guess what? Now that we've made our mark and we put our flag in the ground, YouTube says, damn, you're bringing all these eyes. Those eyes are big for the case, big for anybody that wants awareness to be a part of the case. And it just happens to be like, hey, you guys are being recognized for your effort now.
Yeah.
Right.
And again, exactly. And if we grow from subscribers and from the ad revenue from that, you know, because that's what YouTube offers. It's a business partnership and stuff like that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with
Right.
sitting there and
Feeling
trying
guilty about that is just proof that
No.
you're not in it for the right reason.
You should
You
You should
never.
never feel guilt. Time should be exchanged for money.
And I
correct.
mean, I'm sure you know, Sleuth.
Equally.
I mean, we put like Sunny pays for programs. I pay for programs. You know, we put money. I mean,
I spent
I
110
mean, how many
bucks
hours do you
yesterday.
think we put into this a week, Sunny?
Oh, I get it. You think
Oh,
this green screen behind me was free? You think this
Yeah.
microphone
Yeah.
was free? These fucking things
This
I
5 hours
used to light
was free?
to light up, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I never would feel bad about that.
No.
Yeah, and I don't. And I feel bad when people try to attack Gray Hughes,
Yeah.
but it's when he's guilty, when he acts guilty or defensive. It's like, bro, what are you like? To me, the psychology behind it is what makes you look really bad, and he doesn't see it. It's really
Right.
strange.
You know, his downfall for me, this is my personal opinion. Gray Hughes could be so much more successful than what he is. He could be growing like some of those channels a lot huger if he just stopped attacking people all the time.
I disagree. I
You
think
disagree?
he has all the success a true crime YouTube channel could wish and hope for. And that's why Graz was trying to seek approval from him. It was a political move.
Oh,
So congratulations to Gray. But to be honest, he just had an early jump on things and he's been doing it for a long time.
And I feel like his personality is what's going to cap him off at where he's at, because
Well, it's his customer base. That
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
I don't. Have you ever? Maybe I'm not sure how to put this. Maybe for you, Sonny, are you into the bad boy? You too. You guys into the bad boys? The meaner, the better.
No.
Oh,
what about you, Sonny?
But I get it. But I get
the more.
mentality.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying.
Right. You look at a mob.
The
crew,
asshole thing.
You look
The
at a mob
asshole
crew
thing.
who mob crew fought. He does his entire show just like Gray Hughes. He's modeled everything he does off Gray Hughes, but he's nice, and he's climbing in subscribers astronomically faster than anyone.
So So what you're gonna get is you're gonna get subscribers who are gonna appreciate that.
Yeah.
So what he's doing is he's got a base that appreciates being treated like shit, and that's okay. Because if you go into his chat and you look at all
they're loyal,
the 80,000 subscribers, those very rarely are there any of those subscribers that we share.
right.
So that shows you how big this playground is. We don't need to be over there with Gray. I don't need anything to do with him. There is this is kind of like the epitome of plenty of fish in the sea.
right?
When I say, okay, so what I guess when I'm thinking that, I think of myself as it's a crime. I think of myself, or I think about Duty Ron. All those people were far below Gray Hughes, and those people surpassed Gray Hughes by shitloads. And the reason for that is, to me, like you said, he has a base of a certain people that like to be talked to like that enjoy that type of whatever. And then there's people like It's a Crime, Linda from It's a Crime, who she's warm, welcoming, the way she talks. You have Judy Ron, who's very straightforward, laced, and just a great police officer, or an ex-police officer as well. And their channels have just gone crazy growing. Right. And then I see Gray Hughes. Now, no offense, because I'm just saying that because of how he talks to people, a lot of people unsubscribe because they go in there, realize he's a dick.
Well, he's a hypocrite. He says things like, well, why are you guys only working on one case? Yeah. Like, why the fuck do you care what I'm doing? And why are you so involved with the family of the one case that I'm covering?
Right.
You know, like, why are you so involved with them? And obviously that one case, yeah, so do I really do.
What he is.
But let's take away the channel and the great stuff, the great content, and the great way he handles, he stays factual, and let's just take away the fact that he can be a jerk and all of that. He's a troll.
Yeah.
He goes into other channels and he trolls and he attacks. So that's the character issue. It has nothing to do with his content. It has nothing to do with what he does. It's the fact that he does that. He wields the fact that all of these channels wish they had even just 25% of the subscribers that he has. And he throws in the fact, and to me it's creepy that you go in edge yourself in with the family just to throw it in the face of these people that wish they could have that ability to reach out and network, and it's only to spite people. It's some weird troll stuff, and he needs to open his eyes to the psychology of it, and then he can get better.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, and that's really actually just the truth right there. You know, I personally, like, when I was, like I said, you guys know this from me saying it before, but Greeno and him were the first ones I ever even thought to say, hey, look, I've sent stuff into the FBI. I just wanted to let you know. And hey, if Kelsey wants to tell you about it, to Gray. And instead, so it was, I have 85 emails still of mostly him attacking me. And then, of course, on his live, all he could do, though, was gloat about, you know, and this person says whatever, and then all he could do is gloat about how much his donations are going towards the baseball field. It was like he just wanted to throw it in people's like
where else would it be going? Like,
yeah,
who cares?
And wonderful,
it's
right?
not even your
Good
money,
for him.
Derek.
Well, first of all, adults don't talk to other adults about their business.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's none of our business what you do, Gray. Because trolls bring it up. Now you're being triggered to talk about it. Nobody's giving you, anybody with any credibility is not harping on you for making money on your show. Your channel is incredible. That I have no problem with that. It's the trolling and it's the defensiveness. Like, you're trying to, like, what are you doing? And why do you got to try to make us look bad? Like, dude, all we want is a small piece of your audience for the right reasons. And we're going to get it with your help or without it.
Right.
You have to accept that. Stop trying to attack us.
Yeah.
Or just not to be discredited because we're not your channel.
Yeah.
But, you know, I've had good
or your cup of tea.
Exactly. And I respect that. Do your thing. That's great. Everyone should.
Yeah, Derek says posturing. Yeah, stop posturing on us, man. Like, we're not taking any of your audience.
Like,
if anything, we're just sharing like a real small part.
Zav Girl has her thing. She has her style. That's going to be for some people. It's not going to be for others.
Oh, her style. Oh, her style is fucking. You know what I mean? I love.
I'm just saying, but it's her style and it works for her. She's got subscribers.
I call it fancy. We'll call it fancy.
I'm like, go for it, do your thing. But Joe Lewis. No, I can't back that. No.
Joe's a fucking lunatic. Come on now. Let's. If we can all find something that we can all agree on, this dude is nuts. Okay. Look, if the family has anything to do with it, I'm not going to say that they don't, but law enforcement will have that totally under control. Listen to Mike when he says, give them some credit. Yeah. This is lazy sleuthing on their part. This is only criticism that I have. Do your thing, no judgment. But what you're doing is extremely lazy because I've been through it myself. But law enforcement, they look at family. No shit. You're not law enforcement. They've already looked. Even Kelsey's been brave enough to admit, I had like 3 lie detector tests. How brave is something like that? If she has anything to do with it, they're on top of it. They don't need you for this part of the case. Why don't you go look at some undiscovered information, try to find another direction, something else we can tie to. Let's keep the conversation going. Why would you be so lazy?
And someone like Captain Howdy, Captain Howdy, I mean, there's certain creators that you respect just for whatever reason, and Captain Howdy's got his thing, and I got a message from Captain Howdy the other day that he's a big fan, and I was like, he doesn't know me, I don't know him, but I was like, oh my god, that made me feel so good because I respect him.
I don't respect you at all, Adam.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Captain Howdy.
I know
Captain Howdy. He's the kind of person that'll be there, he's around. You know what I mean? He's just not. He doesn't need to inject himself.
He's not there's no clout, but so that's why I felt honored to get that message from him.
Yeah, that was really nice. I was
as I name dropped.
Yeah,
it's a good name. It's a good name to drop. He's a good friend of mine.
And then Nicole, that's just it, right? So I can literally probably say in less than an hour's time, I've watched Gray Hughes myself personally. He can do his own channel and his own shit. That's all great. It's my problem is this. is like I said, I just wish people would stay in their own fucking lanes. Like, let me do what I want with my channel. I don't need someone telling me how to run the channel. I'm not going to go over to your channel and tell you how to run it. But
yeah, why? Like, why come over here?
But like, why do people like, so like, for instance, I'll just say this. So Graz and I never had an issue with Graz. Greeno started all that shit, and then Graz followed way. Whatever the reason, I never actually did one thing to Graz, but he became attached to Greeno, and next thing you know, I was getting attached for being the psychic and this and that, and he was joining in, and you know what?
No, I get flack for that and the whole intuition thing, but it's real, and that's why you need to
exactly.
Well, you need to keep some of that close to your chest, because a lot of your what do you call it when you can your verification is something that comes from within, or even without. A lot of people aren't going to be able to understand that, Sonny. So when you try to explain that to people, it's kind of like a waste of time.
Yeah.
You know what? People that understand it will understand it, and other ones, like I said, the ignorant ones, the rude ones.
So you need to do one of these, like a little,
little
just a little tip of the hat,
or as we do over here. We'll gloss to that.
We gloss to that, yeah. But my thing is just, like I said, I have never
I got the Carmex.
Ever attacked a channel unless they have come at me, and even then, I overlook a lot of it, and then people are like, "Aren't you being a hypocrite?" No, because honestly, every now and again, I like to punch back, and when I punch back, then look out, And so, like Lilith there,
yeah, some of your punches are knockouts, like
But if Cross wants to blame me because he got a copyright strike in his channel, sucks to be you, dude. That he got his channel taken down. He was doing other things to create that to happen. And if you want to blame that on me,
did you hear why he was attacking me?
Attacking you?
Yeah, because he was simping for that Maria chick, apparently.
Oh,
isn't that, man? I had no clue he was just such a bitch,
Oh, what made me kind of spew was when I was watching the Cold Truth thing that night, and I don't care. I'm going to talk about him. He wants to talk about me all the time. I'm going to talk about him for a minute.
Yeah, fuck those people.
I know.
Horrible.
Like, seriously. But he kept making the comment about saying to Cold Truth and that, well, you guys mod on Sunny's channel and Ernie's channel and stuff like that. But anyways, as soon as Greg comes in, puss ass got off the live. He literally got off the live, and it was almost like this little dog with a bone going, Gray.
I wish I can give you my full thoughts on what's going on psychologically between Graz and Gray, but I don't want to disrespect Graz like that, because it goes into like a relationship with your mother and you and your mother, and
right, exactly.
Yeah, so you can't break stuff down like that. But I mean, I can see it clear as day, and it's like, how can you not see what you guys are up to? Like, it's obvious.
And what gets me to is he's such a hypocrite. He's telling people to put out facts and saying all this stuff.
Well, he doesn't believe what he says. First of all, Sonny, you've already got it wrong, because you're thinking that he believes what he says.
Oh, he's
he doesn't believe one thing that he says. Like, he doesn't believe anything he says.
I mean, he wants to attack Sonny in one moment, and then he says, "Oh,
well, Sonny, you're crazy. Come on now."
I know.
But then Kegan Aspen, who's a part of Sonny's channel,
who might be the fucking bridge guy.
I know.
Sorry,
crazy. Adam. Go
ahead. But what if that's the fucking guy?
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is that I actually don't care.
Sorry, Adam.
No, you're gonna
get a pot together. Support Grazden. Go give that pot over to Kegan Dunker. That's how worried I am about it. Because I literally could not.
But you're harassing him, and
what about everybody else though? What about all the people that he's talked about?
This is just a YouTube channel. Like, if we're bringing your name up, this is no different than us showing up on a Facebook page and just popping up live. Right. Like, hey, what's up, motherfuckers?
Like,
well, my thing was always, what's any different than people saying it's Daniel Pearson?
Yeah, or
why is Sonny saying Kegan Dunker so much more egregious than people saying Daniel Pearson or Julian Powell or anyone?
Yeah, it doesn't matter, because again, he's a hypocrite. He's full of shit. And trash goes with trash. I'm sorry, but trash is trash. And it's kind of like, for me, like I said, I mean, what made me laugh though was when
chaotic.
on Chaotic's channel. I think.
Did I miss something?
Hey.
How did I miss this meeting? Did you guys have like a private meeting or
Oh
something?
no, this was okay.
It was
So
the other night. Yeah.
Chaotic, Mel, and I we were just gonna do a cocktail and just chill stream, and then all of a sudden Groz came into the chat, Gray Hughes came into the chat, and it just devolved into Chaotic's yelling at Groz yelling, Groz leaving.
I love
Groz
Chaotic doing
back.
that too.
What were they yelling about?
Go ahead.
I don't like to be part of the drama, but I like to see
Right.
it from afar.
Yeah, it all boiled down to the whole Maria thing and how they were approached, because I didn't know any of this, because I was kind of, Groz decided I was going to be the referee,
Happy birthday,
even though I was
jumping
like,
jack.
I don't know what's going on. But it all boiled down to the whole fact that I guess he said Mel and Chaotic were part of the female group that like tried to take him down with the whole sexual accusation thing. When it, they were brought material from Faye or Maria about all that whole thing, and as soon as they weren't provided proof about it, they dropped it. But then they didn't apologize to Groz, and he was offended.
They tried to drag me into that shit, and I was like, no. I was like, I'm sorry, Mel. As much as I respect you and I appreciate the fact that you're reaching out to me, because it was huge for her to reach out to me considering our disagreements. But the truth is, I don't support Anthony Greenout. I just don't have an opinion about it. Why is that not okay?
Right.
I don't have an opinion. I don't know this fucking guy. It's like I didn't do a background check on you, Adam.
Oh, you should.
No,
we'll be like,
that sounds exhausting to me, dude. It's like I know your character. If I just spend some time with you, I can tell your
absolutely.
Character.
And like I said, mine would be pretty boring because I've had it all sealed.
Yeah, but if you're going to talk about somebody, Groz, if you want to talk about somebody, asshat, etc., know your shit before you put it out there. Because
can you believe he was simping? I mean, dude, he was my friend. And because
I thought you guys were good again. That's what everyone says.
No, we're not good.
No, I don't think so.
I think he finally got my criminal background check back. Realizes he has no ammo, and I think he's realizing a little bit what's going on with Unroyal a little bit more and Faye, and man, I was totally conned by this guy. Like he seemed like when you meet a cool person and you're like, man, like it's really I feel good around this person.
You're talking about Groz, right?
Yeah, when I first met him, it was like, but man, you should have heard the shit Bruiser would tell me. He's like, man, dude, I don't want to hurt Groz, but like in his last days, Bruiser was not saying anything good about him. Not one thing. He's like, I told you, basically. And the only reason Bruiser went and even started communicating with him is because, like, nah, man, I vouch for him. Right. And even my dad, when I was growing up, dude, because I used to hang around the worst people, like killers and shit, like gangsters. And he's like, man, you got the worst tasting friend. I was like, Dad, you're just judging them. Like, you're not giving them a chance. Like, you're just looking at the bad part. But the truth is, these motherfuckers were bad.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
The one thing I'll never attack, the one thing I will, I don't have an opinion on Groz, but the one thing I'll never attack is if someone's got a history or struggles with whatever in their life, I'm never going to dog them on that because I feel like that's, don't
kick them when they're down.
No, and I wish the best for anyone on their journey of whatever they're going through. So I try to give people the benefit of the doubt when it comes
there's
to
something
that.
different about him. Like, I really trusted him, and it seems like a lot of other people trusted him too. And I mean, I just really feel fooled. I really feel hurt because it was a while before I had any real friends. Like Bruiser was my first like real friend in a long time. Because I'm doing the family thing, and I wasn't really into the whole social media thing. Now I'm able to connect with people, and I figured it out. But something about him was just like total con artist. So I'm like watching him now. and I'm watching him interact with like the stranger guy, and because stranger kind of reminds me of myself when I first started in YouTube. Like I had my mask and I was kind of shy, and I was like, I'm not sure about all this. Like I like my opinion and I'm able to talk, but I don't want you guys to see my face. So I'm just waiting for him to attack the people that he's like luring in right now. And I'm just sitting back and waiting for it to happen. So I want you guys to mark this moment, and then we'll all talk about it later.
Sleuth, I want
to ignore the messages I'm getting from him.
I was going to say, Groz had come into my channel originally, and I too, for that little bit, that little bit was fooled by thinking that he was a nicer person than what he was. So meaning the little bit that I knew of him, I was like, oh, real chill, seems like a pretty decent person. And but I always know that time always tells the truth of people. And Groz turned into this angry, vengeful, just
well, you know what he said about me? And this is the part where I knew he was a fucking piece of shit. He said I should have nipped him in the bud. Like, bro, I'm a fucking human being. You don't just fucking nip me in the bud, motherfucker. Like, you didn't create me. I came to YouTube with my own goals, and I'm going to achieve them. They have nothing to do with you. You don't nip me in the bud, dude. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what kind of narcissistic shit is that?
He told Chaotic she needed to get rid of her filthy nails and stop looking like a man.
I love how Chaotic was
I'm
talking
paraphrasing.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like a joke. It was.
He's a funny guy. Don't get me wrong. Like I'll never be his friend, not ever again in this entire world, because I know the story of the frog and the scorpion. I know who he is now. I see the stinger.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean I won't keep my enemies close.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna say this, even though I didn't plan on it again. I like I said to Adam, it's like at 1 minute I was like watching it going, but when I've seen Adam's face and I seen Groz on the same channel, I felt hurt.
She did.
I told Adam I was torn, because everyone has a right to do what they want, but I felt kind of butthurt.
You felt betrayed.
I felt betrayed.
She did, but at the same time, in my, and I explained to Sonny. I mean, I was.
It's not a betrayal.
It was chaotic.
Because I was there too.
It was chaotic. Mel and I were in a chat together. He popped into
and some other person. There was another person. Whatever.
I've seen everybody over there on his channel.
But the three of us were having a chat.
I go over there all the time.
Popped into the chat. Someone was like, "Bring him up," and he was like, "I'll only come on if Adam can be the ref." I don't know anything about the situation, so it was not a planned thing. It was never something I would have it was an awkward situation and it happened, but it was never something to hurt Sonny. It was, but Sonny, I
get it.
Immediately apologized and understood her point.
But it sounds like, Sonny, you put on your big boy pants now.
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing was is that I just have to talk about it and then I'm over it. Yeah. At the end of the day, I was torn with my feelings that day. I was like, but this guy has gone out of his way to attack this channel, to attack me. So my personal thing was trust me, on this one, Sleuth, if I would have went on that live that night, had I been awake, I would have went up one side of that dude and down the other. That guy wouldn't.
Did you ever ask yourself, like, why? Like, what's motivating him? And that's what I'm talking about. This psychology is that he's seeking that father's role, that father's love. And that's who Gray Hughes is for him now. And he's searching in the wrong place. So who we are is we're the antithesis to Gray Hughes.
Right. And I took the situation at that time as if I had jumped out of the chat, if I had just said, "Oh, I have to leave," and I felt like it would have put a more negative connotation on Sonny's channel than me sitting there, and because I don't feel like I agreed with him or anything. I mean, I listened to him and I was respectful, but I felt like that was the best.
Well, that's his appeal to you, because you're always respectful. You have a lot of class. Like I think this is where me and Sunny relate, is because we know how to be low class. Like I don't know about you, Sunny, but I come from nothing. I come from nothing, so I know what it means to not to let things just bounce off and be dirty and be raunchy and that shock value. So that's why I get you, but he gets it too. You guys need to understand that this person that we're talking about, he gets it, and he also respects it, and he wishes that he could be here hanging out with us, but that's not part of his program.
I know. Yeah, exactly. Agreed. I'm going to say this. Sorry, Sleuth. I'm going to say this. Joey, I am not calling you. I am not here to go get into any little stupid spitting contest with anybody. So I'm going to advise Ray, both, and Joey to knock it off, because this is stupid. Meaning ignore the person. Joey, I'm taking away your mod rights because I don't want to risk the fact that you're going to block someone. And I'm sorry, I'm not here for bullshit and childish sandbox shit going on in the chat. Again, if you're offended, and Ray, if you're pushing his buttons, dude, seriously, then knock it off. Last warning.
You got to watch for trolls too, Sonny. These guys could be, just because they're members don't mean that they're not trolling.
Well, Joey,
we know the names.
Yeah. Like Joey, I've known for quite a while. Joey's has always been a supporter. Ray is the one that likes to push people's buttons.
Ray's the guy that's talking about the Bears.
Yes. Yeah. So,
well, the thing is that when he talks about bears, like I'm paying attention, like I like what he's saying. Because I'm afraid of bears, and I like bear awareness, and I like survival and all that shit. So it's funny, you guys are like arguing with him, and it's like I'm listening to what he's saying.
Right.
It's kind of funny.
I know, because
perception is a strange thing.
Or the thing is that Ray likes to poke the bear, But the thing is that
he seems to know a lot about bears. I think he might just like talking about bears.
I think he's liking to piss Joey off, and Joey and him are having a thing. Either way, let's not waste our time on this. You know what? Block him, Joey. Okay, block him if you don't want to see what he's saying. Then you don't have to see what he's saying. And same thing with Ray. But Ray likes to poke the bear, So I'm asking you, but I don't need someone getting their
Ray saying don't take his wrench, Sonny. Please don't take his wrench.
No, I took the wrench until you guys can both grow up, okay? Like seriously, we're not in kindercare here.
Is your husband trying to go to bed, Sonny?
No, he actually said he's going to go try again to watch the Game of Thrones, because he said that when he went there the first time. Hey, are you talking to? When he went there the first time, somebody else was already there watching, using the theater. So yeah, stop the nonsense. This is supposed to be about caring about each other. If you don't like what he's saying, block him. That's it. Block him. Okay. Take the wrench and let's all move on. Yeah.
In my chat, there's all these people they'll be talking about, like, such and such said this, such and such said this, and I'm like, I don't see any of those people.
Sleuth. I'm not gonna lie. There was one person today, and I forgot that I was an actual mod in your channel, and so there was this person named something Moon and Cards, and
yeah, I saw that.
And that person was like dissing me, and I was like, LOL. Like basically, the person was saying something like, "Oh, I can just picture it now. The show without Sunny or with only Sunny and Deb." But I think the first comment was like, "Hey, Sunny, have you got any of your psychic detectives figuring out the case for you?" So the person was being just a jerk and insulting. So
I thought, didn't mention me.
Huh? Well, what they said about you was that I can picture the channel without Sunny. Really? Because, dude, it's my fucking channel.
How about Curly? Curly's in your chat all the time, Sleuth.
Right?
Wait, what's going on with Curly? What's wrong with Curly?
Well, Curly put out a whole video with me that he superimposed my face on drag queens and made a whole gay video about me, like being a drag queen.
Yeah.
That I got.
Curly did that?
Yeah. Curly's a nut job himself, actually.
Why would he do that?
No idea.
I'll tell you why he's doing it.
Mm-hmm.
He's seeking approval from those dipshits.
Yes, from the trash. Okay.
And I told him many times. I said, Curly, you're better than that, bro.
Curly.
Yeah. And I saw him attack someone in your chat one day. It was a female, and I was like, not a good look.
We all have our time
Totally
of weakness.
fucking bipolar, I
Yeah.
swear to God. Because I know him. I could literally tell the fucker off. And then he'll come back in the chat.
Do you guys know a dipshit named Richard Beeler? Apparently he's watching.
Yeah, that's the one that's messaged. That's the one that I blocked.
Who is this dipshit? He's been sending me emails all day. You want me to read it?
Yeah, same thing. Well,
I
didn't
new
even,
name.
You can if you want. I didn't even bother to read.
He
mine.
says that was a pity party on Sunny's show. You have doxed so many people. Who the fuck have I doxed?
Yeah.
Pedophiles. Dude, I dox pedophiles all the fucking time. You don't like that? Who? You must be a pedophile. Let's see. Your channel and you're whining. Hypocrisy at its finest. Who have I doxed? You get paid to do this. Professional athletes get criticized. We get criticized all day, you fucking idiot. That's what you're doing now. They have to pay money for protection to put themselves out in the public. I don't pay for protection. You want to come see me? That's at your own risk. Give up almost all of their personal privacy that comes with money and spotlight your passion in solving the case. I don't have a passion for this case. I think passion is unhealthy, you fucking weirdo. Into the attention, you are paid for that. That is your job. It's not my job at all. It's not my job. You can quit anytime, just like anyone can quit watching your show. Yeah, so why have you been stalking me and emailing me all day, you fucking weirdo? I should have blocked you, like I told myself a while ago. Deal with this or get out of it and give up your fame. I have fame and YouTube channel. Many see right through you, Sleuth. Okay, what do you see, man? Who the fuck are you? You're emailing me anonymously, pussies.
I know. Don't you love
you want the
like
best?
That?
Yeah, the best of both lifestyles. It doesn't work that way. I'm not living the best. I have a tough wife and a tough family. You want to come see me? Come see me. But I'm not going to threaten you.
Teresa, I didn't time you out. 1 second, Sleuth. I didn't time you out. I put Ray Jones and whatchamacallit in a timeout. Ray Jones and Joey in a timeout. Okay, grow the hell up, people. But anyways, so that person had emailed me to tell us
6 times today. He emailed me.
Well, I blocked him after 2 that I just.
Well, he was a big supporter of Julie Melvin, so I found that suspicious.
Well, Richard, I just love, like I said, get yourself a life outside of us. Because obviously, if you keep wanting to, if you have that much time with yourself, you know what? So be it. But like I said, I blocked you. So create another email type of thing. Email me again. I'll block you again because that stuff is boring.
Yeah.
It's like you read it. Honestly, Sleuth, I didn't read the second one. I read
the first one and then the second one. And then I told myself, if he emails me again, I'm going to block him. And then when he emailed me again, I said, wait, no, now I can use this as information to kind of figure out who it is. Because, people are trolling and you never know how real these guys are going to really try to make it. And I mean, what they don't understand is that when people did do a background search on me, they'll know what I'm about. I'm about self-defense. I'm about protecting my friends at all cost. So that's probably something that Mel figured out. That's probably something that Graz and Fake King figured out. But there's no felonies you're going to find because I'm really smart and I'm really fucking about my shit. So if you want to come find out what those charges there are about, it's about me fucking ready to protect my family. And I'm about that shit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I was going to say, it's almost like I want someone to go ahead. Has anyone ever dug me out at all? Like, I want you to. Really.
Yeah, I'm sure Graz did. I'm sure Fake King did. I'm sure on Royal.
And you know what? Thing is I absolutely know that they will find this 0, zilch, nothing. I've never been in trouble with the law ever. Nothing at all.
I've been in trouble with the law my entire life.
Yeah. Nope, not me. But you know what was
not my entire young life. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Not once ever. And so it's one of those things. It's like Adam keeps getting those prank phone calls and different stuff like that, right?
Yeah,
and
it's these goofballs.
You guys too cheap to call Canada? Can't afford it.
But you want to know what's funny is that
can't find my number.
Graz does have a good point when he makes fun of like Joe and Azabo Sobolo when they actually take that shit serious and they're like really think it's like Cody Patty.
I know.
Don't you get a kick out of that?
Yeah.
So see, the thing about Gross is that he's a fucking funny guy. Like he needs to focus on his comedy and stop going that route. Because the dude is fucking hilarious. Like I want to be in his chat and I want to be like LOL, LOL, but I'm just like, oh, I don't want to even fucking really be here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing too, is just like I remember when he was on Greeno, and Greeno was trash me at this point. And I remember this is near the start, and he goes, well, she is quite funny though, you know? And it was just one of those things. It's like, again, whatever his beef is that he wants to make of it, I haven't even tried to delve into his brain. I would have to care enough. But
I can't help it. Like it just, when I see certain things, it just pops at me. Like,
right. And for me, it's kind of like, I got other shit to work on and stuff like that than to worry about what those people are doing. And every now and again, I like to put out a nice little funny video because it's
got to show your teeth,
you know. And absolutely, if someone, like I said, if somebody knew me, I'm too strong of a female to be taken down by little boys playing in the sandbox or girls or whatever.
Well, just ignore it. It's really that simple.
Yeah. Well, I can't ignore it, but sometimes isn't it fun to poke the bear a little bit back?
Well, what I do is I like to wait until my my ego is really inflated and my self-confidence is really up, and then I go on the prowl like a fucking lion. You know what I mean? But when I'm down and I'm feeling self-conscious and I have a little bit of uncertainty, I just lay low. So I wait until I feel that, you know, that lion come in me, and then I'll show them what the fuck's up, because truthfully, they're just like the keyboard warriors, and none of this is real, but it can become real. So people need to be careful and realize that we're here because there's victims in this world, and we don't want to become a victim. We don't want our families to become victims. Look at that poor young lady, and this has nothing to do with a white woman syndrome. A woman was kidnapped on the fucking street and thrown in a vehicle in the middle of daylight. That could have been your mom. That could have been your sister. How? To me, that could have been men are being kidnapped. People need to understand men are victimized. Men are raped. People are being victimized, and nobody's doing anything about it. You're so worried about finding content that you're going to come attack me.
Right. I mean, I'm 155 dripping wet, so I mean, you could throw me in the back of a car pretty easily.
Okay. Wait. How heavy are you?
Like 155.
Okay. I can pick you up.
Let me put it this way to you, bees. We're already very suspicious about you.
Bees 9. They're always hanging out. Yeah, they're hanging out there. Mm-hmm.
Someone said that's Holly.
Bees 9 is not Holly.
No, they asked. No. I don't like people who keep. Well, then why are you watching me though? Because I do like to poke the bear once in a while. Because why not? After you get attacked 150 times or something, 100 times. So
you're not poking the bear. They're poking the bear.
You know?
Well, it is 3:20 in the morning. I think it's the time of night.
I'll be right back, Sonny.
Yeah. But my thing is this. Again, you know what? Sometimes you just got to have fun at it. Who cares? Right. It's my right to do that, and if I want to, I will. So if you were meeting me or not meeting me, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, if I want to poke the bear back because somebody's poked the bear at me like whatever 20 times, and I want to come at you because I want to make it funny, again, I laugh it all off at the end of the day. Never silent. Did you have it funny? I do
Here's
not
Lisa again.
care. Lisa, Adam, what are you doing soaking wet? Yeah. Joey, Ray, okay, go to bed, both of you, or something. I don't want to listen to your guys' shit. I don't care what you guys are arguing about. It's petty. And again, if you don't think it is, then block the other person, for frick's sake. Right. That's all I do. If I don't like you, I boot you or block you. But even if I'm in somebody else's channel and somebody's like being whatever, I remember going through Graz's channel going, oh, let me just make, or not Graz's, ass hats. And I was like, okay, let me just block you losers before you even attempt to come into our channel, even if you're whatever. Because I don't want that type of trash in here. And again, I don't need to have to deal with people arguing,
Right.
and something obviously you both. But come on,
Derek, I prefer to think of myself as cheeky.
And I said enough, Joey. Okay,
right.
Enough is enough. I don't need to see this type of talk in there. That's why I timed you guys both out. You guys are freaking adults. Act like it, okay?
Sonny, when are you going to get to the Delphi info?
Who said that? I know. Oh, yeah, I know. You guys want to see the piggy again? Like, seriously. I'm going to freaking block you both in 2 minutes if I have to keep reading this shit.
I've never seen grown men with that much stamina.
Yeah.
What I miss.
Oh, nothing. We were just throwing niceties around, right? Weren't we, Ray and Joey?
Did we change the subject? Hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Whoever decision that was, thank you.
So
if you ever want to talk about someone that's going to join live, that's like the biggest tease ever. CD will be like, oh, I'm coming on. 6 hours later, CD's like, oh, are you still live?
Wait, is CD still here? Ask him about that. That's a good question.
Yeah.
Fucking
CD's
tease.
like, oh yeah, I've got you tonight. And then
he does it because he likes being a tease.
I know he does.
Mm-hmm.
I used to think that Fig would edge a chat, but no, it's CD.
Let's look at the piggy again. Oink, 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 oink. Oink, oink. Did you see that? Hey, did you see the pig snows? Not him. Besides him. But did you see the pig snows I was showing?
No, but I often see a pig's nose possibly on a mask.
Okay, so no, that's not it. Let's go back to this one.
Sonny, I better charge my iPad. I'll be back.
Yeah. So I saw these a few months back, and I was like, and right here, see, Sleuth, right there, you can see nostrils. So I don't know.
You don't know that's a nostril.
Right here?
Yeah, you don't know that for sure.
This one I don't. This exactly I do. Absolutely.
No. Could be like part of his ear. It could be his eyelid. Could be his bottom lip.
Nope. It's piggy.
That could even be like, it's just so hard to tell.
Well, the thing is, though, Sleuth, is that I'm showing you this from a computer versus on my iPad, where I get to stare at it a lot better than what it shows up here.
Sonny, if anybody's going to understand what you're talking about, it's me.
Well, I was going to say, whoops, where did it go? Let me put it this way. To me, that's a pig's nose, regardless. Not because I'm trying to put a narrative out there. It's because, to me, that's crystal clear that that's a little piggy nose. And the whole thing is, like, that's my opinion, obviously. Sorry, just trying to find you here. Okay. This is a stupid window. This program always freaking gets in my way. At the end of the day, if you don't think it is, or anybody watching doesn't think it is, that's their prerogative.
Well, let me ask you this.
Sure.
Let's say if it's the pig nose.
Yeah.
Really, what I think it is, it's a human nose that is just kind of bled into this rounding motion. Because think about it. If you can see a pig nose, why couldn't you see the rest of the pig?
I can. That's just it. They like.
Well, let me rephrase that. Why can't you allow me to see it? Or I see what you're talking about, and there's multiple times I'm like, man, this is a fucking pig nose. It's obvious, and I believe that it could possibly be like a pig mask, like a lower mask. But I can't prove it. I'm not going to say that I can prove it.
But I'm not saying I proved it either. I'm saying that it's a pig nose to me, and
it looks like a pig nose. I see what you're saying.
Correct.
Yes.
Again, and it just goes down to perception. It's kind of like when you were showing that video. Remember that video?
Mm-hmm.
And
with the face and
like,
people can't see it. Like half. It's like 50-50. That's what I'm saying. Like it's you never know really what's going on.
Well, again, this is the only time that this will truly be answered is when when somebody's been arrested and when we get to see an affidavit which talks about maybe things where it tells us what was at the crime scene. Who knows?
And I see what you're saying. I've done my comparisons and they're there, but the proof isn't there. But what you're saying, oh man, that's why I would never say no to you, because the things that you do say, I don't like how confident you are in what you're saying about Dunker and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But I definitely see it there. But the moles and all that stuff, no. You got to get rid of all of that. They're not going to have the moles there, but the other stuff, it's solid.
Yeah, no. I won't get rid of the moles ever, because that's exactly.
You're not going to see a mole. That's like saying you can't even see the nose on this bear here.
Sleuth, you can't say that though.
Yeah, you can't. Like, I think you even said something about a mole on a sketch. Even like you got to get away from all that. But all the other stuff, I see it, and especially the connections, like with the Cottrell and Garrett. Like, I would never doubt what you're saying, but that's the part that I struggle with.
Right, and if you do that again. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to me at all, right? Because like I said, you're gonna have your thoughts, I'm gonna have my thoughts on it. And so for this part, right, we'll disagree. We'll agree to disagree, because I've worked my ass off, and it's because of the moles. And for someone to tell me that I can't see the moles, right, when I know I can see the moles. Now, if you don't believe me, that's a whole different story. That's fine. But the thing is that the moles, I know I can do this because I've done the work to do that. So that would be like discrediting me from my work, even if you don't believe it. And that's my thing, is that even from the work that you do and we see something different, I'm not going to tell you what you should see or what you're seeing and what you're not seeing, because if you see it, then that's fine, because you're the one seeing it. You're the one doing your work for it. You know, you're owning what you do, just like I'm owning what I do. That doesn't mean that you agree with me.
I have no confidence in anything that I've seen. I think that I understand what's going on in that image. The fact that I believe that you can't, I don't think that you could see a mole. I just think that it's impossible. I think the clarity of it comes from trying to create shapes and maybe facial features from certain pixelations, like almost like if you took a bunch of squares that was different colors and then you just threw them out on a table and then you slowly started making somebody's face out of it. But there's not going to be a mole there, in my opinion.
Yes, thank you. In your opinion, correct.
Yes.
Because for me, it's like for me, like I said, I've literally found the same moles on the exact face. Even actually, if you watch Harvey Carroll's freaking videos, which they make me cringe half the time because they're just so distorted of different shit. I don't know what he's ever doing. But the thing is that for me, I don't need anyone to believe that, because all I needed to do was give my stuff into the FBI, and that becomes a them thing to look at. Or maybe they didn't need to look at it. But at the end of the day, it just, but you know, again, I own that. So if for all those people that tell me that that I could never make out a mole, I say, I've done the work, you can't. But if nobody believes me, that's fine.
Well, it's a difference between, let's say, a large mole, like a large, like a huge mole on the side of a face here.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm.
But when you're talking about a speck of a mole and things like that, I just can't get on board with it.
You know, and that's fine. Like, honestly, like I said, that's fine, because it's not about this, right? It's at the end of the day, it's about the girls, and whatever comes of that, regardless if somebody doesn't believe me about the moles, you know, I say to myself, okay, that person is wrong.
Well, I want you to continue your work. I don't want you to feel too confident, I guess. I don't want you to be overconfident and think that there's not more work to be done, especially when you do have the skills and you do have the desire. I don't want you to be complacent, I guess.
Let me so I'm going to answer that. I've spent what's been 2 years, 6 to 7 months of that was me going into every single part of that freaking BG and his face and everything. When I'm confident in my work, I have no problem digging my heels in and going, like, I would not feel right myself, Sleuth, to go, well, yeah, 99% right. And then sit there and call out Kegan Dunker. I wouldn't feel good about that as a person doing something like that. But when I know that I've done my work, and my work to me is quality work to myself, because I didn't just take 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I literally spent 6 to 7 months analyzing every inch of the face, whether it was through a magnifying glass or a magnifying glass program, anything I could, because that's where my confidence comes from, because I did my homework. And it's kind of like this. I feel that if someone sits there and tries to tell me like, no, well, like, like, don't be too confident in that, but in the saying that, really, I can do obviously as I please, but my confidence is there. And that's why I'm very strong and opinionated about it, because I did the work to do that. And if you don't see it, or somebody else watching doesn't see it, again, that's not my problem.
But that's part of the work, Sonny. You have to be able to show people what you're seeing. And if you can't, you have more work to do.
But I do. But what do you mean? Because
because there's work I've done. I've done incredible work that I felt was very important to me, and I share it, and nobody gets it.
Right.
And the truth is if you can't get it verified, you're only looking through your own perception and your own lens. So if you can't scientifically share this to where we can share it amongst others, then you can't prove it. It's not provable. You believe it, but there's something between believing and being able to prove it. And that's what's important, is being able to have something that we can share into where it's undisputable. And you can say, look, this is how you can find it. This is the map to it. And this is why you're seeing what you're seeing. Like with this image you have up here with the doll or whatever, just because there's two dots and something in the shape of a doll, there's no way you can say definitively that that's a doll.
Well, at the end of the day, I've never claimed that I know the full story. This, if anything, this is a bunny rabbit. Again, it's one of those things. You're showing your thoughts. You're showing your theories. Again, if someone doesn't see the bunny rabbit out of it, and they think that it looks like a freaking, I don't know, like a little doll, then go right ahead.
It looks like a Yoda doll, like a baby Yoda.
Because whoops, I'm in the wrong one here. But it really boils down to this for me. I'm not here to tell anyone else what they should do in my real life. My twin sister, my family. One of my biggest pet peeves for me is when people kind of tell me what I should do on a channel and how I should do things. And it's like, I don't ever go into somebody's house or to say your channel or anybody else's channel and tell them how to run their channel or what their thoughts or how they should think. You might do that, but I don't do that. So for me, my thoughts are, and this isn't an argument, people, this is just a discussion. My thoughts are my thoughts, and the way I want to perceive it is, again, I'm in charge of my own actions and my thoughts. Nobody else is. If you feel that way, that I shouldn't be so confident in that, that's fair enough. That's fine. Because it really still will always boil down to, do we care? Do we want justice for the girls? Do we want awareness? Do we want whatever for the missing and murdered? If people, like I said, don't respect my work and whatever, I got no problem with that. At first I used to. I was like, wait, I'm doing all this work and nobody everyone's too busy, making comments. You work your ass off so hard. Because again, it was never about the work that I show, was just to give people of what I'm working on, what I'm showing them, believe it or not, whatever. It was, my work was done pretty much 2 years ago. And then it became about, well, so many people seem to want to understand why these girls were murdered. Okay, let me go look at that stuff. Okay, let me look at this crime scene. All I'm trying to do myself is just, because this is at the end of the day for myself, for the girls, is piece together. I mean, for this part of the case, hoping that, like you said, with your own kids, that you're bringing awareness, because you don't want something like this to happen to others.
Well, I couldn't handle it. So maybe it's just maybe it's a selfish thing. Like, I just couldn't do what Anna Like when I see Anna, my heart breaks, and when I see Carrie, and I see those two, I can't do what they did. They're able to um, talk to people. They're able to go on news and try to create awareness. Like I think I would honestly just fall apart and lose like my faith in God.
Yeah, yeah. Like again, uh, each to our own. What we do and what we take out of it, or the reasons why we do what we're doing, whichever. I just, like I said, believe that everyone has their right to have their own path of whatever that is. And like I said, if like those comments where it says, like Kegan Dunker, that, da. Again, I take full accountability for saying his name out of my mouth, for bringing attention or awareness to him, because again, and maybe some people look at that as wrong. Well, I felt it was wrong that 3.5 years had gone by, and I couldn't understand how, to me, they have not solved this case. Obviously, it was going nowhere fast. Actually, you know what the thing was, Sleuth, to be honest with you? I didn't want what you said there. I didn't want something like this to happen to anybody else around. And I was actually quite pissed off that the LE or whatever, I felt if they hadn't solved the case at this point, that and that some Canadian could come in and sit there and look, and sit there and figure, to me, okay, to figure this out. And I wanted to I was pissed because I didn't want any other child to get hurt. And I was like, regardless of what Kegan Dunker's actions were in any of this, the point is 2 girls were murdered, and I would not feel right if I allowed what I felt was other people could possibly get hurt because they're saying they don't know who the bridge guy is. Can someone tell us who the bridge guy is? Maybe I did it the wrong way. I don't know. I don't really regret things I do. If I probably had to do it over again, I might have probably do it differently. But when I'm firm believing in my work and what I've done, that's where I.
Well, what's your backup plan? I mean, what happens when this, let's say, gets solved and it's like it has nothing to do with Kegan Dunker? Yeah, like what are you going to do then?
Well, at the end of the day, you know what?
Conversation.
Yeah, we had that conversation. At the end of the day, that crossed my mind recently, where it never really did before. Because I thought to myself, well, if I'm paying attention to the Karina McClurkin case here, and I'm seeing that all these people are getting bullshit freaking what was the word I want to use, that they were informants and their names aren't being used and stuff like that. All I can say is this, Sleuth. I will always let life play out the way it does, right? Because for me, I will go to my grave going, you know what, you little dick, Kegan Dunker, meaning I know you were the bridge guy that day, but I just go YOLO, meaning whatever happens will happen regardless. If it comes to fruition that you never ever hear his name, so be it. I have to be good with that because I was in charge of my own actions and what I did and what I said and whatever. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that because at the end of the day, I will fight for those girls because they deserve justice and they deserve to have the people. So I just kind of I don't have a backup plan at all. It's just, I'm just going to let things play out the way they're meant to play out.
I've got one set up for her.
What?
He has a backup plan.
Yeah, I've got a backup.
What's your we're going to move into Deb's bottom of her place?
Well, yeah, I've got a whole list of the cases we're going to go into, and so
Oh yeah, like I said, I'm just going to let whatever play out. Yes, I'm very strong-willed, but I'm also not. Like I said, so you know me. I mean, I'm not this fucking idiot that just woke up and got off a freaking turned up truck in a sense either. I made my choices. And my gut has always led me well. My intuition has always led me well. And yeah, so we'll just see what transpires, to be honest with you. I feel like I feel like we will hear Kegan Dunker's name at some point. I'm just hoping it's not one of these bullshit things where certain people talk, they get off and that bullshit. I don't know.
Hey, and I won't deny it. I mean, there's a lot of things that point in that direction. So I would be a fool to deny that.
Well, you know, for you, it's or anyone else watching, right? Again, if you know, either I mean, you can obviously see that there's a lot of things going on here
And
about
it's not that I don't have the balls to take a position. It's just
yeah,
that I don't have one yet. I don't know what I'm seeing there.
right,
And honestly, like after I got done watching the boxing match today, just
yeah,
out of habit, before I went to your show and was talking with some of my members, and they let me know that you were live, I
yeah,
was actually looking at the Bridge Guy video. It's just something that I do on a daily.
yeah. hmm I did that for. I mean, I still watch it here and there, but I literally spent every day for 6 to 7 months. I didn't give a shit
Still
about
do.
the rest of the story. Yeah, and I look at pictures all the time now. Sleuth. I have about 20,000 darn ass pictures.
I
Uh,
deleted all mine and started over.
did ya?
hmm
That's been tempting. That's been tempting.
It was
Um,
very refreshing.
Yeah, you know, that's been tempting. But the thing is that I'm complete with that path, but I still I mean like I've said to you, I will go back like I did probably last week. I will go back to verify what it is that I've put out there and if I can improve what I put out there. Like I said, whether or not you believe that you can see moles or not see moles is a whole different ball of wax. But at the end of the day, I will always keep it's not that I'm questioning myself. I just want to keep, you know, reminding myself that yes, you did the work, you're fine with it. Yes, okay. And I literally just did that recently. And then but the thing is that I've moved on from that part of it. And my whole thing with this channel was the focus was on BG. That was it. Didn't care about the rest of it at the time. Didn't care about the rest of it. Didn't need to know that. Doug, because you know how you said something stood out to you? Well, what stood out to me was when Doug Carter said, um, I, that we just want to know who's on the bridge, whether you know his face, somebody knows his walk or this. And that's always what rings in my head. It's always the one sentence that rings in my head first and foremost, was that sentence. And I was like, okay, that's why I only ever cared about that part of it. I didn't know the story about Abby and Libby. And then so all this information that I came across that I've been looking at, I literally had to go back and backtrack all that information for a lot of it because then I started
Good night,
going,
Derek.
oh, who's going today?
Derek. I'm just telling
Oh,
him good night.
night,
He's
Derek.
heading out.
Yeah. Night, Derek. And so yeah, my focus has just been on again the connections. Like, that's just it. Like, meaning I don't want to ever put out a video just to make a video. I want to have something to offer that I'm going to show or talk about in a sense.
Well, that's the way I look at it. Like I look at the video as you're looking for clues. Like it's not the end all. So
Nope.
it's almost like when you see if you see this Kegan Dunker there, it's almost
Yeah.
like, okay, now you're using this evidence to further your investigation. But I just feel like it's such a hard thing to show other people, especially when you're going with your gut. And if anybody understands what you mean, I know
Yeah.
what you mean because I don't feel like you're wrong, but I don't know if you're right. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm
Exactly.
not sure. So
Yep.
some things I just think you got to keep to yourself if you can't really show it, because I've made that mistake. I've been like, oh my God, all this hard work and everything. You understand what's going on with the image. Not everybody does. So that's the part I'm
No.
saying is try to figure out a way to show it to us so that we
Well,
can get it.
that's the thing is that with that video, let me put it this way. There's people out there that absolutely understand what I'm showing them. And there's people out there that absolutely do not understand what I'm showing them.
And there's a lot of people out there that are going to tell you what you want to hear, Sonny.
Well, exactly. But the thing is, at the end of the day, so I absolutely could care less at all what truly people think about the stuff I'm showing them, because I'm only showing them the stuff for the benefit of if they want to have any insight and I'm showing you something, and if you want to believe it or don't believe it, that's the thing. That's the thing for me, is that I'm just putting this stuff out there. I'm trying to put out as much honesty and truth and showing the visuals, because
And it is out there.
You know, right. And the thing is that on to try to take a distorted video and again to try to bring it in a light that makes it easy to see is just hard to do. You're working.
Well, I did a test. I told I kind of took the example that they kind of explained what was going on with the video. You know, Snapchat video, and the image of the bridge guy was kind of like a small image in the background.
Yeah.
And so I told my wife, I said, send me an image that fits that description. Don't tell me who it is. Let me work on the image and then try to figure out who it is. And I mean, I wasn't even fucking close. And I thought, and I was seeing all these facial features, and I was seeing all this pareidolia.
Oh yeah.
So sometimes we got to check ourselves, you know.
But I do check myself. That's just it. I do check myself, whether you think I do or not.
No, it's not that. I'm just saying sometimes, like me, I'm talking about me. Sometimes I need to check myself. Let me rephrase it. Sometimes I need to check myself.
I think somebody would be very irresponsible if they didn't check themselves, to be honest with you. Because like I said, you're not here with me. You don't, you're doing your thing. I'm doing my thing. I can't, I'm very, I don't know if somebody knows me. I am very critical of the things that I do and the things that I do put out there. So meaning I'm always trying to make it better. And I do check myself all the time. But you know what? Sometimes I just can't get a better image. But what I know out there is that people want information. And whether this information, and I've never claimed it to be accurate for, like, okay, I see a snout. Absolutely. Doesn't mean that you see a snout.
I see a snout. I see two.
You know, what, minding yours right now?
No, right here. If you look at the top middle, that almost looks like the full shape of a nose.
Hold on. Let me go into this.
Right where it says bunny ear.
Okay. So you see something there?
Yeah, that's a nose.
Right. Where?
But that can't be a nose. That can't be a nose, right? It's in the middle of the woods.
Well, to me, right? Exactly. I can see why you're saying that you see a nose, right?
Look at those nostrils.
Yeah, but
that's a nose. I can see it shining off the light.
Right. Exactly. And you know what, Sleuth? Oh my God, I'm not even gonna lie to you as well. Because I'm so used to the, like you said, the what is it called? I never usually use that word.
Pareidolia.
Yeah. It is so easy to get lost. And this is where I always will check myself, and I won't put out that work, because there's times that, like I said, your eyes, you keep looking at shit.
Well, everybody, like even the people that are like, oh, I see this, or I see Tony Kline, or I see that. Like, why? It's funny. They won't even accept their own pareidolia.
Yeah.
We're the weirdos.
You know, well, that's the thing, is that, you know, it's kind of like I said, when other people, like you included, when other people put out their work, I wasn't seeing what you were saying in the same light. So I accept that, because you look at your pictures and you know what exactly you're trying to do and what you're trying to achieve.
No, I don't. Well, that's the thing.
When you're making into colorings, you're trying to enhance it to show it to us, like you did.
I'm searching for something. I know that there's multiple layers. I listened to their process. Apparently, there was the person who created the process over at NASA. What they do is they take that double exposure and that motion, and they take it and they create individual frames on each one of those motions that they see. They try to single it out. And then they take each one of those frames. They got 20, 30 frames just for one frame. And they try to match them up. So people are like, oh, don't manipulate the image and don't manipulate that video. This video is more manipulated than any video I've ever seen in my life. So what do you mean not to manipulate it? We are just searching for the anomalies that are in there. There's a couple stable images from when Libby was solid, where she's solid, and assuming that Bridge Guy kind of took a, probably maybe was still for a second, boom, you get a nice shot of an ear, you know, and then you do have these clear images where you can actually make out what is going on and get a really great idea of what is going on, but you still don't know 100% for sure because there's no way to verify it. You see so much of these anomalies that go on. Even like when I was trying to catch the spit that was coming out of Bridge Guy, I was like, I got it. There it is. Mm-hmm. And then I did a test and I was like, no, the same anomaly is happening just below it. So it's most likely the movement of the right arm and the sun popping over his shoulder that's making it appear that there's something dropping down at an angle. But really, absolutely. I was just confused.
Yeah. That video is like in itself. I mean, the shit that you can make out of it is crazy. But like I said, you know, when you stare at a video and pictures every fucking day, pretty much, you know, after a while, like it's like, I remember when I was trying to look at what was on the side of him there, like, you know, like on his side arm, when you're looking at the video and on his one arm, and you keep seeing what looks like a wraparound of some sort of, you know, whatever the frick that is on his arm. And it honestly, after a while, like, I mean, I finally just had to give up and go, look, I will never make that out. I will never understand what that is. I'm not a hunter. I'm not a killer. I'm not any of these things. I don't have any knowledge towards hunting gear, fishing gear, all these different things. And like I said, as much as I can see what is there in something, another frame, you're totally going, what the hell, wait, I'm seeing this, now I'm seeing this. And it's just a matter to me of, again, if you look at it enough, you can kind of make out, what is more of tricks on the picture. Because, you know, on the, that, what the frick you want to call it, some sort of leathery pouch looking thing, for instance. Mm-hmm. You know, when you're looking at that and how 1 minute it looks like almost like fingers doing this, and then it will look like it's freaking these square pegs coming out of it or something like that. And at other points it looks like freaking little dog paws and different thing. And sometimes it even looks like a goddamn fish.
Some lightning bolts or some shit.
You know? It's it's crazy. And that's just, you know, and that's just it. And then at some point, like I said, for myself, it's just, okay, you know what? You win, I give up. I'll never freaking figure out what this is. I don't know enough about all that crap. But the stuff I can work on and the stuff that I can do is, like I said, work on the BG, for me, the face. I don't really care to be on. You know what? It's only a personal thing for me to try to figure out what the frick is on this guy, right?
It's like a personal challenge.
It's a personal, absolute challenge, you know. And it just like
I had one that kind of looked like Tony Kline. I wanted to show it to you.
Did you?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me bring this on. Hey, Adam.
Hey.
So give me a second.
Adam, where's your avatar?
My iPad died, so I had to go on my phone.
Right.
It's almost dead too, so I might have to hop off in a minute and let them charge.
Mm-hmm. We heard that routine before. Yeah. That's the old Derek routine.
Well, you're
you
doing
want me
that
to show you my percentages?
Of course. Yeah, I just definitely. Oh, hi, Michael. Michael's watching.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for this to load up. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, let me share my screen real quick with you.
Okay.
See what you guys think.
Okay, let me just. Do you, Sleuth? Do you believe it's Tony or Kegan that's on the bridge that day?
No, I have no clue. But this image does look like Tony Kline. Like I'm saying, I'm open to whatever
Yeah.
Like you say, I just share what I find.
Yes.
But I don't go with any narrative. I'm just like, here, this is what I fucking found.
Right.
Like check
That's
this,
where I'm at.
check this weird shit out. So I noticed I called it the saxophone. So let's take a look at Tony first. You see this shape right here?
Yeah.
I called it's a saxophone. Well, the saxophone has this. It has a
Oh,
hook.
I get what you're showing. Okay.
Yeah, you see this white, like the lighter
Yeah,
part.
I get what you're getting.
I was like, okay, that looks like a saxophone. It kind of hooks up directly into the nostril through the mustache, right? Okay.
How are we
Now take a look at this.
I get what you're showing now. Like I get what
Watch
you're
the
saying.
wait. Hold on. Watch the saxophone.
Okay.
And watch the dots. 1, 2, nostril. Saxophone. 1, 2, nostril.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You two boys have got to calm down.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Look. Oh, here's another one. Let's see.
What the? Okay, that's
Look
it.
at that shit.
I am blocking both of you.
Look, yeah.
Seriously, block. You
What's
guys
going on? Am I missing something?
I guess so.
Oh,
I
right.
guess
It's the same little dick swinging contest going on.
Oh.
And I like both of them, so I'm not saying that meanly.
I just literally blocked both of them. They can have a good little nice time out for the couple nights and then they can come back in when I unblock them in a couple days or something.
I see, but I'm that's impressive, Sleuth.
Like, isn't that crazy? I was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, that can't be Tony Kline. But this is where I found it. This is the original image here. And it looks like he's wearing that fucking GoPro.
Oh, there's definitely a camera on top of that fucking BB's head.
Look at that shit.
Absolutely.
And what I called
of a bird.
And this, I called it the saxophone. That's funny. Remember who was it? Harvey Carroll. He called it the pork chop or some shit.
Is that what he called it? The pork chop?
Yeah. So I called this one the saxophone. And if you look here on Tony Kline, he has it right there. It's like a saxophone.
I mean, I get what you're showing, right? And again, it just really goes back to just stuff like that, because you can see the whiteness here going on.
But you can kind of see the mustache even right here. Look,
know.
Look at this crazy shit. And then look where the mustache leads from right here. So you see the crevice, and then this mustache kind of looks like it's leading right into his nostril. So if we do the same thing from this part of the mustache, and we ride it directly into the nostril.
And for me, right, Sleuth, I have pictures where there's no mustache. Like the BG doesn't have a mustache.
That's my point.
You know,
look at this, how compelling that is. Like, what the fuck? And that's most likely not Tony Kline, even out there.
Right, but the thing is that I can see where you're coming from. Like I can see what you're showing me in there, and so I can easily see, for instance, some people in this live tonight going, "Oh yeah, I get it, saxophone, right?" Because again, most of these people aren't staring at freaking these images every single darn day and night and trying to make sense of it, and it's a personal thing. Like I said, you know, even the whole thing, it's just like all of it for me is just a personal challenge to myself. My 100% is my 100%. I get what you're saying about, hey, you know what, if you don't got a more verified proof and stuff like that, in a sense, you know, I get what you're saying to me. Let me put it that way. And
oh wait, I do have another one that I did today. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Let's take a look at it. Hold on. Give me a second. This is a completely different one. It's not Tony Kline.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. Share screen. All right.
Yeah. 1 sec. There we go.
All right. So there's TT.
I was going to say, isn't that Travis Trexler?
Yep.
Take a look at that.
See, I see what you're saying, because you're showing the fact that the guy's nose is up in the air.
Look at the mustache.
Yeah.
And the goatee.
Right.
I mean,
exactly.
Whereas and the weird bandana thing that he has under his hat.
You talking about in his regular picture? That weird, that freaking white floppy thing.
Yeah, when I saw my crazy image there, I was like, man, it looks like he's wearing like a hat with a bandana underneath it.
Right. No, let's see here. See, because now I can't see. Okay, I know exactly, like said, the BG's face and pictures and stuff, but now I cannot unsee that nose going up in the air. And that, remember when you were showing this picture that one day, and it's like there's a lot of it I could like. There's stuff that I got what you're seeing, but here it's like I distinctly remember from that day that this person's side profile or what you were showing as nose or whatever. Because now it's hard sometimes when you do look at something like in that image, all I can see is the nose first kind of doing that side look on there. Travis Trexler. I'm not even sure where do you think Travis Trexler is involved in this?
Yeah.
You know, he would have to be, wouldn't he? Because the one phone was on, at least we know that
Country
there was,
Club.
On Country Club there.
And if you just look at his past and you look at his,
you guys, I will hardly wait to the day that
look at the hands,
the SmackDown.
Look at where they meet, and look at the shoulders. Man, that's so close.
See, that's how I feel about Kegan when I'm looking at him.
Yes, that's why I'm telling you. Like, it's so crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly. Why, but the closest I've ever seen to anyone that looks like BG to me is Travis Trexler.
Man, and you're not the only one that said that. Like
but I mean,
person
again,
that
I'm like,
really, really respect. That's their guy.
The closest resemblance I've seen.
And what's he doing like with the whole Country Club Road? Like he's obviously tied to it, right? Or are we just tripping?
Say that again.
He's obviously tied to it, right? I mean, how else
can
you explain? Well, first of all, we have to connect Kegan first. So once we make that connection, then I guess we could go further.
I mean, again, the everything has mounted towards the fact of Kegan being involved. He's never been what's what I want to use. Never been legally or he's never been tied to the Delphi kids. Yeah. Right. So it's just, again, it's really anyone's speculation. I mean, I get what you're showing me here, Sleuth, and I can see why, you know, if someone was showing me this and I had no clue into Delphi, I would be going, absolutely, you know.
Well, I didn't even notice. Like, I just tried to match up like the faces, and maybe there's a little bit of blur going up and down. And somebody was like, "Wow, did you even notice the arms match perfectly?"
Yeah.
And they sent me an image where they took this image and they flipped it over on top of this one reversed, and it lined up fucking perfectly right here, even with this hand. See how his hand is kind of sticking out a little bit?
Oh, somebody's vehicle is. 1 second, somebody's vehicle is going off.
You know, the person that escapes, like, you know, like suspicion, like overwhelmingly, that is like obvious and like, you know, in the transcript is Cal Titus. I'm like, there's so little information on him that he just kind of like goes by the wayside when it comes to anyone looking.
Well, think about it. If in the transcript they say multiple times, like, Kegan, we don't think that you did this, like, remove yourself from it, stop all the bullshit. We know you didn't do this. Now tell us who was using your profile. So, and we know that he's, you know, connected to the Wi-Fi there. So what that tells me is that he's hanging back while somebody else is committing this crime.
Thing's still going on. I'm just gonna have to talk for a minute.
Go and hook the battery.
Right. I want to show you guys something in a minute, but I've got to look for it. But I want to show you what's really always creeped me out. 1 sec.
Oh, and I also, Adam, sorry to leave you with the alarm going off because we know that somebody's getting carjacked, but I got to go to the restroom. I will be right back. I had 3 beers, so.
Adam, look for comments then. I got to look for something because you guys, it always blows me away.
See, I'm on my phone, so it's hard for me to see the chat. Loki said motive. There's analysis. Zen Monkey, those planning to commit murder with sometimes a bigger, smaller shoe size. Boy, I'm 41 now. It's hard to read this on my phone. Sonny, this is the longest live we've done in a long time.
Yeah, I know, and that stupid little car alarm's still going off. I know it is. But I was okay with that because my husband, he didn't have to work, and then he said he was going to go watch the thing. Oh, finally it turned off. I have to put this, though.
Yeah.
You have to...
I'm going to hop off if you're soon because my phone's about to die too, but...
Okay. Is it charging? Is it plugged in as we're talking?
My phone uses one charger and my iPad uses another charger, and so I'm trying to do them both, but...
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get off here right soon anyway. But this and this, I have to add them. Okay, then let me just send it to myself. It might not be whatever to you, but it was always, and to be honest with you, this picture of Travis Trexler's truck.
Oh yeah.
The thing is that it's
that goes way back. We looked into that a long time ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why do you look so weird, Adam?
Because I'm on my phone.
Oh, okay. I was like, how'd you get it so narrow? Like, how do I do that?
Okay, let me just quickly share the screen quickly.
What I missed? Did I miss anything?
No. The car alarm stopped though. Let me just go into this for a second. Okay. So Travis Trexler's vehicles at the bottom, Kegan Dunker's vehicles at the top, and Travis Trexler's vehicle actually is not doing it justice because the person, I just quickly saw it today, somebody posting on it, I can't remember what channel it was, and showing his truck, and I was like, it's actually
it was Carbon.
Who?
Carbon.
Okay. So this truck, I remember seeing it, Travis Trexler's, when I was looking him up, and it's actually a dusty like color, brown in a sense. It's basically virtually the same color as Kegan's, I believe.
It's a nice truck.
And so when I seen it, I literally went, no fucking way, is this how they know each other? Because one sold the truck to the other person or something like that. But then all you have to do is see the gas tank and that there's no gas tank, and but it did. Like, as soon as I saw Travis Trexler's truck, I'm like, wait a second, haven't I seen that damn truck before? Because they're, like I said, I wish that the Travis Trexler's one was in the color, but either way, they were so almost identical. I thought.
What did he get arrested for? Wasn't it just like a recent drinking and driving and crashed or something like that? Public intoxication.
Yeah,
for that, I think.
Yeah.
And I think the incident happened in July.
No, the incident I think happened a long time ago, didn't it, Sonny?
Yeah.
I think it's a recent incident.
I'd have to look it back up because Deb was the actual one talking about it. I didn't bother to even look it up, because I've looked it up before. 2021, wasn't it, or something like that?
Yeah. It was long enough. It was long enough ago that you would be like, well, he was there all the time, so why were they just now serving the warrant?
Well, that's exactly it.
That's a good point. That's what law enforcement does too. They'll pick you up on a warrant and say, well, we can hold you because we were expecting to have discovery here, here in the next day or two, and then you'll be talking, and then we'll be able to hold you indefinitely once we put the charges on your ass.
Yeah.
So there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Because they can hold you legally for what, 72 hours before they?
No, I don't even know if it's that long. I'm not sure.
Okay.
It depends on the state, I think.
Yeah. CD. because CD, like to me, and I agree with who dis when she said it earlier too. Like what I've noticed is that kind of like Chris Mathis, they could have picked him up a long time ago, before he got arrested. You know, like they know where he was at in a sense, and it's like they could sit there and have gone and done that a long time ago. So why now? Why at the perfect timing of all of this?
Here, let me share my screen again.
Sure.
And Doug Carter kind of mentions this. He says why they kind of let Kegan go free for a little while, and he kind of acts cocky in his transcript. But here, let me share this with you guys so you can read along with me. So this is what he was talking about.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was trying to make it bigger, and I'm like,
says absolutely. You even have it to the point where when you're getting this child porn, you're sharing it with your Emily Ann account, your Kegan Kline account, Dropbox randomly. Oh wait, maybe it's up here a little bit. Sorry. All right, here. We start looking at those people and it just freaking spirals out of control to this major child pornography ring. So when he says, what would your family think? Sometimes I wonder if he's talking about somebody along these lines too, who might be in that ring that committed the murder. But check this out. He says, Bud, from your Dropbox account off your phone, we have started one of the largest child pornography investigations ever taken in the state of Indiana.
Thanks, Lisa.
Those words are not to be taken lightly, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely. I know. I really, I remember there was this one day at work. I think I got to page 132. And then I had to go because I had a customer and I was at work. And it's a very time-consuming thing to read. So I don't usually do this, but I was literally taking little notes as I was going through each of the things that stood out to me as lies or, things that have been said or that he said before versus what's being said here and stuff. And
what a lot of people get confused is that they think that the whole Tony Kline, like the stuff that's really convincing about Tony Kline is in this transcript, but it's not. It's really in the McDonald transcript with her interview where he says, yes, Tony could be using these devices. He fucked up big time. And he kind of tied this all together for us right there.
You know what? I 100% agree with you on that. Absolutely.
Do you think the whole, like, what would your family think thing could have to do with the fact that, that he, right before that, he referred to Emily Ann, which we know is there.
It's Hannah.
At that point, a tiny little girl that's in the family.
Well, he did that. And I hope that they talked to his family about that to make sure that she was protected because we know exactly what he's talking about. But I think who they think is Bridge Guy is this Hannah Rostel person.
Okay.
So Hannah Rostel, I think, is a group.
Okay.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
So tell me more about this then, Sleuth, because this has come up a little bit lately about this name again. What's been going on with that name that you're aware of?
They mention in the transcript that the Emily Ann is communicating with Hannah Rostel. They basically have these casual conversations where they exchange porn. Child porn. They say, hey, what's up? And the other one's like, hey, what's up? Oh, what'd you get? What you got? Oh, well, I have a couple 13-year-olds. Oh, yeah, that's it. Oh, well, what do you got? Oh, anywhere between like ages 3 and like 16. Stuff like that. And they're exchanging it. And then they drop links in the Dropbox. And when law enforcement did their investigation on it, whoever this Hannah Rostel is, they didn't give up too much information, but I think that's our killer.
Right. I mean, and just the words on that, looking for slaves under 15. Ugh.
Yeah.
Right.
It amazes me that that's still an active Instagram account. I looked it up today.
Well, it could be a real person too. It's probably an what do they call that?
What, anonymous or what?
Oniker? I think I'm saying it wrong.
What's that? I'm not sure of that word.
You mean like the police you mean like the police are in control
like
of that
a handle?
No, a handle. Okay.
Like kind of like a handle.
Right.
But it's really strange. Here, I can pull up that information if you guys.
Yeah. Travis Trexler. Okay. Let's see. In the 11th, so on November 11th, the 23rd, Travis Trexler had, let's see, operating vehicle with alcohol concentration, etc., etc., etc. For that. So he had an issue warrant. He didn't show up for his court date. I believe that was. Is that the one? Notice to parties, a warrant of right of amendment for the body or the person issued that day. So when was the actual date then? Filed on that day. So he had a warrant, whatever that means, CD, on that same day, the 11th of the 23rd of 2021, a warrant of right of amendment.
And how strange is that? You got the other friend too, getting released. I mean, is this all just like a weird coincidence? And
right,
we're just stretching. I mean, it seems so strange, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever looked into that Satasha?
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
And what's funny is there's a lot of indications that we were dealing with maybe a lesbian.
Yeah.
If you listen, and also I believe there was something about gay slaves or.
Oh yeah.
What was it? Something.
One of the things was by
by slaves or something weird. It was something like that. I was wondering, and she's
was
bi,
the boy
or
with
gay
the lip piercing.
Mm-hmm. And I think she's bi or gay, one of the two.
Yeah.
So I thought, that's a very interesting question, Sonny. And I find that to be very interesting as well. That's why Lilith kind of strikes my interest, because we don't know who this young sketch is. You know what I mean? We don't know if it's a girl in disguise or something.
Right. Well, how interesting that the day that her last name of Blackburn Cottrell, all of that comes out, she deletes everything.
And it could be Kegan. This could be Kegan's Emily Ann, because you have Emily Ann who passes off all these people over here to Kegan. Like sometimes I think when it says my daddy references, I think it's the Emily Ann just passing off these young girls over to Kegan. You know what I mean? Because he would be old enough to be their father. Like, oh, I'm 19, 20 or whatever. And I think that might be going on.
I'd like to talk to Ali Conklin, and I'd like to know what was on his Xbox.
Ali Conklin, Ali Conklin, absolutely. Yeah.
Because she was in that house with him every night, in the last 2 years.
Oh, I know, right? Like, absolutely.
Well, Dirk also.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, when I hear Carter say, at the very least, you told somebody, I think of him.
Right. But if anyone had a motive to give information out, I mean, having a brand new baby and wanting your kids back, and
like a credit card, and I wouldn't blame him.
Right?
If he's not involved and he's just giving knowledge, like I don't blame him at all for what's going on.
Because Sleuth, I'm not sure because I literally asked Candy Hayes that. I said, and I literally just straight up asked her. I said, "Hey, did Dirk Hayes give up information towards, or give up information for the whatever? Because it's seeming pretty odd about the timing of all this."
Oh, you asked her?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because he was like a early person of interest of mine, but I started thinking if he was involved, Keegan's not going to try to put it off on him. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well, he threw Dirk Hayes underneath that bus so many
times.
And,
like I said,
not my dad, but look over here.
Mm-hmm.
Don't look at my dad. Look over here.
I know that law enforcement checked into all of that, and I know that his concern over his children being on those devices was genuine.
And we don't know that. Don't go that far.
What did you say there? What did you say, Adam?
As far as I could feel. I mean, I could feel like the sincerity and like the tone and like the fear in his voice when he told me about that, about having to look through hundreds of pictures to see if his kids were
don't
in
be
there.
fooled though. But don't be fooled, and don't fall for a con man's trick.
No, I know.
That
I'm not a
that could
naive person.
easily be my
That's
plan.
bullshit.
I know, but I'm saying like this. My plan. Let's say I'm going to talk to you, and I'm guilty of a crime. I'm just simply going to come up with a plan, and I'm going to stick to it throughout the call.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say,
Sonny's read all my communications with it, most of them, I think. But
at the end of the day, I trust nobody.
Right.
Thank you, Sonny.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I trust
That's
nobody.
the answer. That is the correct answer.
Yeah.
Right.
Because we can just take it back to what we felt about Graz, is that it was a misperception of what we thought, in a sense, and then the true colors came out, and then you realize.
Yeah, and I can still find the quality in Graz, but it's not going to be on a friendship level.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you something. Did you ever pay much attention to the whole Judge and Jaylene and the whole slave thing that they have going on for the sex ring in the Kokomo?
Are you talking about Fouts?
Well, I am going to talk about Fouts, but were you?
I know about that part of it.
Okay,
that's it.
So
that was extremely interesting, and that was eye-opening.
Oh, if anyone's ever dove into it, and I've read it multiple times,
yeah, I watched that. I appreciated that.
Yeah,
because I was into that, and I was watching it myself privately.
Again, there's the conversations that she has as well. There's a lot to it. It's just you have to find it in its different places, right? But there was that whole thing that time about the slaves, and basically that they put an ad in the paper saying one thing, but what the really thing was about was that they wanted them to find girls to be the slaves. Now, where I'm going to go with that is simply this. As you were talking about slaves, I think
so scary.
Right, because I think about the mistress of Judge Fouts.
I think about the people that are in high places who are making this possible, and it scares me for the young women that are bred into these families, and the poor girls who become sex trafficked. I'm a man, you know what I mean? Like we don't really fear too much. Like we're just like, fuck, if I lose my thumb, that shit happens,
Yeah.
But women, they don't go through life like that. So I feel scared for you guys constantly.
Well, right. And absolutely right. And what I was going to say was with Judge Fouts there and the mistress is that, and I have said this one other time that I recall saying it. So she was in jail on the Sunday and I'm not because it wasn't for drugs or anything like that. But
prostitution, right?
No, not at all. Absolutely no. It was simply to do with the ex-husband and basically calling the cops on her, saying that she was acting crazy.
Baby mama drama.
Right. And so she did tell me the story. I do have it. But bottom line is she ended up in jail, and Fouts bailed her out. $500 I think was her bail. And as soon as she got out, which was the Monday and the day of the murders. So remember when they talk about the 13th and the 14th and what day Fouts was working on? Anyways, he bailed her out.
Wait. Hold on, because that goes into another documentary I'm working on. So you verified Fouts canceled all his scheduled court dates for the 13th. Is that something you looked into?
I did not.
Okay.
I have no. There was just too much between Delphi.
B. Phillips, right?
Yeah.
The bomb threat guy.
Yes, yeah.
He had a court date that was scheduled on the 13th. That's been verified, but they don't know why it was canceled. They just know Judge Fouts was the guy.
To my knowledge, he canceled all of his afternoon appointments. And he was there that morning.
Mm-hmm.
He was there that morning.
Well,
because that was also the day he did Ashley Garth's thing. So we know he did work a little bit on the 13th.
Right.
Her case was settled that day.
Right. And
we're dealing with just small town, right? This is all just small town shit, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe there are how many judges? 3 or 4?
Pardon? Yeah.
1, I thought.
Say that again, Adam. What did you just say?
Carroll County had 3 or 4 judges that would share. They would take turns with the dockets.
I don't know about that. Usually there's one judge, and then, if
one at a time. Yeah, but I think the county is.
I think that there was a couple.
4.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I can't even make a comment to that because I don't know exactly how many judges. I remember, I think Houdis or somebody talking about it.
Yes.
Meaning Judge Fouts was the main judge in a sense for Delphi and Carroll County. And then obviously sometimes he would have, somebody else comes in that day or whatever, but he was the main judge during that time. Whatever backup there was, I'm not really sure of that. Sorry, Sleuth. What was your question again? Because now I forgot. Was there a question? Because I was going to talk about. So Ashley Garth was on the 13th. I know that the mistress had said that he had taken the 2 days off and I don't really know where it is, and because I never really dove into this part as well too much. There is texting between Judge Fouts and Mistress's mom. Basically that he was out for a drive, and there's all these timestamps.
Mistress, that's the girl. Is that the girl that was making the videos?
No, that's Tiara. That's the escort.
Okay.
So the mistress is the person that he was having in a relationship with. That's the 11-year-old girl that he had met and basically befriended the family and the mom believes that he was priming her in hindsight.
Grooming.
So this is the 11-year-old girl that was at this student or law fair thing that they were hosting. And then he saw this girl, according to her, walking around with no adult. And he came over and so for her, in her eyes, she just saw it as this nice old man that was being kind to her, is what she had said. So anyways, he befriends the family. He starts when she wants nothing to do with him, because once she comes out of jail that Monday, and next thing you know, she's like, Sonny, that jacket, he has a jacket just like that. And so he was doing very odd things, knocking on her door, but she felt that he had everything to do with Delphi. And so she just, when a female just gets the creep vibes, but when she truly got the creep vibes, it's when he said that he wanted to buy them a house and he wanted to make a dungeon in the basement.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And that she would be his, like that. Basically, he would be her slave in a sense. Like she just said, Sonny.
Yeah, check this out, Sonny. I'll be your slave. Just come down here and take a look at my dungeon. Yeah. Just remember, I'm going to be your slave, okay? Come take a look. And then when you get down into the dungeon, guess what? You're the fucking slave.
Yeah, right. And she said, I just couldn't do it. He was promising her the world, because remember, this is the 11-year-old girl. And then as he started a relationship with her, right? And again, if anyone knows the full story in a sense, or a lot of the story, and I've looked at it all, and me and the mistress have had a few conversations about this. She's actually in parts not very clear about certain things, just because so much time has gone by now. But
what's Radar saying here? She has all that in old notes. You need me to look them up. Sleuth Intuition. Yeah, Radar. Does she might be able to help even you, Sonny, with are you still working on that information?
Me?
Yeah, I think Radar, because She might even know him personally.
Well, like I said, I mean, I've always talked to the Tiara and then the mistress. Me and I still communicate with her. We haven't
They're
talked
still
about
around.
it. Hey,
Are they still around? Or are they still
well,
in the business?
Tiara's gone MIA for a few months again. So
Well, that's scary.
yeah, because okay, so Tiara had messaged me. She finally messaged me back after one of these MIA things, and she messaged me back, and she's like,
Why did she go MIA? Was it
she just
drugs? Was it just like I
I
don't have a phone, or I'm not fucking
no,
with
I
this
think
shit
it's
right
more
now?
that she gets back into what she was doing, and yeah,
Mm,
she goes MIA, and so meaning how druggy
drugs.
relapses and stuff like that. Yeah, well,
Yeah, I had
her life, she knows.
a couple real bad druggies who are really good friends. They're not druggies
Yeah,
anymore, but they would have moments like they're these normal people, and then all of a sudden they're just like somebody else. You're
yeah,
like, what the fuck is going on? And they're like having like some kind of drug thing.
exactly. So it's like when I've talked to Tira, it's when she's cleaned up her act in a sense, right? So our
Mhm.
last conversation was about 2 months ago, maybe a month and a half ago, when she told me to, and I can't think of the name of it now because I deleted it. But it's not a messenger, but it's the same thing as a messenger, but it's called something else. And she said, I don't really talk on messenger. Um, Message me on this. So I don't
Was it
chase.
like Kick? The Kick thing?
No, it's not called Kick, but I don't. It starts with a P, I think it was, but it's like
Parlor?
it's exactly like Messenger. What do you call it?
Parlor?
Parlor. It's not ringing a bell.
That's like a
Yeah.
right wing, like Facebook.
Okay, because I can't think if it's even if you said it right now, I don't think I would
Mm.
remember. I had it on my phone.
I wouldn't go there.
You know, I added it and Messenger.
Yeesh.
No, well, it was no different than Messenger, really. Right? It was just her. She was the only friend on it. But anyways, so she said to me, "Look, Sonny, I need to tell you things because if anything happens to me, I want to tell you exactly all this stuff, this information." So, okay, I call her and I'm like, okay, so like, what's going on? What's up? She's like, she didn't answer. She's like, and then she messaged me back. She says, give me a minute. I'll call you back in a few minutes. I didn't bother to message her back because she knew darn well she was going to be calling me and I'm not here to chase somebody around.
Mhm.
And so she never did message me back. And there's part of me that regrets that because maybe I probably should have bugged her again because, she just, I hear you, honey. Because she was going to tell me a bunch of stuff in case something happened to her. But obviously she didn't call me back. So I thought, well, look, obviously I'm not going to, chase you around. And if you want to tell me, you'll tell me. But because Tira has talked about the different lawyers and the different people involved with the whole sex trafficking thing. And these are lawyers. These are mayors. These are all these people that Fouts is surrounded around, right? Attorneys. And it is crazy when you think of these people. And she has named a few of them out there. And there's not only that, but then there's the strip club owner, which I think a lot of people might know that name. I think it was Goebel, something Goebel.
So
And
you're thinking corruption is playing a big part?
well, let me put it this way: there's definitely corruption. Where that path goes, I'm not really sure exactly. There's absolutely, according to Tiara, because she slept with a lot of these people. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
She
Yeah, she
slept with a lot
knows.
of these people
She's
in the
seen some things.
department. Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's seen a lot of stuff. And I'm amazed. When people say that they're scared for her, I get it. That's why I've always kept in contact because, she's a brave person to be talking and saying things and outing Fouts. And,
But Sonny, you can't just go around trusting everybody, though.
no, absolutely not. Right. Right. At the end of the day, the information that I get and then I start digging into it. But the one thing that I realized was no matter how much I dug through it, see, and the mistress can verify this, the same thing that Tiara told me. Judge Fouts has multiple accounts. Okay. So when he messaged Tiara, for instance, he used a Michael Morrow account on Facebook. And kind of like the mistress.
The hell does that? What is that? Michael Morrow.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what Michael Morrow is. In the Fouts lineage of friends is someone named Morrow with the last name Morrow. So he obviously chose a name
That's
that
strange.
came to his head.
Yeah, that's what you do. Things that you covet.
Exactly. And so now from the mistress side, she has told me, and I was literally at work one day and it was her birthday, and she told me it's her birthday, and we had been talking about Fouts the night before. Well, guess who just, as I was at work, guess who messaged her to say happy birthday? She goes, literally, I haven't talked to him in like over a year, and guess who just messaged me? It was Fouts to tell her happy birthday. Yeah, right. But she didn't answer back, she said, because she's like, I'm like,
he's going through his list.
Yeah, but she says that he has multiple
like Kegan, remember? Yeah, well, like Kegan, he's like, he messages like 50 different people.
Right. Well, the thing is okay, so this obsession with this mistress was crazy.
Why do you call her that? Is that what she asked you to call her?
The mistress? Because that's exactly, I use that word. She knows as I use
she
that word.
is a mistress, is what you're saying.
She actually, physically is a mistress. And so they had a relationship. So like she was in a relationship with him, but this is an 11-year-old, because remember, she's thinking he was just a nice guy. But like, so for instance, Fouts, when she backed off out of the relationship, when she felt uneasy about it, Fouts was, she said, according to her, Fouts was literally paying her grandma stuff to say where she was, giving her money to say where she was. So she said she's at church this one day, and all of a sudden Fouts just comes in, and she's like, knows that her grandma has told her. Just like the Fouts paid for her dad's tires or something like that to get done.
Hold that thought, Sonny.
Absolutely.
Or we'll continue. I'll be right back.
Correct. I've talked to the mom, but to be honest with you, Radar, the mom, so she told me to talk to the mom. So the mom knew I was going to message. So I messaged the mom. Hey, said, let your mom know I'm messaging her. In fact, really, the mom just actually gave attitude to me, because so I was like, well, what was the point in you telling me to message your mom? And then she wanted to talk to me, and then all she did was give me attitude right from the get-go. Because I think the point of this, when I came to this, is that the mom had already been talking about this stuff for a long time, and she was meaning she had moved on. She was like over this all, in a sense. And I'm like, well, why would you tell me to message her if I'm just going to get attitude? Right. So I basically said, okay, well, you basically accepted the fact of my request to message you because your daughter said to. And then, she just gave attitude. So I was like, I get it. If somebody's tired of talking about it. So let me put it this way. I always still find that there's very few people out there that you can get a full story from properly. It always seems like it's always bits and pieces. And then you play like Jenga or puzzle, put a puzzle together. And in my head, I'm just going like, can't somebody just tackle a freaking story from A to Z? It's always this memory loss or this stuff or da-da-da-da-da. And, and not much. I'm just, so Radar had said the mistress has selective memory out of fear. Talk to her mom. She has no fear. And I was just saying that the mistress put me in contact with her mom, but the minute I talked to the mom, I just got attitude from her. And I'm like, well, why did you even add me? Like, why did you even bother to take my thing?
Sometimes people are used as like tools,
Well, the thing is that my thing was this, is that I'm not asking. It's no different than Anna Williams. When a person that knows Anna Williams said, you need to talk to Anna Williams. And I said, hey, if she wants to talk to me, so be it. Let me know. She come back telling me that Anna Williams wanted to talk, right? Again, message Anna, said, hey, this person says that, you're willing to listen to what I have to say or whatever. Once, and got a thumbs up. I was at work. Okay, I'll be home in an hour. And my messages got looked at and they just got ignored. Well, why did you even bother to say that you wanted to talk to me? And then you just ignored me. When you make plans with somebody, in a sense, I hold you accountable to that. And if not, then at least say that, look, what I thought I wanted to talk to you, but obviously I'm not ready or I don't want to, but no, that's not what happened. I just got ignored. But why did you even bother to connect with me if you didn't want to talk? I didn't ask to talk to you. Your friend asked, type of thing. And she was like, thumbs up. Yeah. And so I
like Anna a lot. She's
spicy.
She put me in my place one time, and
did she?
In retrospect and looking back, like, it was really good advice. And if she's listening, I just want to say thank you.
Yeah. When did this happen? Just to ask you.
Well, she knows what I'm talking about.
Okay,
it had to do with Brad Weber, and
okay.
I asked her about what she thought about possibly people like trespassing and somebody like a Brad Weber freaking out. She just kind of shut me down, put me in my place, and at the time I was just kind of like, wow, like, she's really coming at me. But man, was she so right?
Yeah, and what the thing is it too, right? Okay. Again, I sent a message and I said, you know what? Obviously, you're not ready to talk. And if ever you are, then go ahead and message me. About 3 or 4 weeks later, I message again, and I say, hey, I'm just checking in with you, just seeing if you wanted to talk yet or not. And all I got back was I said no, and I'm like, well, no, because if you would have said that the first time. Whoops. Thank you, subscriber. If you would have said that the first time, I would have at least respected that. But you said nothing. You made a time with me, and you literally looked at my messages. So if you would have said, no, I don't want to, but I got back in caps, I said no. And I'm like, where? You said no, nowhere, because all you did was ignore me. But, so it's a two-way thing there. Again, if you say you're going to do something, at least have the courtesy to tell the person, no, you're not, don't want to talk to them anymore. Because it is a little bit of a slap in the face that you're literally working your ass off hard to bring awareness and for this case.
Yeah, but you kind of got to look at, like, the family, like they're kind of like the boss.
Right.
If you want to call it work, we're working for somebody. So who's the boss? Who's the boss here? It's the people who are affected the most. So we got to think about that.
At the end of the day, it just came down to the fact that, again, I always think about things that I would do, but it's been, I understood, let me put it this way, that they've been on a road to hell for a long time dealing with these murders. And they've had a lot of people coming at them. Messaging them, I'm sure, and all these different things. Anna's feisty. She's no different than me. She's feisty. And yeah.
Well, Carrie and Anna are really, I'm more concerned kind of like what they're feeling, as opposed to like a Becky and Mike. I mean, I understand they're struggling. They had the relationships, but those women bore those children.
Yeah. Oh, right. Absolutely. And not only that, what hurts the most, and still as a mother, is that Anna had one child, and that child's been murdered. And that child was a little mini me of her mom. And to have that one child, and no offense again to Becky's family, they got siblings over there too. They have more support. When you have one child and that one child is taken away from you, my heart feels so horrible for both families. But for Anna, it just, because I have one child myself, and that's my only son, so.
Yeah, I saw an interview, I think, with her grandfather, and he was like, "That's my only grandchild," and man,
Thanks, Radar.
I had to totally block it out because I was just about to completely die inside when I heard it. But
You had what? Sorry, what did you say, Sleuth?
it was Abby's grandfather. He finally came out and he was like started doing interviews and he was
Oh,
talking
yes.
and he broke down and he was like, "That's my only grandchild."
Yeah.
And it made me think. I was like, man, because I dream often of like my daughters having kids and like being a grandfather, so I can see how special that would be. And then to just have that stolen from you, it gives it back to the killer. He killed 2 girls, but then he killed that part of him too. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. And that's what makes me compels me even more, watching the interviews. And like you said, whether it's of Becky, whether it's of Kelsey, whether it's of the grandfather, like you said, I watched that one, and same thing. It's like internally I'm hurting so bad inside because I know that they're hurting so bad for what's going on. And every time I see those, it's like you just feel that those emotions of them. And it's like I said, the grandfather, whether it's Mike Patty talking about it or whatever.
Well, I don't want to sound selfish, but when I see that, like, I'm not thinking about them and I'm not like even concerned about what they're feeling. I don't want my family to feel that.
Yeah.
And I think that they are feeling the same thing. They're like, man, we don't want anybody else to go through this. I don't like to take ownership of these girls. You know what I mean? Like, oh, Abby and Libby and all this stuff. It's like, no, I don't know them. Yes, I appreciate the family and I love everybody. But the truth is, I'm just concerned. I don't want this madman to do this to my family.
Right. But I was going to say, so it's for me, it's both ways. Yes, I bring awareness, right? Because like you said, you don't want crazies doing this to your family. But by that same token, I can't take away who I am. And I've always took on people's pains because it hurts me to the core. It's just, I would not like to have that because it really weighs on me heavily, that I literally feel like I'm feeling their pain. And I wish that I didn't feel that, but by the same token that makes me who I am. So, yeah, right. And so it's not that you're selfish, Lou, at all. It's just the fact of, like I said, I'm me.
Well, I just don't want to assume that I know what type of pain they're actually feeling.
Well,
like there's no way you can take on that pain.
Because
if I was to take on that pain, I would completely collapse.
Yes. Oh God, yes. But that's the thing, is that when they're talking, I'm feeling, and I, like I said, and this isn't talking about really even what their pain level is, no idea. I'm feeling the pain for what they are going through as a mother, as a person that would ever have to deal with. Like, just like you, if you ever pictured your daughter lying in the woods, right? Exactly.
I'm in denial.
Right. So that is so unimaginable to me to ever have to ever deal with something like that. But it's the sadness that I know that somebody has created on those families to hurt them and take them to the core of where people love, which is their children.
And the way I look at it is, it's their burden. Like, that's their burden.
It is.
And I want to let them know that I recognize how much of a burden it is and that I could never take that on. Ever.
Well, I'll tell you, I like I said, I wish when somebody's telling me a story in real, like, meaning when I'm in work and stuff like that, it's just like one of my biggest things is that, you walk away from it feeling so heavy because they're sharing with you a personal story, for instance, because the way I work, you just kind of, people warm up to me and I'll be like, oh, really? And then next thing you know, they'll tell me about their daughter that just died. And I'm just sitting there going like, oh my God, and then next thing I know, it's like, I don't care who else is around me, deal with it. I'm listening to this lady because this lady wants to obviously tell me the story because she wants, to talk to somebody, and so I'll be that ear. But
The
at the
super
same
sticker.
Oh, Anna, thank you, Anna.
Nice.
Thank you. Yeah, it's late in the night or early in the morning, however. Hey, Sleuth, what are you
Tomorrow's a
doing?
holiday. Tomorrow's a holiday. I didn't know. Like I was yelling at my daughter. I was like, "Hey, look,
Oh, really?
if I don't get any calls from your
Uh-huh.
teachers, you're done with your punishment." She goes, "Oh,
Yeah.
if I don't get any calls tomorrow, huh?" She kept giving me this look, right?
Yeah, yeah.
If I don't get any calls, and I'm like, "Why are you talking to me like that, you
Yeah,
weirdo?"
right.
And she's like, "Well, you said if you don't get any." Well, she's like, "Of course you're not going to get any calls. We don't have school tomorrow. It's Labor Day."
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's a holiday here as well, or sometimes we land on those same days for certain things. And
Yeah, but
yeah,
that's Canada. Nobody cares.
yeah, nobody cares. I know. Well, I don't know. Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure that you and Ass had her
That's like the worst state in America is Canada.
Is it the worst state?
The worst state, Canada. It's the biggest state and it's the worst state.
Worst state. Hey, have you ever been up to Canada ever?
Oh, you wish.
The
Yeah,
worst
you
state.
wish I would go up there, huh? And then I would never come back.
I live in one of the most beautiful places that if anyone was to go to Canada, you don't go to Saskatchewan. I'm telling you that right now. Sleep well, Sonny. The Everyday
Saskatchewan.
Profiler.
What movie is that?
Wait.
Grown-ups.
Do you feel like that has meaning to it? Sleep well, Sonny. Sleep well. That's
The
like
everyday profiler.
Yeah, which I've never seen before personally.
No, I think that that's a wonderful thing to say. Sleep well, because I haven't been sleeping well. So
yeah, but I never made a comment about sleeping well or going to sleep.
yeah, but that's a nice thing to say. Like
I see my eyebrow goes up because I'm like, but I never.
Well, you know better because
Yeah.
you're looking at the name, you're looking at the picture, you're looking at the anger in the sleep well, Sonny.
Sleep well, Sonny. But yeah, so I'm just like, okay, because it's like the red alert goes off, in the brain.
But the thing is like you can't give them what they want. So what you do is you take what you want. So
yeah,
what I did was I took what I wanted from it, and that's sleep well, Sonny. It's a positive statement. So I took what I wanted from it. They didn't take shit from me.
Yeah, gotcha. I get what you're saying. Do you want to hear something? Okay, this happened to me like last week, and I'm sorry if I'm going to make you guys throw up. So last week got the podcast going of murder sheets as I'm laying down in bed, going to sleep. Sometimes I'll turn something on and I'm listening to the Murder Sheets podcast, talking about Kegan Kline. Okay. I had a fucking dream where that guy was laying in bed right beside me. He's freaking kissing me and all this shit. And I literally woke up so literally disgusting. Like I felt so disgusted. I said to my husband, I told him about my dream. Like it was so real. Like he was right there and he was like almost like licking my face. But anyways, it was like a nightmare.
Zen says sleep shitty then. Fuck.
Yeah, I prefer to sleep shitty. That's that's a good one. Yeah.
But you know what that is, Sonny? It's like to me, like I believe, like I'm not the best Christian.
Yeah.
But I pray and I have a very strong relationship and I know what my duty is here as a man, and it's to God first. Yeah. And to honestly, it could be an attack on you.
Which?
No,
wait,
you just said it. You said the right word.
Yeah.
Which somebody may have been putting like an attack out on you.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Seriously.
You talking about the dream that I was just talking to you about? Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Could have. But I dream all the time. I just was so repulsed. You guys, When I say I was repulsed, I literally felt so nauseous that I even had this dream. And I remember that I was listening to the Murder Sheets podcast, and they're talking about the Kegan Kline thing and the sexual crap or whatever it was. And that I go and I sleep and I have this dream. And I'm just like I wasn't even going to tell it, but I just was so repulsed. Like, dude, it just felt so real. And the thing was, is that my husband, like during the dream, it's like my husband comes in the room and then we're both trying to act nonchalant, like, nah, 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 nah. And I'm like, get your fucking ass off me, dude. But it's funny how, see, with me, I'll tell you what happens for me personally. Let's say I do 5 things in the day, different things. I go for a walk. I see someone that I know. I eat ice cream. That shit will morph into one dream. Like meaning, it will. Anything that usually happens in the dream makes it from that day, in a sense. And it's like it twists itself and comes out with this really
Can
weird.
you address what Radar's saying?
Which one? Which part?
She said, haha, Sleuth got daughter played. She did not play me.
Oh, she played. Yeah, I know. Isn't that? I'm amazed that you actually didn't remember that it was a holiday. I guess because so many people are out there going, tomorrow's a holiday. But yeah, like for me, I'm off anyway. But for my husband, I know how
we didn't have anything planned.
No, or would you have done something today? If
yeah, usually we would have, but we've been going on vacation. But we had a date night yesterday, so.
Did you have a date night? Okay.
Yeah.
Sleuth, that person that said sleep well?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they just got a block from me, actually. I'll tell you why. As soon as that name came in and said, hello, Sonny, I got a bad vibe right away.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say anything. It's just a bad vibe feeling. I was like, you know what? I've never seen your name before. And when I read the hello, Sonny, it just came off with a bad vibe to me. So when I seen the comment, sleep well, Sonny, I was like in my head going,
block him.
So I was just to myself,
you
know what, dude, I'm blocking you because you gave me a bad vibe initially. Some people get mad and they'll go like, I'm not watching you again because you just block people for no reason. No, it's when I get a bad vibe off of somebody and they got some sinister, like that little sinister thing to
but
that.
Sonny, regular people don't know what you're talking about.
Hey.
Yeah, they don't know. They don't know what you mean.
Right.
They don't know about that upset stomach and the stressed shoulders and the like. What do you guys got planned? Like, what are you plotting on? You know what I mean? They don't know about that.
You know what? Again, trust my instinct. Again, as a child, I knew I was just really good at calling something. I didn't have a label for it. I would never have known a label. I was too young. As I got older and learned and this was in my 20s probably, then you start hearing about people used to saying, use your gut intuition, use this or whatever. And I just at some point recognized that not everyone was that self-aware or whatever you want to call it, or had that strong gut instincts that some people have more than others.
I have to communicate it with my wife constantly. That's what keeps us going, is me communicating that I'm seeing all the subtleties.
Yeah.
And I need it to be more clever.
Yeah. Yeah. So would you say that, okay, obviously you feel like you're more intuitive than your wife is?
No, she's intuitive in other ways.
Right. Okay. So
we're very much alike, but I just want her to be aware of kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That way she can maneuver, and I'm just kind of really sharing insider information, to another really smart person that I'm sharing space with.
Yes. Me and my husband, when I remember near the first couple years of our relationship, and we still do it, but I just remember distinctly, when people are talking to you and they're trying to sell you shit, and they actually believe that we're believing it and stuff like that. Me and my husband never had to say anything. We just had to give that look that we knew that it was like, meaning my husband would be the only person that I literally say, and Adam does it to me sometimes too. Get the hell out of my brain. That's my space. I'm going down 10 levels. Get the fuck out of there. And then my husband will come find me in there. And I'm like, how do you do it? Just, it's because we're so in tune with each other. Again, call it what people want to call it. All I know is that it actually makes me feel eerie sometimes, going like, how do you do it?
Well, she hates watching movies with me. She's like,
Right.
we'll go watch a new movie, and I'll be like, it'll be the first scene, and I'll be like, oh, well, this, and that's gonna happen. So now I'm pissed off because they didn't fucking make a good movie. And she's like,
Right.
that's not gonna happen. And I'm like,
Right.
oh, well, whatever.
But
And it happens.
I was gonna say, so that's what I was gonna say too. For me,
sometimes it's not intuition, is what I'm saying. It's just kind of picking up on patterns.
But for me, I was gonna say, it's kind of like, and I don't think of it as like you're talking about the movie thing. It's kind of like, well, I already know this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, and this is gonna happen. So it's like I finished the movie in my head before I've even seen it. And then you watch it play out and go, see, called it, type of idea. So, and for me, I'll call that intuition in a sense, because some people have no clue what's going to happen or something, it seems like.
Well, no, it's like if you take a mathematician who's brilliant at math, he's going to do an equation, and he's going to use a tool, and he's going to make a perfect circle. Yeah. And then you're going to have somebody like a Rembrandt or like a master painter who can't even spell, and he's going to draw freehand a perfect circle.
That would be me.
So he's doing math in a different way. It just comes more natural. So he's doing geometry, doing calculus, he's doing all this stuff to create this perfect circle, but it's just happening in his brain.
Yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, I like where my intuition or whatever has brought me when it comes to things and people. I've learned that if you, and this is for anybody, I've just learned that if you don't listen to your gut and you veer off from what your gut is telling to you, you want to kick yourself pretty much 99% of the time that you didn't follow your intuition, your gut feeling, whatever, because it usually comes and bites me.
I think everybody has it, but
everyone does.
Have you seen the studies where they take a group, right, and they have one person that's not part of the study, and what they're trying to prove is that they can get this guy to get out of his shell and not be an individual and go with the crowd. So they show this image to everybody. It's like 6 people. Only one of them has no clue what's going on. The rest, they ask the people, okay, out of these 6 lines, which 2 are equal? Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? And they'll say like, oh, they'll lie and they'll say, oh, 3 and 4 are equal. And the guy's like, no, it's 2 and 6. Like, what are you guys talking about? And then they pull out the next image and they're like, okay, which 2 lines are equal? And the whole group lies. And this is basically the epitome of gaslighting. You know what I mean? They all lie and they say 3 and 2 are equal. And he's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But they're all looking at him now at this point and they're pressuring him. And he's like, well, I don't want to be wrong. Obviously something's wrong with me. I must be skewed. And this is what comes to your Kegan Dunker argument. And this is why I respect you. And this is why I like that you stick to it, because this study proves that.
Gotcha. Where was that on? Was it a documentary or YouTube?
I watched it, I think, on YouTube. Yep. It's a study and it's a brilliant study, and you can watch it unfold in real life. And it's extremely disturbing.
I like stuff like that. You know, I don't know. I just like different things. Doesn't matter. I like
gaslighting is a real thing.
Gaslighting is what? What'd you say?
No, I was saying gaslighting is a real thing.
Absolutely. Gaslighter. My ex-husband was definitely a gaslighter. Um, Gaslighting, I see it all the time. I've, like I said, kind of like yourself, Sleuth. It was only
Captain had it on his last video.
about gaslighting.
That's what Freckle Joy said. No, the study that I was talking about. It was on.
Oh, the study.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Captain's video. Yeah, it was
Oh,
brilliant. It was.
isn't there a couple captains? I don't know which one. Isn't there Captain Howdy and
Patrick is the garage, and then Captain
okay.
Howdy. But usually when I'm talking about the captain, I'm talking about Captain Howdy.
Yeah, you're talking about Captain Howdy, right?
Even though me and Pat are cool, but
right.
The Captain Howdy is like the real captain for me, even though he's not the real captain.
Right. To be honest with you, I even forgot about the whole true crime garage thing. I haven't heard their name in quite a while up until you just said that, to be honest.
Yeah, they're busy. They stay busy on Twitter and on other Spotify, other platforms. Yeah, they're very busy. They're still covering cases and they're extremely popular, just not really on YouTube.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, have you ever thought yourself where you want to take it? Like, are you gonna go into the podcast part as well on any of those platforms, or are you just gonna stick to YouTube? Or
I don't know. I really have no clue. I think maybe just YouTube. It's been good to me. They don't restrict me too much. They tell me what tools I have to kind of fight against certain things and to kind of suck it up when people aren't really violating the law, you know?
Well, this is what I don't understand. Okay, about YouTube. So how is it that, for instance, let's take Asshat, and again, it wasn't so much about me as much as
is that Graz?
No, Asshat is that Canadian over in Ontario.
Why would you even worry about that guy?
No. What I want. This is what I'm going to say about YouTube. How is it that someone could literally do a live or a video?
Well, you can't say Asshat and not expect me to think you're talking about Graz.
Oh yeah, no. I see. It's because his name is As Above, So Below. So someone one day in chat said, "Oh, Asshat," and
everybody knows it. Do you guys know that that's a satanic movement?
What? Asshat?
As above, so below.
No, did not know.
Yeah, that's a satanic movement.
Yeah, no clue.
Mm-hmm.
I did not until you just said it right now. Wait, so my point being this is, if a person can go on there, literally call people queers, faggots, fat bitches, fat gargoyles, that they can literally use every threats to other YouTubers like Randy,
and not really show their face.
Yeah, but the thing is that okay, so those videos we're getting tons of reports.
But Sonny, we can see you. We know that none of that's true. Like, why be offended by it?
No. But the thing is that what I want. This is what I'm saying. I'm not offended by it, but meaning, how is it that YouTube keeps meaning if you read the rules and it talks about discrimination, hate speech, all these different things, bullying, right?
But what are you going to do? Cry about it all day?
No,
you know?
But there's a difference though, Sleuth, between going at that fucking bitch and blah, blah, blah. But when you literally sit there and are on the channel going, that fucking guy, if he fucking comes near me, I'm gonna fucking punch his face off. He's lucky I don't go down there and fucking take, who
the fuck is gonna protect you? You got to protect yourself. You can't be. Look, you're from Canada.
Yeah.
Here in America, we fucking protect ourselves. Mm-hmm. So you can talk all the shit that you want, but until you come here in real life, it's just talk. And here in America, we stay ready for that shit.
Rules. But the thing is that.
Well, hold on, Sonny. I went on a walk today. With my amazing wife, my daughter. My other daughter stayed. I was very worried. I don't like to leave anybody alone. But I had, and I hate to say this because it sounds so crazy, but I wear a bulletproof vest. and I have a gun that has a bullet in the chamber constantly. Like, and I don't know why people think that that's so strange.
Groz, I'm not gonna lie. A comment came out, and I missed. What do you find strange? What part did you say you found strange? You said you went out with a walk with your daughter, and you don't like to leave anyone behind. And then I got ADHD on you and looked away for a second at a comment.
Yeah,
then,
what happened?
Yeah. So, what was?
I'm just saying, I go out every day and I'm ready just for a potential, maybe like a robbery or something.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
That's kind of what we deal with in America. And it's not because there's these people running around rampant with guns. It's because we don't have enough people who are comfortable with guns here.
Well, my thing is this though. What's the point in having rules? Why is it you'll get a stupid copyright strike for whatever, and yet someone could go around putting people's pictures up of, like, and and then that time that guy kept saying, like, I'm gonna kill you, Dab, and I made a video, and next thing you know, after a couple weeks, then
what happened with that anyway?
Well, I'll tell you what happened with it. Nothing, pretty much. Basically, YouTube said this person says that you have a personal thing.
Oh, they were able to communicate with this person?
Well, the person obviously claims some sort of, because I was literally, the dickhead showed his face.
The creepy guy.
Yeah, exactly. He made the mistake of literally showing his face on cam.
But you know that that's not his face, right? You know that somebody else is showing that person's face.
No. It truly was him.
No, I'm telling you, it's not.
No.
I know it looks like it was like, hey, he kind of slipped up and he showed his face
on there. I get what you're saying. I get what you're trying to say there. Okay, so let me put it this way. I plastered his face on a video, right? To make everyone aware of this person that's going around saying he's going to slit your throat, come to your house, come slit my throat, he's going to kill Deb, blah, 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 blah. So if it wasn't him,
I'd love to get my hands on that guy.
Right. But the thing is, Sleuth, he would have never bothered to try to get that video taken down if it wasn't him. It was him.
Who the fuck was it?
Don't know. I believe that I think that it's someone from overseas. I think that is because
who has no fear of the laws or
right.
Whatever.
Absolutely.
I'm telling you, like, I wouldn't doubt it was Unroyal
or something like that. Oh, it wouldn't shock me.
Man, like I'm completely shocked by what I did not know.
With Unroyal?
Yeah, completely shocked.
I don't know nothing about the dude besides that he's become unhinged. And I didn't even involve myself.
No, he didn't become unhinged. I think
he already was unhinged.
Well, no, what I think was that he injected himself into the Delphi case. He was already a troll / hacker / obsessed person.
Right.
And he's like, hey, look at the Delphi case. And maybe he was putting out these troll accounts here and there. And then once he put out the Unroyal account, he was like, okay, he got comfortable, and then he got settled in there, like into the Graz, into you, and into me, and into all that. And he's like, I'm confident in showing my face, because he was that confident at the time. So he showed his face, but honestly, the entire time, I think he was a troll.
Yeah, I always remember him sitting on the couch, and me thinking, I didn't know him. And me thinking, and this is, actually I met CD and him at the same time. And it was like, I remember thinking, he seems like a decent guy. I didn't get any bad vibes originally off of him. And
Brick
then
wall.
Like, honestly, the little bit that I did have
scary brick wall.
You know what? And this is just my thoughts. That's the type of person that if I found my body in a body of water somewhere, if I was in any, like, if that's the type of person I would be scared of, that personality right there, that Yeah, I'm just gonna put it that way. That person that was just
super creepy. Did you hear what? Well, I don't know if anybody told you, but I had a conversation with Kristen behind Crime Door.
Okay.
And she was really good friends with Unroyal. And a lot of people don't know this, and I want to start sharing this, but he was basically unhinged at the time, and he told her that he was going to find a way to murder me in real life.
That's what I'm talking about. That type of shit.
Yeah, so people don't really understand why I'm afraid of this guy and why I warn people is because and you notice how he was obsessed with do you know who Shill Miller is?
No.
Shill Miller is a catfish out of Indiana who convinced people in Alaska to commit murders for money, but there was no money. They were being catfished.
They were being catfished.
And he was one of the YouTubers who brought that to everybody's attention.
Okay.
Now it seems very ironic.
Right. You're right. In hindsight.
Very scary, considering his little his sidekick, who he will most likely turn on, which is that faking person who.
Oh my god! You know what? Hey, if there's any name that makes me spew, it, to be honest, is the faking name, and the reason why is, you know, that person that just goes around inserting themselves becomes everybody's worst nightmare person in a sense.
Well, it's a troll. It's a psychotic troll, catfish. It could even be somebody who's using a voice modulator, and it could be a man.
You know.
Hold that thought, Sonny. I got to check on something real quick.
Yeah, and I got to get going here soon anyway. Oh, my ass is killing me. Husband sent me a message. But if anyone does know that fake king name, that person just is the root of all evil that can be, like, meaning if anyone's gonna be a pot shit disturber, it's faking. And hey, if you want to take kudos to that and wear the title belt of that shit, own it, whatever. But I mean, I remember just everywhere you go, it's almost like that person looking to always become the friend of the YouTube creator. And then the drama happens. And next thing you know, the people are arguing, channels are arguing, and da-da-da. And that's that one that you go, that the arrows are distinctly pointing at that person. And I don't, how all the freaking YouTube creators haven't blocked faking is beyond me. It is just absolutely ridiculous. Still 182 in here. Thanks, Radar. Actually, yeah, I know. I'm amazed that these numbers have been holding tonight. I think tonight, you guys, was a good live. Sleuth had a great live as well. I really want to go rewatch that to see what Julia had said. I think I cut out I left about 20 minutes prior to when it ended, 20 to 30 minutes on there. Very interesting stuff at the end of the day. And shit gets crazy, I'll tell you that much. And again, appreciate people that regardless do reach out, talk and whatever, want to share their stories, regardless. Faking exactly. But that, like, anywhere that person goes, you know, a fucking shitstorm is on its way with it.
Same with Graz.
Oh, absolutely. You know what? And with Graz, okay. With Graz, I've never seen someone. You know what? For me with Graz, again, if he has an issue with me, whatever. Okay, dude. You know.
He just doesn't know. He doesn't know you, Sonny. Like, what's funny, Sonny, is like, you got to realize the real Graz, the Nicholas, probably he really probably likes you. And would be able to. He would like to hang out with you. But what you got to realize is he's a politician.
Yeah,
he has an agenda.
Going.
He jumped onto a railroad track, and along with his father issues, that's where Gray Hughes kind of pops in there.
Right. It's just, I'm sorry, but it's just the most ridiculous thing to watch. Like, what is this whole bullshit about him wanting Gray Hughes' approval crap? I don't.
He's seeking a father's love, and Gray. Hopefully, Gray will be that for him. He seems to be there. He seems to be supportive.
Gross. I think his true self. Like you said, it's his true self. I think is funny.
He is fucking. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah.
This dude, like, I hate the fact that I can't be in his chat because I'm so disgusted with most of the people that are there. But this dude really cracks me up.
Yeah, right. And again, you know what? His videos cracked me up when he'd make those Gray Hughes videos.
Yeah, when he's not attacking you or I, like, it's amazing. Like, I like it. Like, when he's going after Joe, like, come on, that guy's a fucking creep. Like,
well, I was gonna say, I mean, like, because again, whatever his issue with me, there's nothing that I ever started with.
He had no issue with you.
Yeah.
It's a political move.
Yeah.
You're a political enemy.
Right, whatever you want to call it. But when I saw that video that he did, and he was making me like a drag queen or whatever, and then he had a fucking suction thing to his tit, to my, like, this guy with the suction thing. I mean, I get a kick out of shit like that. That was funny. Even if it was on me, I don't care. It was funny.
Yeah, but the as above below shit, I recorded that, and it was at that moment that I knew there was something off with that guy.
Oh.
And he actually became a person of interest for me at that point.
Which one? The asshat one? Asshat?
Mm-hmm.
I call him asshat.
Especially with the hatchet and him about 6-hour drive away from Delphi.
I just want to talk about that leech for a second. That leech literally was living in this channel as Jason _. That leech literally has ciphered the information, because I'm the only one that, like, there's other people that have talked about Garrett Kurtz's line and all that shit. The cryptic note, like I said, that was from this channel. That information, that guy legitly rips off fucking my shit. Like, he acts like he's like, okay, he's acting like he's fucking digging for all this information and showing 32 bodies and stuff like that. The gist of his whole story, for the most part, has always been him just coming in here agreeing with maybe, I guess, right,
well, I mean, the information, it doesn't belong to anybody, and if he did something constructive with it, but he's not, I don't know. I think he might be on drugs, to be honest.
Right. I mean, the guy's fucked up, but the bottom line is this is what ticks me off, is that, and it's kind of like what Grismatically Clever did. He took the cryptic note, didn't say anything to me, took it over to Gray Hughes' channel, and didn't say anything about it belonged to us, in a sense, or give the credit where it was due. It's kind of like what Asshat did. He was talking like my thoughts were his own thoughts, and he was repeating what I had said, but he literally did this acting job where he was like, he's looking at the note and he's going, oh my God, I think that Ashley Garth wrote this note. And I'm like,
why are we talking about this? Like, why are we even talking about him?
Oh, well, actually, don't make me think. Don't make me rewind why we're actually talking about.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about that guy.
I don't even know why, really. It was about something, but I can't remember what it was.
Well, we can talk about Graz because you basically crushed him.
It's really just whatever the frick.
He's the other day he mentioned you. He's like,
did he?
Yeah, he's all, nobody will ever take my channel ever again.
Except Sunny Justice. Only because Deb told me about it. That's the reason why I do.
Yeah.
She's like,
and the thing is like, I guarantee deep down inside, like, he likes you. He just knows that. And it's just your intuitive side that you make public. That kind of makes you look quirky. And I hide that part of myself.
Well,
and you don't.
What I was going to say, I don't hide. But the thing is that Gray Hughes, the asshole that he can be, he's the one that actually started it. And the reason why I say that is because when as in the 85 email thing, I had said whatever I said, something about, I said my intuition. And then he threw back about fucking my crystal ball and different shit and stuff.
Psychic.
I'm like,
well, you don't email back and forth with Gray Hughes, right?
no, this was the first time from 2 years ago.
Yeah, he thought I was stupid, but I saw what he did with Bruiser. What he does is, just for anybody who's listening, if you're an up and coming YouTuber and you're just not kind of getting it right, and you find this guy Gray Hughes, who is a very successful true crime podcaster who has no reason trolling people, but if you see him attacking you, what you're going to see is that he's done this to many people, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I just thought to myself, holy fuck, you're a dick, dude. I was trying to be nice. I thought I just said something really nice, and then he came back with all these insults, and then Greeno hopped on the bandwagon with it because of. So Gray Hughes actually started the whole fucking crystal ball thing and shit like that, because for whatever reason he felt the need to attack me, and I just at the time go, what for? Like, why? To
You're quirky.
Yourself, you know,
no, you're extremely quirky.
He absolutely did not know who I was. I had literally just come to the Delphi case.
Sonny, you are an acquired taste. You know that, right?
Absolutely I do.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But you are like a fine wine, though.
You know, either people like me or don't like me.
No, I think it's either people like you or they don't understand you.
Well, that too. And to be honest with you, though, I mean, I always just be me. Simple as that. I even when I go for like an interview and stuff, I'm always maintain exactly who I am. I don't try to be anything that I'm not. And if
I had a genie lamp right now, you know what I'd do right now?
What would you do?
I would be like, hey, genie, if I have one wish, what I would like to do is have you create a pillow that was in the shape of a K and a D.
Oh,
and then I would smack you with it.
And then you'd smack me with it, yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, are you sure?
Oh, did I interrupt your private party?
Yeah.
And then I would let him let me fly away till he can't get me.
Yeah, but my husband says he wants to go to bed now. It's 2:30. Okay, Sleuth, what's your time zone? Must be 5:30.
No, it's 2:30 right now.
Do you know what time it is here?
Is there?
It's probably 2, 3, 4, 5.
5:30 a.m.
Okay, nice. So Arizona's in the Pacific time zone then. I didn't realize that.
This is Mountain Time, but we do what we want.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, we rock with the sun. Whatever the sun says, we'll do it.
Yeah.
They're on that Kelly Aaron time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do what we want. We want to rock with Callie. We don't know. They're kind of weird right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, is Adam gonna stay, or are you guys gonna shut down completely?
Well, if Adam's gonna stay, Adam can stay. But
well, no. I mean, if you're gonna shut down, I was like my discharge enough, and I was like, okay, I'll pop back on.
Well, tomorrow is Labor Day, so I ain't got shit to do.
Right. So I was gonna say, Adam, if you want to hang with Sleuth, absolutely keep talking. There's still 182.
But if not,
then
I'll go play. I'll play some video games until the wife comes in here. She's texted me twice.
I should probably
think she fell asleep
at some point. I should probably get to bed as well. I mean, Sleuth, unless there's something you want to talk about. Without Sunny, we're not as interesting.
Oh, of course.
Well, the thing is, Adam, if we start talking right now, she can't leave.
Yeah, I can.
No, she can't.
Yeah, why?
Watch, Adam. What we need to talk about is why Sunny cannot leave this conversation if we continue talking.
Ooh, reverse psychology is good.
There is that.
Yeah. I like.
She's trying to leave. She's trying to leave. Look, she got a finger on the button.
And I was just getting ready to talk about.
My hands are crossed.
Hands up. Hands up. Let me see those digits.
But you know what? I have
Danny Bear, thank you.
I have full access to backstage. I have full access to everything. So.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say, Adam
does her husband know that? Does her husband know that?
Yeah. Does your husband? Sleuth, do you remember that day that my husband's bare ass went to basically to the world? that were watching. That was so funny. I had to edit it out. I was like,
No, I'm pretty sure I blocked that out of my memory.
yeah, it was Sleuth. It was the damnedest thing.
It was the timing was what was hilarious.
The timing was. Thank you, Danny Bear. Boom.
Hey, whatever happened to your little friend? Remember we had that like music party and it was like this fun night.
Mama?
Yeah, where the fuck is she?
Oh, okay. So, like, this is how I see what happened here. So, Mama, so her husband Richard was being an absolute fucking dick, and so it's almost like he didn't want her coming on the channel because he wanted her to make her own money and to build her own channel and whatever. Anyways, it just simply kind of came.
Does she have a channel?
Yeah, I don't even remember what's it called. Anybody?
How's it doing?
I don't know. I don't no, because she never really worked on it too much. So
yeah, see, the thing is like if she would have done it right, like Deb and Adam,
yeah,
pretty much at any point they could spring off,
Well, the thing was, yeah, me and Mama had a good rapport in a sense.
And I liked her too, but what gave her that thought? Because I loved it. Like that was the beginning of Sunny Justice for me. Was you and Mama.
Same.
Well, Mom, it was just one of those things, and it's not that me and Mama or anything have any ill will. It's just there was something where she backed off actually.
Oh,
and
she had some personal issues going on.
She had personal issues going on. Her husband was like being an absolute dick.
I mean, he came on one night and I was disrespected. I felt very disrespected. I felt like the case should have been disrespected.
Matt, what was it? Matt Black Ink. I've seen him a couple times. Got stamina, Sonny.
Yeah. But her husband came on and he said he made it about. He's like I want to make money. He's like I'm gonna start my own because I want to make money like Sonny.
People they don't realize what's really going on, huh?
Didn't he say something like what did he say? I want to make money off the deaths or
he was like, yeah, and it came, and I felt very dirty.
Oh, it was so embarrassing. I felt so bad.
You weren't even monetized then.
No, I felt so bad for Mama. But anyway,
Sonny didn't want to get monetized. She's like, I'll never get monetized.
Yeah, I did say it many times.
Because it feels bad, but then once you start realizing, like, hey, your time is important. That's time is valuable. And why the fuck should YouTube get all this monetization and not me? Like the videos that I'm making are monetized, but I'm not seeing any of it. But I'm still here. I'm still putting forth the effort. Yeah. YouTube is getting all this money. There's still ads being played, but I'm not seeing any of it. Okay.
Here's the bad part. As soon as you do it, you can't have dance parties anymore.
I know. That's the part that's
who?
Well, because then it's copyrighted.
Well, you can't use the songs that you want to some definitely.
No, you can't. Didn't you see my Pandora video?
No. Which one?
Yeah, I did. I was editing the Bridge Guy video, and I did it completely for like 30 minutes.
Oh, you did? Yes.
Listening to Pandora, and all they said was, "You can't monetize it."
Right.
But it's rocking. I love that video.
Absolutely.
I watch it all the time.
Correct. And that's the thing is that I to explain to people, there's a difference between a copyright strike and a copyright claim. Oh, I had tons of copyright claims prior to monetizing. I didn't care. So yeah. So
wait, what's a claim?
A copyright claim?
I've never seen that.
The copyright claim is simply what you got. You're playing somebody's music you shouldn't be, but hey, we're not going to monetize your video. But hey, you can still play it. You know, that's just a copyright strike is a whole different ball of wax.
That's what you did to Graz.
That's what I did to. That's what Graz did to me. Yeah.
No, that's what Graz did to himself.
Yeah, that's what Graz did to himself. Absolutely.
But do you agree that there's redemption for him? Like, come on, man. There's got to be. He's a funny dude. Like, is there a strike 3 or no? I don't know. Not for me. I know that, but
you know, when people cross a line, I don't give second chances. I just have that rule in me, and it's so rare to back. Let me put it this way. when someone wants to go on this type of war path for no reason, considering I never did anything to that guy,
Right.
no, I don't give second.
Yeah, but Sonny, but what about what you did to KD?
Correct, but right. I own up to
KD,
that. KD's
who
not a
might be,
content
and I'm not going to say it's not KD. I just want that to be on the record.
Right. No, but for instance, but what's the difference?
I don't think it's Katie, but I would never dare say it's not.
Right. But the thing is that to me, what's the difference between a kind of like, and Sleuth, I swear you're just trying to get me to stay on longer.
Daniel Pearson.
What's the difference between you showing Travis Trexler's face or Tony Kline's face or anything like that? To me, it's the same shit. I own the fact that I'm saying.
Well, Kegan hasn't, or what's his name?
Kegan Dunker.
Kegan Dunker. Well, he hasn't been announced as a person of interest, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
This is just a YouTube channel. Like this is not some national news nation.
No.
We could say whatever the fuck we want. If you don't like it, come on here and address it.
That's pretty much it.
Look at Joe Louise.
Just because Graz is running around acting like we're like accessing all these people and we're doxing, don't be gaslit. Like we're not like some kind of fucking, this is not Comedy Central. We're not getting 1 million views here. Like,
the joke of it is that we can all get along just fine. But why is it that people have to keep taking issues with the content?
No, it's him because when you have the same reason why it's easy now, because you have a team, Sonny.
Yeah.
You have the great mind of Adam.
Yep.
Who can reach out and talk to people like Dirk and the things that you do, the parts that you play. Like the parts that I play with my channel are more closely related to what you do, but I don't have somebody like Adam to come in and like do the whole PR and reach out. So you have this great team. He can't do all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like communicating and delegating and being part of a team, that's not something everybody can do.
Well, I was gonna say, and I want you to take that back a little bit, because Sonny does PR all the time. Adam does, and I both do it.
Well, I meant good PR.
Deb, good. Where's that KD pillow? I'm gonna smack that bitch. But Deb said to me and Adam, like, I don't know how you and Sonny do it. Like, so we know that Deb has her kind of thing that she's really good at. Adam is probably a better.
I think if we can get, I think Deb is the kind of person, like if she had the actual financial backing, she would fucking fly to Saudi Arabia if that's where Kegan was at the time. No? Is that a misread? Is that a misread?
Deb doesn't.
Is that a misread?
Deb doesn't like a touch of personal touch to her actual life.
You don't think she has any like journalistic intentions at all?
Oh, she does, but as soon as it personally involves her,
yeah,
she'd rather, because she doesn't need to. She's content in her life, So
well, she might not need to, but let's say the case needs her to.
Oh, wait, what's it saying? We're having trouble streaming to Facebook. Oh, I don't care about that.
No, I will say Deb is loyal.
I want to say, I want to give a shout out to Sloopy.
That's my fave.
Hang on, Sloopy.
I hope your migraine is down.
Hang on.
Where's Sloop? I think that we were on the live so long for Facebook that it literally popped up saying something. 169 watching right now. To be honest with you, Sleuth, I was actually lost on that comment when you said the whole Saudi Arabia thing. I was like, wait, am I too tired to understand what he's saying here?
I'm saying that Deb, she seems very ambitious. Like she's been making those videos, she's been trying to do updates. And it's not really Deb in general. I'm just saying any of us, if we had the actual financial backing to do something fucking incredible. Like imagine having 80,000 subscribers and getting those ad revenues. Imagine what we could do as a corruptive, against a corruptive system or collectively, imagine, are we just donating here and there? Like, hey, look what I got done. No, we're going to fucking make a real splash. So guys, keep doing what you're doing. If we keep steady and don't do anything fucking weird, don't blow it, don't go viral doing anything stupid. Let's keep doing what we're doing. And I think we might be able to be a real big part of, maybe when the Delphi case is solved, we can be a big part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you mean don't go viral? I'd love it if a video went viral.
Sleuth, what is your second channel? Do you want to drop the link in it? Because
do you have a second channel? I got a few myself.
Sleuth has a second channel now.
My second channel is basically for like a lot of sci-fi shit and a lot of weird stories, and I'm excited about it.
Right, but 5:41 in the morning is the time people are interested in that, so you should drop that link now.
Yeah. I got a few different channels on the go myself here. My relaxation
OnlyFans doesn't count, Sonny.
Sonny, how is your video website coming? October's coming, and I'm noticing on my walk that there was a lot of orange lights coming up. So
absolutely, I was going to say, I mean, I could be working on that more. Meaning in this last week, I could be working on it more, but I need to get back to doing that again. I need to put some more videos up for that. I just...
Well, you know what? You really don't need videos. You need some orders. And then the videos come from like a custom order.
That's right. Absolutely. I just need to, meaning the website is coming
specifically my order.
Yeah, specifically your order. Yeah. That's it. What's your order, Sleuth? Is that the one that's like I charge the most for? Is that going to be your order?
Not anymore.
It
was not anymore. You just lost it.
I lost that sale. Yeah.
Where's your PR guy?
I know.
Where's Deb? Deb, where you at?
But for me, Sleuth, I want to say something, because this to me always is warm to my heart. I love the fact that you can create these beautiful moments, right? Right. The one thing that probably makes me happiest, because I know it's Christmas time for me, is the fact that you could literally insert your child right into a video. And all I can picture in my head is how kids are. They're like this, because they're in awe, the fact that they're seeing themselves in an actual video.
The reason why it intrigues me is because we had somebody who did that for me when I was young, but they did it like VHS status.
Right, VHS, right.
And
exactly.
it was so badly made.
I know.
But it didn't even matter. Like the fact that I was looking at myself in like 7th grade and the way I looked, and it was like they filmed us like going and getting a tree with my family. Like you got my mom, like before they were divorced or whatever. And it's like a piece of history, you know what I mean? It's amazing. It shows us in our house together, putting up the Christmas tree.
Absolutely.
Oh, I love that video.
I know. I'm just putting up my website there. It's called www.strikeandposecreations.com. That's exactly it. I have that of my mom, like you said, on VHS. And it's one of those things is that I can watch that multiple times, and it's memories. So sometimes I'll just sit there and watch it. My mom and dad have both passed at different times. They weren't together since I've been 5 years old. But anyways, that's the part that I love, is that I can create, because a lot of people out there can't do that. I can create this beautiful magical moment, or this funny moment, this Halloween moment, a Christmas moment. And the joy I get out of that is because I'm thinking about the memories that when they look back at the digital, because it's digital, it will still be digital then. When they look at the digital video, that was them 5 years ago, or this Christmas. And they're just very heartwarming things, whether it was a wedding, it doesn't matter. Right. I just think that's cool. And so for me, when I'm creating something for someone,
it's embarrassing too.
Hey,
It's embarrassing too. It's kind of funny.
what part?
That old video.
Yeah.
Like it
Oh,
was
the
me.
old
Like
video.
if you were to see me in this video, it was like my
Yeah.
gangster days. Like I had like these baggy shorts
Yeah.
and these tall socks that went under the shorts.
If someone
And
wanted
then
to dox that, where would we find it? I'm kidding.
you can dox it all
I'm
day.
kidding.
Like
I'm
it's just
playing.
gonna prove the trouble you're gonna get into.
Yeah.
I'm playing.
I'm
just-
trouble.
I-
It's like a part of me kind of wants it, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it's like part of me wants you to come and see me.
Right.
And I don't like that. But I lived a rough life. And you can
Yeah.
and you can ask anybody because like I think Bridge Burner, I think he might even be from Phoenix.
Oh,
And he's kind of
dude.
like a rapper. Well, he stopped as soon as people started doxing me from Phoenix, he stopped fucking with me.
Yeah.
So he must have asked around and he must have heard. Because if he's in the rap scene, then he fucking knows who the fuck I am.
Yeah.
You mean Bridgeburn 2.0?
Yeah, 2.0. Bitch,
Who knows? Insomniac or whatever.
Yeah. You know, it was so hilarious on that one, Sleuth, was that Hanging with Sunny, which is AKA Pink Cheek Granny, AKA Unicorn Horse. She's an absolute, can be a real cunt, is what she can be. And so
I hate that word, but you're a woman.
You know what?
You're a woman, so you could say it. But
I hate
when men say that word, I start swinging.
Oh yeah, no,
I just don't like it.
So you know what? To be honest with you, I don't use it very often. And
the reason I swing at people when I hear it is because I used to use that word, and guess what?
I know
I was Jaeger drunk one night, and a friend of a friend put me in my fucking place and chipped my back tooth. And you know what? I respect that person. And now guess what? I'm him now.
Yeah. Radar, just so you know, the pricing is on the website. There's different packages really. There's different packages, but I'm just still working on my website, but there is packages out there. And because people don't realize that for instance, that's husband again. Crap. Okay, honey, 2 more minutes. Yeah, 5 more minutes, honey. 5 more minutes. Okay, there we go. Okay, so what people don't realize is that, and Sleuth, you know this, a 4-minute video can literally take 8 hours, 10 hours sometimes to make. Because
as above so below said, these creators, they say these videos take them 16 hours to make a 4-minute video.
Yeah, depends what you do. I mean, the joke of, I don't even want to, I mean, like honestly, coming out of his mouth, that's a joke. I mean, his are freaking always this. You see how he's trying to improve his look a little bit. I caught one of them the other day where he's trying to put like a thumbnail and stuff like that instead of. Anyway, anyone that sits there and talks from their garage like that, and you're fucking looking at a garage, kiss my damn ass on that shit.
Did you ever see my Forrest Gump impersonation?
Oh yeah, right. He did that one. The Forrest Gump. He was pretending he was.
I did Forrest Gump as above, so below.
As above. Oh, that was funny.
Pretty good.
but those videos, right, can take a long time to make. Because again, I'm putting intricate details. I'm making something move. I'm creating, the transitions and stuff like that. I'm gathering the stuff that I need to apply to the video. So whether it's from Giphy or wherever I pull it from, I need to go, whether I'm pulling it off of YouTube or something like that, just a piece of an ocean sound, doesn't matter. It's all these different things that take a lot of time to make. And then at the end, again, a 4-minute video might not seem like much in a sense, but 4 minutes takes a lot of work. So when you break it down, if I'm charging, say, $49.95 for, you can have 15 photos and 2 videos or something like that. I can't remember what it was. I'd have to take a look again. But again, it's like if you break it down, Sleuth, and it takes you hours to do that, right? So let's say it took me 6 hours. Well, $50 divided by 6, $60 divided by 8 hours. In a sense, that's piddlywinks when you look at it.
Sonny, you just said 4 minutes takes a lot of work, and that reminded me a lot of high school.
Did it now?
It's it.
Dirty birdie. Okay, I gotta go, guys. It's just been a great night, but great conversation. Love you, Sleuth. Great show, but my husband, he does work.
You like how I kept you for a little while?
No, I knew you were gonna say that back. My gut told me so.
Thanks to Adam for not giving me up. He saw what I was up to.
Master manipulator.
I was gonna say
that's me.
I was gonna say to Sleuth before you even said it. I was gonna say, see, Sleuth, because Sleuth is gonna believe that he master manipulated me.
Right.
When I was like in my head going, I know what Sleuth is thinking. He's thinking,
when really he was mass manipulated.
Yeah.
Sunny and I are the easiest ones to do that too. We're like, okay, we'll play the game. We'll keep going.
Hey, Sleuth. Yeah. So I'm not sure if you two are still gonna hang out. But
It's up to Adam.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
I'm gonna go too. Thank you so much, guys, for having me.
Yeah. Sleuth, what do you got planned tomorrow? What do you got? When's your next show?
I don't know. I'm actually gonna go play some video games right now.
Yeah. Do you just kind of YOLO your times, to be honest with you, or do
No, I drank too much beer, I think.
No,
There's 1, 2, 3, 4. I drank 7 beers, so
good, nice, enjoy.
I had 3.
Beers get me. They get me amped up, so I'll be up for a minute.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't know if you had anything scheduled for tomorrow or.
No, we were going to plan on doing something, but honestly, it seems like everybody just wants to hang out, relax. I just cleaned up the yard because the temperature's been kind of on and off, and when it drops, I'm able to get the grass under control. But we've been under monsoon lately, so. But we'll probably just barbecue and play some cornhole.
Have fun.
Yep.
Why does that sound so wrong? Play some cornhole? Cornhole?
You don't like to play cornhole?
I don't even know what the fuck cornhole is, actually. What is it?
It's like beanbag, but
do I have to ask? Okay.
Cornhole.
So is it a corn in the cob that goes into a hole, or is that what you guys call it, cornhole?
You guys might call it something else.
And my mind went south to me. You said cornhole.
Beanbag toss, maybe? I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, is that what you guys beanbag toss, that type of thing?
We called it cornhole in the Midwest, but
we play beanbag toss or horseshoes or washers.
Yeah. Okay. Beanbag toss, I'm very familiar with. Radar cornhole. I had just my mind went south. The minute I heard cornhole, I thought of butthole, which went to I don't know.
Cornhole is very Midwest.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, we play another game, but we don't really have a name for it. It's like we call it ladder ball, but
actually, Sleuth, I think I know what game that you play best. I think it's called Mind Games.
Mind Games?
Yeah, you're trying to play with my mind.
but we're talking about ladder ball.
Yeah, ladder ball. Okay. Thanks everyone. Good night. Thanks for the donations. Yeah.
Appreciate it,
Thanks
guys.
for hanging out with us. Absolutely. And take care and have a great day off, Sleuth, and enjoy tomorrow.
Happy Labor Day, everyone.
Yeah, happy Labor Day.
Thanks, Adam. Sunny.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
Take care, guys.
Good night.
Okay, let's get rid of Sleuth. Oh, is Sleuth gone now? Or now it's just us, Adam. Let's do him for another hour or two. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Thanks everyone for the donations and for those people that became members and those people that subscribed. Thank you guys so much for watching. I was more than willing to make this an 8-hour and 15-minute live or however long it went. And honestly, to be honest with you, I could keep talking, but my husband wants to go to bed.
Right. Deb's gonna be waking up any minute and being like, "What are you still doing on?"
I know, right? Let's make her watch the whole episode. Yeah, she'll probably scan it and then she'll go, "Did you guys talk about me?"
I'll send her a message before I go to bed that says, "Deb, you can't believe what Sunny did. You've just got to check out from the 6-hour mark on."
From the 6-hour mark, yeah. Figured out. Anyways, you guys, prayers for the girls in Delphi. Prayers for Karina McClurkin and Flora girls and everyone else. And again, whatever. It's just all about caring. And thanks so much for sticking with us tonight. It's
right.
Yeah.
And if last week was any indication, gear up because who knows what's coming this week.
I know. I love it when I feel like there's movement in the case. Like there's shit going on, and it's one of those things is like, I think all of us are kind of sitting on our seats, kind of going, like, what the heck is going on here? What the heck is going on?
So in about 4 hours when Deb starts texting us, but there's been a huge break in the case.
I know.
Respond because we were on live until
Well, it made me laugh when I woke up this morning. I think it was like 10 because I had stayed up till 6 o'clock, and I woke up at 10:47. And I remember looking at my freaking iPad going, what the fuck? Deb's like, Sonny, we've been trying to call you. You wake or whatever. And I'm like, wait, right? iPad, my phone turned off. I didn't hear shit. I didn't even hear my husband get up or anything like that. All I know is I was 7 sheets or 6 sheets or whatever you call it to the wind. And so it's kind of like when I see all these missed calls or whatever, and I'm just like, wait, what?
Yeah.
What are you going on about?
And she sent me a text when I didn't respond, and I was like, okay. I was like, make a video, and she was like, I'm gonna make a little YouTube video, and but yeah. Anyway.
Oh yeah, that's what it was, right? Because it was about Travis Trexler, and she's like, Sonny, I need you to post this video or whatever, and I'm
glad like, she'll do that now.
Yeah, just quickly, yeah, because and Deb will do it sometimes, but anyone that's in our Facebook group is exactly, you can post whatever you like meaning feel free to put posts in there. So Deb is trying to add a little bit extra, with some of these updates, doing it away like that. And then, of course, when I am able to do it, I'm posting it to the channel.
Which I still don't know why it wouldn't let me put it on StreamYard.
I'll tell you why. First of all, it's too long.
A 4-minute video?
Pardon?
Because I was trying to do, it says new broadcast, and you had pre-recorded or new broadcast. Right. I had pre-recorded, and it was trying to upload the video, and it just kept saying the file wasn't correct.
Oh, so it means that whatever file it was, you can't use that file. Obviously, yeah. It has to be a certain format. Yeah, so I don't know. It's a you problem, not a me problem. I got mine up just fine. I'm sorry that you had to put all that work into it. And then I didn't even know that you had done anything until Deb said it later, where she goes, yeah, I asked Adam this morning because Deb goes, don't worry about it. Adam's uploading it now. And I'm like, look, I literally just finished it and I'm hitting post, we got
it done. That's all that matters.
Yeah, exactly. So Deb likes putting out those things. I might even do some of those now and again. Sometimes I'm thinking to, and then I'm just like, and then I just don't, but so, maybe we'll start doing more of those little, little clippy things. I'll just be like, love you, ass hat, love you, Gray, love you, Graz. There you guys go. And then everyone else is probably going to vomit. Yeah, no. Anyways, guys, let's go. Let's get out of here.
Hey.
All right.
Go give your husband some loving.
Yeah, I know, right?
Good night, everyone. Happy Labor Day.
Yeah, thanks for joining
Frank,
us.
If you're still in here, we're sorry about your sibling.
Oh,
everyone have a wonderful night, morning, day, whatever.
Yep.